cannot cross. He's suppressed and he's getting hit by the fragment right now. Eventually, he's weighed his way into the side, but Patman will punish him accordingly. Eventually, Patman protecting his teammate. Can't give it a chance to fight on back, and Patman mows them all down. A quad for Patman as ZOL Esports makes it 5-3 to end the half.
Just one more with this 1v2. Does have the paranoia. They're not going to be hearing this. They're going to be hearing where the spike is. Snakebite, I think, is not in the right spot. They don't know that Astro was committing. He's thinking and he gets the shot, but it is too late. They got to defuse. Same angle. This 3 has it on hand. Double down, one up. It's like it's gonna work, but it might work. He got the collab. And one more could end it, and he won! Gabo clutch the one.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah.
Gain his death instead. Toy Dream, alam niya na may manggagaling towards tunnels, pero alam niya rin na meron pang galing sa kanan. Masyadong maraming kalaban, pero buti na lang, 3-4 yan, and that's gonna be it. Wala pa kami napipitas, pero the hop out is definitely there towards the smoke. Shock dart, hindi nag-connect. That's gonna be a 2v1 scenario. Winnable pa. Sobrang low nila parehas. Ito na yung double swing, and it's...
Do they have enough? Mojer, it's his time to turn up.
Ooh. We have a showstopper on hand. Everyone who actually looks at him is going to be taken down.
Good gun, but Second Love is able to connect. The double for him with the Bulldog. Gabok cleans up house 1v1. Gabok versus Second Love.
Up to safe to make sure that this plant is safe. Both of them are incredibly low health, 1 HP for everybody, and just that spray down is going to be enough. Safe has to make sure he doesn't get one tapped, and that's a
1v2. Dubstep's the one watching out for this mark. It's a graveyard here already towards A main. And Second Love, it's his birthday today, I saw on Facebook. Right now, it will be a present of a bonus. The clutch comes for Second Love. Crosses through both players of Oasis to his left and right, and now Oasis, they control the site. Here comes the Dizzy, but Savvy AK is an absolute savage. And here he comes barreling down onto the side, catches out Hydra Kid, but Hydra Kid has already taken one down with him. It's 2v1, and they're playing by the spike. Senor Carl moving forward, beautiful isolation made, and Senor Carl, hats off to you.
Have the cam though. Try and gather that up close, but the spray down is just way too much of a problem. The ace for Second Love against the Eco.
The picture. That's going to be bad for the squad here. Look at the push coming in. And this is going to be a Jazz already inside, and he gets the kill on Dubstep.
Here we go. Ja, yet many times has this man made his mark. But now Nasty kind of peeks into the Leer. Unfortunately for him, he will get one more. Ja, the ball is rolling, and of course, he gets swung. How is that? Oh!
A dangerous assumption here for Oasis. Paranoia now for the stall. Micro and Kevzi setting up a crossfire right now. And here comes the flash to go for the play. Kevzi with one, Micro with another, and Micro moves them all.
Move forward, he knows Senior Carl is in the area, was able to swing out. The Insanity also falls. That's gonna be 4K. This might be the ace. Shing needs to stop his onslaught, and that is gonna be huge in Nas getting an ace here.
Carl with the operator, but the lockdown being dropped by Dubstep at this point. He got to be careful there as Senior Carl gets that kill.
Throws it. He's just gonna give his life. No satchels to boot. They have the default, but they don't have any vision on that spike. It's gonna be hard. Great swing.
1v1.
She Insanity has the operator. It's gonna be hard. He moved forward. The confidence from this guy takes it in the end.
This is one of those games where it really just is a strong arm approach from a Jinx, who pulls out a hat trick.
So close already. Gonna move forward, but Marky was able to deny Senior Carl. That's good. Now they're gonna start. Marky takes one. And this is gonna be the end of it. Marky takes three.
Flash 2, and immediately Marky cannot cross. He's suppressed, and he's getting hit by the fragment right now. Eventually, he's weighed his way into the side, but Patman will punish him accordingly. Eventually, Patman protecting his teammate. Kevzi giving a chance to fight on back, and Patman mows them all down. A quad for Patman as ZOL Esports makes it 5-3 to end the half.
Just one more with this 1v2. Does have the paranoia. They're not going to be hearing this. They're going to be hearing where the spike is. Snakebite, I think, is not in the right spot. They don't know that Astro is committing. He's thinking it. He gets the shot, but it is too late. They've got to be abused. Same angle. This 3 has it on hand. Double down, one up. It's like it's gonna work, but it might work. He got the collab. And one more could end it, and he won! Gabo clutch the one.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah.
Wing will gain his death instead. Toy Dream, alam niya na may magagaling towards tunnels, pero alam niya rin na meron pang galing sa kanan. Masyadong maraming kalaban, pero buti na lang, 3-4 yan, and that's gonna be it. Napipitas, pero the hop out is definitely there towards the smoke. Shock dart, hindi nag-connect. That's gonna be a 2v1 scenario. Winnable pa. Sobrang low nila parehas. Ito na yung double swing, and it's
Do they have enough? Mojer, it's his time to turn up.
Ooh. We have a showstopper on hand. Everyone who actually looks at him is gonna be taken down.
Good gun, but Second Love is able to connect. The double for him with the Bulldog. Gabo cleans up house 1v1. Gabo versus Second Love.
Up to safe to make sure that this plant is safe. Both of them are incredibly low health, 1 HP for everybody, and just that spray down is going to be enough. Safe has to make sure he doesn't get one tapped, and that's a
1v2, Dubstep's the one watching out for this mark. It's a graveyard here already towards A main. And Second Love, it's his birthday today, I saw on Facebook. Right now, it will be a present of a bonus. The clutch comes for Second Love. Just crosses through both players of Oasis to his left and right. And now Oasis, they control the site. Here comes the Dizzy, but Savvy AK is an absolute savage. And here he comes barreling down onto the side. Catches out Hydra Kid, but Hydra Kid has already taken one down with him. It's 2v1, and they're playing by the spike. Senor Carl moving forward. Beautiful isolation made, and Senor Carl, hats off to you.
Have the cam though. Try and gather that up close, but the spray down is just way too much of a problem. The ace for Second Love against the Eco.
Picture. That's gonna be bad for the squad here. Look at the push coming in, and this is gonna be a Jazz already inside, and he gets the kill on Dubstep.
Here we go. Ja, yet many times has this man made his mark. Succeed, but now Nasty kind of peeks into the leer. Unfortunately for him, he will get one more. Ja, the ball is rolling, and of course, he gets swung. How is that? Oh!
Be a dangerous assumption here for Oasis. Paranoia now for the stall. Micro and Kevzy setting up a crossfire right now. And here comes the flash to go for the play. Kevzy with one, Micro with another, and Micro mows them all.
He knows Senior Car is in the area, was able to swing out. The Insanity also falls. That's gonna be 4K. This might be the ace. Shing needs to stop his onslaught, and that is gonna be huge in Nas getting an ace here.
Senior Carl with the operator, but the lockdown being dropped by Dubstep at this point. He got to be careful there as Senior Carl gets that kill.
Throws it. He's just gonna give his life. No satchels to boot. But they don't have any vision on that spike. It's gonna be hard. Great swing.
1v1.
She Insanity has the operator. It's gonna be hard. He moved forward. The confidence from this guy takes it in the end.
I don't know, man. This is one of those games where it really just is. Strong arm approach from a Jix, who pulls out a hat trick.
So close already. Gonna move forward, but Marky was able to deny Senior Carl. That's good. Now they're gonna start. Marky takes one. And this is gonna be the end of it. Marky takes three.
There's the flash too, and immediately Marky cannot cross. He's suppressed, and he's getting hit by the fragment right now. Eventually, he's weighed his way into the side, but Patman will punish him accordingly. Eventually, Patman protecting his teammate. Kevzy giving a chance to fight on back, and Patman mows them all down. A quad for Patman as ZOL Esports makes it 5-3 to end the half.
Just one more with this 1v2 does have the paranoia. They're not gonna be hearing this. They're gonna be hearing where the spike is. Snakebite, I think, is not in the right spot. They don't know that Astro is committing. He's thinking it. He gets the shot, but it is too late. They've got to be abused. Same angle. This 3 has it on hand. Double down, one up. It's like it's gonna work, but it might work. He got the collab. And one more could end it, and he won! Gabo clutch the one.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends.
Sunday sa ating lahat. Name's Juicy Brucey. Kasama ko ngayon si Wolfcast at si Daxcast. Lahat ng mga pangalan nila sa social media handles ay may cast kasi casters sila. Good morning! Good morning sa'yo, Wolf. Good morning, Dax. Kumusta?
Magandang umaga din sa'yo, Juicy Brucey. It's a good day. Parang medyo magandang gising mo. Ito na tayo yung pinaka-sane na opening mula kay Juicy Brucey.
Ito na yung pinaka maayos, no, so far na hindi ako nagbukang tanga. Pero ayun, thank you. Maraming salamat sa pag-call out, ha?
Pero first time kong makita dito kay Bruce na naka-ano siya, naka-suit pa siya, maayos pa yung tingin, happy today, grabe. Wolf, bakit mo binigay yung quote sa kanya?
Nakakinit kasi.
No, si Bruce di na gumalaw. Bruce! Hello? Uy, nako, nawala na si Bruce. Maayos kasi yung intro niya dahil lang doon. Nagkagulo-gulo na yung net niya. Pero babalik naman si Bruce. Ayan, welcome back, Bruce.
Hello?
Dude, you were so close to having such a great intro. Andun na eh. Okay. Andun na sana.
Okay, mic test. Testing mic test. Ayun, meron na. Thank you, Direk. Thank you. Eto para napapansin ko kung magiging maayos yung intro ko ay walang kwenta yung mangyayari sa sunod-sunod. Pero alam nyo yung may kwenta, nakasama ko yung dalawa. Yahoo! Anyway, tingnan natin yung mga laban kahapon sa week number 3, day number 2. Actually, from what we've saw yesterday, medyo mabilis yung araw natin maaga tayong matapos. Pero what surprised you the most for the matches yesterday? Simulan natin sa'yo, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, ito itong first series particularly kasi nung nanalo yung Valhalla sa Geek Fam yung game sobrang decisive. Alam mo na, ay okay, 1-2-0. And eventually, Geek Fam, after parang parang pinaghirapan talaga na series, nanalo sila eventually. So yun yung biggest surprise para sa
Nag-overtime pa nga dun sa dulo nung second map, and then they took it in map number 3. On the other hand though, the other two series, medyo masasabi natin may pagka-predictable in a way. ZOL Esports continuing on yung momentum ng pagkanalo ng Naos the day before. They also prove how strong they can be versus JustUs. On the other hand though, Naos versus 1MS, yes, it was a 2-0. Very interesting rin yung dinalawa 1MS dito First time natin makita Gian Santi not playing into this whatsoever. Puro Gecko lang nilaro niya. And a lot of experimentation galing sa 1MS, pero Naos pa rin nag-prevail dun sa dulo
Speaking of 1MS and experimentation, I really want to know your thoughts about this. I think sila yung team na nag-composition ng Gecko over at Split. Is that a thing? Ano bang ginawa ng first MegaSavers doon? Is that effective, Dax? Paningin mo?
I mean, Gecko has been one of the most popular agents right now sa ating meta ngayon kasi dahil sa mga nerfs, sa mga iba't mga initiator, you can see Gecko besides reusable utility, may mga times na pwede mo rin i-swing para sa sarili mo lamang yung util na yon. And that's one thing Gian Santi would always do as much as possible. Dizzy, off-timing swing, Winkman, off-timing swing. Kung walang tao doon, pwede nga sila makuha utility and get it back. And it really was interesting kasi nung first game nung series na yon on Sunset, siya pa nga yung top frag para sa team niya
Yep, actually si Gian Sanity yun I mean, like, in a sense, that's still one of the things that he's really good at, top fragging. But aside from that one, speaking of MegaSaver, one of, since we talked about yesterday, para sa ngayon naman, the series that I'm looking forward to later on is technically our last series, technically our main event of the evening kasi it's JustUs versus first MegaSaver. Flashback to, I think, February 27, week 2, day 2. We interviewed Psycho, tapos sinabi niya na parang tinawag silang butete ng first MegaSaver. So that, I'm looking forward to that match. But before anything else, tingnan muna natin ang ating lineups for today going into the first series. So tingnan natin, it's going to be Old Stinky Cats versus Oasis Gaming. Tingnan natin yung Oasis first with their lineup. All right, quick history. Oasis Gaming, 3 straight wins already into the group stage. They're looking kind of solid, pero somehow they did lose to Naos the first debut on the group stage. So, Dax, your thoughts on Oasis Gaming approaching this week?
Laki bawi naman eh. Just like last year, nakita natin sa Oasis Gaming, they take the L to Naos, they win against everyone else, and they look to set their rematch for the playoffs later on. Pero yung pinaka, syempre napansin natin over the past few weeks from Oasis, besides the whole dubstep now going to the Sentinel role and thriving in it, has been syempre yung mga performances ngayon nila Kelly S at ni Marky. Kelly S, kahit anong agent palagay mo siya eh. When he's playing that Raze, he's always impactful. When he's playing the Harbor, siya yung isa sa pinakamaraming mga ultimate na kuha. Yung Reckoning, ang bilis niya makuha dito. Marky also having some good performances on the Jet so far, and it really feels like nakita na dito sa Oasis, ito yung magiging comfort form nila moving forward into the rest of the season.
Alright, Wolf, anything to add on the side of Oasis?
Mabilis lang yung tingin ko, kita yung pagka-veteran nila. Obviously, hindi nakakatuwa na natalo sila dun sa Naos when you're a fan of Oasis, but that's still Naos. And I think ever since then, nag-iba yung form nila. Sobrang mas naging malinis sila maglaro.
Alright, so there you have it. Coming up next is going to be Old Stinky Cats. So far, the undefeated roster into our group stage. Wala pa silang talo. First time ba to gagawin ng Oasis, which they have done years ago. But before that, tingnan natin yung lineup ng OSC. Old Stinky Cats, or Meows, a group formerly comprised of the old G-Lab, and so far undefeated. Andito si Wolf, ang ating analyst. Wolf, what's with Old Stinky Cats this week?
Maganda syempre yung kanilang opening. And not everybody expected na ganun ka dire-diretso yung kanilang win streak. Kaso ito, medyo harsh reality. And hindi ko sasabihin to para i-downplay ginagawa nila kasi so far ang smooth ng execution mula sa Old Stinky Cat. Very may parang mixture ng pagiging flashy, may mixture ng pagiging methodical, and shoutouts dun sa mga magulang natin nagpapakita dun sa mga
may hawak din siyang pusa
support talaga. Shoutouts to you guys.
Aso pala!
Yan.
Si Digny ba yan? Ang rami niyang dala eh. May kasama siyang matulong sa likod niya. May pa siyang aso dyan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to downplay yung nagawa dito ng Meow, but if you're gonna be looking dun sa mga teams na natalo nila, nandun yun sa mga lower part nung atin dun sa standings. Pag tinignan mo, parang sila yung nasa red. Eventually, yung mga talagang Geek Fam at yung Hearty, but pag nung kinalaban ng Old Stinky Cat, yung mga teams na to, nandun pa sila sa baba. Now, pati yung APH. This is the biggest challenge na. Ito na yung time na makikita na talaga natin, kaya ba talagang sumabay ng Old Stinky Cat? They're gonna be up against a top tier team, or at least dun sa standings natin. So, this is the true test dito sa Old Stinky Cat.
Alright, and then just
that's honestly such a good point by Wolf. I really wanted to interject real quick. Today, Oasis, pagbalik nila next week, Naos naman. So this is where Old Stinky Cat gets completely tested as a roster.
Yeah, kasi tama nga eh. Like parang we've seen them take care of the smaller teams in the power rankings. Now, nandito na. And if you're gonna look at like a bit of a flashback from the core teams of both Oasis, and I'm pretty sure Dax was there as well, of Oasis and Old Stinky Cats, or formerly G-Lab. Old Stinky Cats, or formerly G-Lab, never won against Oasis Gaming for like the longest time already. So parang, is it time to break that pattern? Diyan malalaman natin soon when we get into that. But right now, let's look at the head-to-head for both the controllers of both teams. Let's look at Wild Oreo and Owen QT. I'm gonna start off with Owen QT. Technically, the mega top fragger for OSC. Surprisingly, it's a controller for OSC. So let's add more into that thought. Bigay natin sa'yo, Mr. Dax.
Yeah, and he's in the top 5 of the highest rated players right now dito sa VCTPH. At huwag natin kalimutan, siya pa ang IGL nito ng Old Stinky Cat. Yun naman nakita natin dito sa Old Stinky Cat eh. Their performance as this team has become better and better. Lahat ng lessons na na-learn nila galing sa G-Lab, laking tulong talaga para dito sa 2024 group stage mismo. And from what we've seen so far and from Owen QT, hindi lang siya yung nag-call nga. Sabi mo nga, Bruce, siya yung pumapatay. Pero on the other hand, if you look at Wild Oreo, yes, the stats are a little bit less. And the statistic instead I want to point out for Oasis Gaming there is yung paano nagiging factor si Wild Oreo in their team. Siya ang isang rason bakit nagkaka-swing round ang Oasis Gaming.
Alright. Okay, so with that being said, Wolf, ano pang masasabi mo with our both controllers?
Yeah, okay. So gusto ko lang echo dun sa kay Wild Oreo din kasi dun sa sobrang impactful dun sa mga swing rounds nga. And most importantly dun sa mga long rounds na nakikita natin when it goes really late. Most importantly kay Wild Oreo, kung papansin mo yung kanyang resume, he has been part of this squad since 2021. So baka hindi rin napapansin mga tao. He's actually the franchise player siguro. Alam mo yan, parang belong na siya doon. So ganun na siya katagal. That really, and then specialist pa siya. Like, majority of the time, he will just play the Viper. Tapos parang ang daming benefits na nakukuha ng mga teams na ganun from a specialist like Wild Oreo.
Yeah, kumbaga, I mean, anong tawag dyan? Jack of all trades, master of none. It's better to be a master of none. Hinahanap ko yung proverbs pero di ko mahanap. So, wag na, i-cancel ko na lang. Speaking of proverbs, you know what has another P? Predictions. Medyo nag-rhyme siya eh. So, feeling ko tama naman. Pero, let's head it over to the panel predictions for this series.
We can only get the intro today para
para sa intro lang ako tatawa ngayon eh. Tapos everything else magulo na. Oasis Gaming versus Old Stinky Cats. Heading over to our talent predictions. Simulan natin sa iyo, Mr. Wolf.
Okay. Madaling sabihin na Oasis pero parang gusto ko mag-bet dito sa Meow. I think ever since na nakita ko yung kanilang abbreviation, yung kanilang yung ano nila, tag nila na Meow, I think I really fell in love with this team. But then again, feeling ko baka meron silang prepared na something. And like you said, Bruce, ang daming beses na nila nakaharap to. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na forever, hindi na nila matatalo tong team na to. Maybe 2024 split 1 is the time na matatalo nila eventually. So
Now's the time.
Now's the time. But for OSC.
All right, OSC for Wolf. All right, Mr. Dax.
Ako masasabi ka na lang. If you look back at the history, you guys are talking about the matchup back then. 3-1 in terms of Oasis Gaming versus G-Lab noon.
Yeah.
And for me, I feel like history will continue. Para sa akin, Oasis Gaming ang mas naging veteran ng team. Ang nakita natin na nahanap na nila yung tamang form. But truthfully, may iba pang implication tong series na to over anything else. This is the battle for Lotus, guys. Kasi ang raming team in the permaban ang Lotus against Oasis Gaming. Kahit ano pa permaban mo, alam mo Oasis, wala Lotus, ayaw mo yan. Pero OSC has proven to be one of the best teams in Lotus as well. So talaga mamaya pag makita natin yan, I fully expect it to be the map that matters. But for me nga, Oasis talaga ako.
May feeling ako na game decider yung Lotus natin. None of them bans it. Sinasabi ng dalawa, pagalingan na lang. Hopefully we get to that. I wanna see that na yung kakaibang pagalingan. Pero on my end, I do agree with what Dax said and I'm a big Javi 8K fan. W as well. So I think it's Oasis Gaming for me this time. So it's gonna be a 2-1 on the side of panel. It's 2 Oasis and isa for OSC. Wolf, kasi hindi ka ka-same ng color scheme namin ni Dax, kaya gets ko. Bakit hindi tayo magkapareha ng quotation? Pero with that being said, meron bang final thoughts ang ating casters and panels for here before we give it to our casters? Wolf, simulan natin sa'yo, mabilisan.
Hindi pwedeng Meow na lang ngayon, dapat mag-roar sila ngayon.
Wow.
That's the K9 in you.
Man, you'd say you got that dog in it, pero tiger na lang.
Pangit siya eh. Alright, Dax, mabilisan before we give it to our casters.
Honestly, kung manalo dito ang OSC, they have to be one of the biggest contenders to the crown right now. Ang galing ng nagawa nila so far. This is do or die time for them to test what they can do moving forward.
All right, thank you. Thank you to my great analysts. And this time, I think our casters are ready to not meow, but roar. Casters, roar.
Thanks for that one, panel. And here we are, setting it up for the first series of the day. Old Stinky Cat versus Oasis Gaming. It's me, Asterai, here now with Dax. For some reason, why is your name Dax? Or it's black and blue, guys. It's been a long time.
I must bully you now, for I am Dax today.
Okay,
so,
all right.
Yeah.
He's gonna do that later, so I feel like yeah, but it's been a hot minute and I'm super excited to get back into things because again, I'll be completely honest, I haven't been following as much, but I've heard so many things about OSC being undefeated for I think 4 matches in a row, which is incredible. And then Oasis Gaming, as we've seen here as well, have been quite undefeated as well as they've faced up against first MegaSaver, ZOL Esports, JustUs, and then so on and so forth.
You guys heard that right. Asarai has been busy with his foreign escapades and other adventures here of greater grandeur. But coming into this, we are obviously seeing the, let's address the obvious here. Why does Asarai have a hat? Well, when I looked at him first this morning, he was like, avert your eyes. You do not deserve to look at me straight in the eyes. And so he's going to keep that to have kind of this barrier shade between us. But moving on forward, the more important factor is this game up on hand. And our panel did talk about Asarai, wherein for OSC here, Old Stinky Cat, or Meow as you want to call it, there's kind of this divide, right, where the other teams that they beat coming into this, okay, there were some good teams, but they weren't the best teams we have in the tournament. The next few games they have up on their slate, they got ZOL, they got Oasis now, they got Naos as well coming on up. This is where they're really going to be tested on where their power levels lie.
Yeah, I'm super excited again to see how that kind of unravels, because I did get the chance to see OSC yesterday as Team Meow in a different tournament that was just happening in Grassroots. And again, it looks like they have everything so locked and loaded, you know, being as that old Game Lab team, and just seeing how far their adjustment and their comfort with each other have been really goes to show why this team is in this kind of regard is just undefeated. You know, I think right now it's turning in, it has been into this crowd favorite. Really like the addition of players such as, I believe, Dignified and Dizzy. So anyways, we're gonna go to our map video here. Let's see what we have on the board. What do we got?
I mean, you talked about those 2 newer additions to that game lab core, right? Dignified and Dizzy. And if anything, I think they have been the 2 best players on this team so far in the regular season. Kind of be the double initiator, front line and mid line that has been super, super reliable for this squad. But opening bans, we're getting to it finally now here. Sunset is going to be taken out by Meow, which, when you're looking at them, they actually have been constantly banning this, so it does make sense. Bind being taken out here by Oasis. I'm looking at maybe the opening map pick, and Bind is a good one for them to take out considering it's been Meow's best map. Breeze could be on the table for them here though, for Old Stinky Cat, as Oasis in the past have only played this one, so it's been quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, we could also be looking at Lotus, which I feel like has been a good map for both of the teams. Again, I've only just seen a few matches from Meow on Lotus, but it looks like they have it locked and loaded. Oasis, on the other hand, as well, I feel like have that good Lotus performance. So I feel like this is just going to be a battle of who's the better Lotus team as of this point, and then, you know, Oasis picks up Split for second.
Well, Split is a pretty good map for Oasis. I think this veto is starting to turn into Oasis's favor. Been pretty 50-50 for the most part here when it comes to Meow on how they played their split. As you said, Lotus, pretty equal ground, I think, for both teams. They both been pretty successful in the most recent times here on it. But what other bans will we get? Icebox being taken on out. This is the Meow ban. They've had some successes, but also some woes as of very recent on this map. So it does kind of make sense. I'm curious, though, because it's a map that we have seen some struggles with in the past for Oasis. They have lost to arguably teams that you wouldn't expect them to lose to, but in this case, we're not going to be having it, as Breeze is taken off the board. Well, it's a curious one to remove, as it will leave us with Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of interesting as well. I thought that we were going to be looking for a Breeze map here, but it feels like that's not going to be the case. They're just going to go for the El Clasico on Ascent. Would love to see that, but looking straight into the compositions, agent compositions here for both of the teams, at least coming to Ascent, it's the same old, so I don't know how that's going to unravel itself, but definitely the first real strike here, real challenge for both of the teams will be who is the better Lotus performer. And again, just looking quickly into Lotus's performance, they've had matches where they've basically dominated every other team, 13-5, 13-2, 13-3. So you really know that there's a big punch that comes out from OSC or Team Meow.
I actually think this map veto could be, if it goes a distance, there's a chance here that Meow can make it happen. The thing is, it's going to be difficult, I think, to even bring it to that point, because our opening 2 maps are ones that Oasis are pretty comfortable with playing, pretty also, I guess, coordinated in how they play, as we've seen for the past few weeks, not years, past few weeks so far on these opening 2 maps. But that final one, when you do go on over to Ascent, Oasis have actually had some pretty big woes on Ascent, and that's what I'm saying. If we ever get to that third, it could be a case where Meow could take things over and close out this series 2-1. But it's going to be, I think, an uphill battle to even get to map number 3, as Lotus, first and foremost, is already a problem, and then the follow-up is also going to be a problem. So it's I think a tough battle, but there's a pathway. There's a timeline here where Meow could win this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. And what's going to be, I think, the big factor here is, at least if it's going to be the same comps that we've seen, in the past few weeks and such. I have been putting a lot of emphasis on how effective the Gecko has been for a lot of these certain maps, and Old Stinky Cat Team Meow has been utilizing this in their Lotus map. I really like this because it just allows you to clear so many of the corners. The connection you have with your duelist is very much felt when you throw out that Dizzy, and again, the safety and the kind of dodging of dangerous utility when you use your wingman to plant the spike first. They throw it to stop the plant from coming, and then you can pick it up again and then start planting it. I think it's such an underrated thing that I haven't seen, at least from the stats here from Oasis, been utilized in the past, at least on Lotus.
Funnily enough, it's Dizzy who typically is on the Gecko, and his utility usage with the Dizzy, the skill, the gadget, not the player, has been pretty good. And that's why I've been saying, Dizzy and Dignified throughout these past weeks have been, I think, the most impressive part of this team in the first place of Meow. Now, it's easy to kind of count out their performances and kind of I guess throw it to the wayside and be like, that's nothing. They did good on Lotus, they did good on Split, maybe. That's nothing because they were against arguably non-top tier teams in our tournament, but they're still beating teams that you wouldn't expect them to beat, like maybe a team like Valhalla. You wonder, like, how does that happen when they are one of the best teams? And you look at some of their other matches that they played in the past, and they've been doing it pretty decisively too in a lot of these maps, and you have to start wondering, at what point do we start giving these boys the credit they deserve? Well, I think a lot of opinions about them are going to change if they're able to make it done here today against Oasis specifically, especially with the next few matches coming up, looking to be some of the best in the upper half of the teams that we got in the tournament.
Yeah, imagine that, right? Oasis is one of the teams to beat right here, but I'm looking again in the stats of it all. Oasis are on that 3-1. They've got that one loss, of course, but it was against a Naus, so we'll probably count that as, a gimme, because again, Naus is probably the team to beat in this entire tournament. The Old Sticky Cat still has that one round up, and what's even interesting here, Black and Blue, is how much of a dominant fashion that has been.
Name? Were you about to call me Dax?
I said black. No. I said Black and Blue. I don't know if it's the connection or something. I literally just did not stutter at all. Anyways, just finishing off my point.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm stuttering in the camera, man.
Yeah, me too.
Anyways, 46 rounds positive for Old Stinky Cat. I think a lot of that, as I mentioned, came from a lot of the Lotus maps that they played. So at least looking again quickly into these kind of previous statistics really shows how much of a dominant force this team really has been. As you mentioned, maybe not a lot of people were banking on Old Stinky Cat, but I think they've proven, in these past couple of matches they've had, that they are that team to be not trifled with.
I mean, it's not unexpected to say, and it's not like a far reach out to say that nobody necessarily kind of predicted that this type of performance would come out of the gates from day number 1. But the thing is, even though they might be kind of facing competition that isn't necessarily at the upper half of our season or of our tournament for the past few weeks of our regular season, what does help though is the fact that we have seen teams kind of use that easier, slower start of these kind of other teams as kind of a warm-up for them to really rank up and get momentum further in the tournament. We actually even saw that in the international side. Like, let's not forget coming into one of the last few kind of C challengers we had at the time, some other teams were able to do that, and even last year throughout kind of like the Ascension run, right, like Bleed, they kind of had an easier run, as they said, throughout the group stages, but that allowed them to ramp up near the end of the playoffs, and there
Yeah.
are teams that we've even seen do that in the Philippines as well. So this could really benefit here a team like Old Stinky Cat, kind of getting them into the groove for a titan of a matchup against Oasis.
Oh man, and I cannot wait for this to get started. Again, Oasis is such a team that has been always in the front lines, the front end of, or just, again, the headlines, excuse me, of Valorant. Anyways, looking quickly into the agent selection, it's the same as I mentioned. Dizzy's going to be on the Gecko, so there you have that. Fallx going to be on the Raze, and then on the other side, Kalias will be on the Raze counterpart as well. Again, I don't think we were really thinking about any change-ups from both teams in terms of the selection.
Well, I don't expect that to be the case as well, especially here for Old Stinky Cat, who
Yes.
have been making it work.
As
Like
I
Shane,
think,
what's been
I don't know
working.
if I'm hearing Black and Blue. Nico.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah, okay.
I muted myself for you because I don't think I deserve to have my voice heard by you in the first place. So we can
Silence.
on in the first place. Silence.
Okay,
In
so
this
for those in the chat, all right, this entire cast is just gonna be me getting roasted by Black and Blue and possibly Dax in the sidelines with the chats. Anyways, here we go. This is going to be starting. Nades being thrown in A main. Big controls here already from Oasis as spotted. No forces committed whatsoever from Meow as they, I think, smartly back away, realizing again that's a staple start for any defending team here on Lotus.
Well, as you mentioned, we're getting right into it, but Meow making sure that they kind of keep a more patient idea coming into this round. Meow on the attacking side here, the OSC, Old Stinky Cats. Oasis gonna play this defensive side, squeezing away A main, this entire rubble section of the map early on. To make it more difficult for Meow to pivot here towards B, and Oasis is trying to really find out where things are, but luckily for them, they do have a decent defensive setup here towards C.
They're just going to start to lubricate that tempo already, as they do have Womik holding the fort here for the flank, clearing everything up for that side push. And you can see here that Owen Cutie on that mission to just clear as much of the traps that were placed by the Killjoy dubstep. Spike going to get planted down now, and that's going to be a full-blown retake for Oasis. Smoke's being set up at the entranceway of that C site, so it might force Meow here to start just holding the site by themselves. A couple of these flashes not really hitting. It's allowing Meow to hit some shots, and Ionix popping off.
Ionix, you can see why he's a fan favorite with plays like that. A 2v2, never mind, it's Sans Stolo as Savvy AK is all here in his lonesome. Frenzy and Hand are both low though, but Ionix with a triple. A last shot at the end to confirm it, and Meow take the opening pistol.
Absolutely stellar performance there. Ionix holding his ground. Paranoia did not hit there, so a lot of the positions that we saw from Meow that were supposed to be, I think, well punished by Oasis just were not. It's unblinded players of Meow just going straight for that contact and winning it out. Good separations and everything. And again, a solid start for them. We can see here, they're not messing around or anything at all. Picking up already the Bulldogs. No need for the Outlaw just yet, but I mean, again, strong buy here for Meow.
They should be.
There.
It's a great opening pistol. When you are the underdog in a situation like this, opening map, especially a good one for Oasis, one of their best so far in the regular season, you really want to be able to take those opening pistol rounds, make sure they go your way, and convert them as cleanly as you can. In this case, a good, clean bonus would definitely benefit them moving forward. But as you mentioned earlier, even in the pistol, you'd love to set this tempo early.
Truly. Trap for Oasis set up on B main. The three-man peak, unfortunately, does not phase Meow at all. They waited for the jiggle here, and they had plenty of time to actually just wait around for that. As you can see, a quick two.
Crawling up. A side is actually completely free for them to take. Oasis putting their wager into the pockets of the Charlie site instead, but I mean, yeah, they should be free for this. I mean, let's not beat around the bush. They're going to get the plant. They're probably going to get, maybe, for the most part, clean kills. And then we go on over to round 4. So if Meow can hold on, don't lose too much economy in this, then they're pretty set for a bonus.
enemy remaining.
Okay, Fall X, somehow. Oh, I almost thought the classics would do him down there, but he's alive for the meantime. Marky left alone, and as I mentioned, keep it clean. A flawless bonus is definitely one of that case.
Poison is not
Move on for
it's
a bonus here that would look pretty swell.
last player standing.
Was traveling.
Placing sentry.
Move on over to another round, as obviously the bonus here. And it seems like my co-caster has died. Welcome back to the Philippines, Asarai. You immediately die from, I guess, a heat stroke, or I don't know what it is. Oh, sorry, Alpa Asarai. I forgot.
Hello, I think I'm back.
You for moving forward. Oh, he's back. Welcome back to the Philippines again. I'm glad you can bless us here at the Challengers level with your talent.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Meow, flawless, anti-eco. Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay, thank you. I'm still trying to fix my connection here. It's still a bit wonky for some reason, but
Okay.
yeah, I mean, for the most part, right? I mean, that particular round, unless there was a big mistake that Meow did, they weren't supposed to lose that round anyways. So, yeah, in any case, Oasis has this kind of setup where they're trying to, again, keep everything topped off, right? They have the KG utility spread across C and B just to get a bit of that defense lined up. I do like how we do have Dubstep as well as Wild Oreo hunched up between each other so that if any kind of push happens on two angles here on C, they're there to dissuade it. Snakebite was thrown, and here comes the push.
Good paint shells, but Wild Oreo doesn't mind being cleared out. He's going to take him down with him, though. The trades happen on the site itself. Look at Oasis here trying to chime in still, keeping the man count equalized. But oh, and Cutie's found a way to the back of the site. And things, it's just trade after trade here. And as we mentioned, trade after trade, but Kelly's finally gets a double without much in between. And Oasis, they do, two of them get taken down, three rather, but I mean, they get around, so what does it matter?
Absolutely. Yeah, doesn't matter too much, as if Kelly's here now has that showstopper, would put a lot of, I think, just delay on Team Meow and how they start to approach things. But to be fair as well, they've been very slow on just kind of creating that openings, knowing that, again, Oasis really likes to go for these kind of setups. I do wonder if they're a lot more aware of how the setup for Oasis has been for these past couple of rounds. In any case, again, Kelly S able to isolate these fights so quickly and punish very quickly as well right after. Very strong stuff. I think they might actually try to just go very aggressive once again on Rubble. Is Team Meow going to be prepared for it?
A squeeze here towards that Rubble, as you mentioned. A main going to be the big battlegrounds. And the trade, either way, equal. For either side happens here. Marky. Oh, he was very lucky to get away with that, but somehow Savvy gets a spray through a triple. Just looking through the smoke, somehow has a third eye, and he finds three going his way.
Yeah, popping a couple of shots, and that's just so many bodies that Team Meow is going to have to start clearing up. Dignified into the A main push here, while his teammate maybe holding the lurk, hoping that maybe they can get a catch off, but Oasis is too smart for that, playing a lot more of a passive angle. Dignified is going to have to start making some moves here. Marky, he just waits. This is so patient from Oasis. No damage done just yet. The pinch comes in, and it's a clean up for Oasis.
Good job here by both of the controllers at the end. Marky playing off the contact of Wild Oreo, and I mean, it goes obviously with kind of experience here. I mentioned it yesterday that now are probably the best team at playing off of each other, but Oasis are right there as well, just a hair short so far, but they're still right there. You can see that in those type of smaller moments. I mean, in that case, it's a simpler, more obvious moment, but you will, throughout their season play, kind of see those moments divulge into just incredible kind of sets where other teams have really struggled to deal with, but Meow right now on the eco. It's been Oasis so far after they've got guns in their hands.
Yeah, such a big task here for Meow. Fall X going in for the jump peak. Spots out the dubstep a little bit too close for comfort, so he might want to challenge this, but again, he's been on that double up with Wild Oreo. So I feel like Team Meow fighting into this without Dignified might be again, not really a good idea. They're just gonna stack in on A main, not waste their guiding lights, their flashes on C. Again, the fighter angle is not really what they want to do. I think they're trying to cook Oasis here, trying to see if anyone's close by, and maybe these sheriffs can actually deal more damage in close proximity.
Well, they do gather information. Not cold hard ones, but information nonetheless. They can infer that this site execute should be coming, especially with that door opening, and Savvy finding one. Gets Fall X, which is a big piece of that puzzle. No more paint shells to throw on the backside. Savvy absolutely tearing him apart. Gets boofed by Kelly S, but Kelly S cleans up and steals away the kill anyways. Aonix can't find much longer as Oasis take the lead here, but another good hold from Oasis. They've been keeping these anti-ecos pretty clean.
Yeah, and again, it's always that threat of the stronger utilities for Oasis that keeps Meow on their toes. They're trying to push very quickly into the site, but unfortunately, you're absolutely right. Oasis, not only are they playing off of each other so well, their timings as well as their retreats back into the site are so clean. There you go. Look at that. Two players playing at the back of the site, delaying. Kelly S comes up with the showstopper and again just obliterates any chance of Meow to get any form of meaningful map control whatsoever.
Meow here, trying to fight for that mound earlier, but Oasis just have other plans. Paranoia into the flash, and they simply take away what map control Meow were looking to fight for. Yeah. At this point, when you're maybe potentially Aonix in this case, you have to start crawling up towards either B or C. Just take a bit more space, even passively, for your side.
That's so hard for them to do that, right? I mean, maybe now this is the time to go for it. They do have Fall X, trying to soften up, or at least prepare a site for him to push into. There it is. Satchel might not be as clean as he would want. No contact whatsoever, but they will be able to clear up the site, but no kills will be had.
Gets him a bit of waterfall space, but ultimately enough. It will delay the Oasis retake here for just a bit. Seekers on now to try and buy that information. If Aonix can get a kill here, or rather if he can get a dead body, then that neural theft could come in clutch in the hold.
Scout destroyed.
There's so much damage. Marky, last person to remain. 3 versus 1. Coming in around the corner, smokes himself off. Gets in already in the site. Defuse the spike, but it was only a fake. Fall X not having it. Denies, and that's going to be an equalizer 3-3.
He goes for the tap, and Meow go for the slap. Retaliating here in great fashion. Relatively pretty sleek as well. That's a good recovery from Meow. A very impressive one, to be honest. And the fact that they're able to deal with Oasis's early kind of mound control there. The fact that they did not shy away and go the other way when Oasis were expecting that. They continued towards C, dealt with things methodically. It's pretty impressive, and that showstopper definitely bought them space to get the plant down in the first place.
These showstoppers, man, have been such big round differentials, right? It just puts so much impact for both of these teams. In any case, Meow really loves to go for this aggressive C, or at least mound take.
Yeah.
Are they waiting for the snake bite and then just charging into the site? That might not be the wisest of decisions, but we'll see.
There's an open Kelly S, but he's on the completely wrong side of the map. The utility is making things so much more difficult for Oasis to play within the site here, but still Water is able to survive, able to sustain in the fight. He takes down Fall X still. That gives them the advantage. The plant, will it go down? They do not actually are able to stick it off the wingman, while Oreo taking down. The fight happening on site, but Dubstep holding big, holding true like the sentinel he is. And now it's a 2v3 Asarai.
Timing for Aonix is going to have to be absolutely stellar here, which he does. Savvy down. 2 versus 2. Kelly S, he's got the operator. It's already been exposed. Aonix trying to get into the site, double up with his teammate, which he does. Neural Theft to get a little bit more information as Kelly S repositions himself as well. One tiny angle, 30 seconds. And both teams really just trying to move around, not be predictable. But this is actually blowing up in their face. 1 versus 1. Marky, TPs. 18 seconds. Aonix, he knows.
Yep.
But he has time to maybe plant the spike and just be a little bit safer.
10 seconds left.
8 bullets. 8 bullets in the mag here. Marky trying to fake him off with maybe a sound cue. No more TPs. He does have the ult though. But Aonix even sharper. Even against Marky, he is right on the mark there. Meow, take the lead right back, and what a way to do it as well, even with a hard hold by Oasis. Not dissuaded by a minute.
Oh my goodness. Look at that double kill from Dubstep too. But again, Ionix is just... He's a... He's like a team player, but at the same time not, right? He finds the most opportune moment to either use his teammates to his advantage, and he had to wait that C position, can't really push out, had to wait for Oasis to start pushing in on his other teammate. I think that was Dizzy that was with him. Any case, just so that he can get those impact frags. Yeah.
In common terms, he was baiting them.
I didn't want to use
it. A fan of it.
Oh yeah. Okay, fine, whatever. Thrash used. Here we go. No one spotted. Dubstep using the smoke for a bit of that cover in the darkness, and this pinch coming in from Oasis. Value Town. Ooh. Oh, punish though.
Yeah, shredding this eco apart. Look at that. Look at the kill feed. All red for days. You love to see it from Meow, who, as an underdog team, they're doing some good work here.
That is absolutely just phenomenal from Meow. I mean, the contact was already... I think they just wanted to press Oasis to try to make something like that happen. Or, you know, Oasis just also realized that Meow have been placing a lot of emphasis on that mount control. You know what? With the door swinging much faster than before, let's just use our sheriff, see where it takes us. But they didn't really take them anywhere. Now, as that rifle round is about to come here, they're just going to buy themselves up some time with a tactical timeout, try to listen or talk to each other what is happening and how can they avert this when they have so many ultimates to work with in this 9th round.
And let's listen into the comms here of Oasis. Hey guys, we really gotta fix stuff. Our defensive setup has not been working. What can we do? I think we
totally
take control.
As I'm looking at my Notion documents as to what the play of Meow is going to be, this is the optimal way to strike them down fast and hard.
No, but according to my calculations, we have to start playing here towards a B site because our A site has not been working. Thank you guys for that tune in into the Oasis Communications timeout. We're going to continue now back into the game here with Meow with a pretty decisive lead.
Disclaimer though, that is obviously not the Oasis Communication. We do not have any...
No, what do you mean? That was
exactly it.
Yeah, it's a new feature we have here at the VCT.
Yeah. I will say though, I'm not a super fan of Dizzy just throwing out his Dizzy. I know that he wants to be the one and only Dizzy, but you know, sacrificing the little guy for that, not really the best. But in kind, you know, I feel like it's just gonna be a big help once they start pushing into the site. But I don't know
about that Dizzy, but I think Dizzy with this Dizzy has been super huge as well, so I have to concur there. But look at this tree setup Oasis have got. Will it hold to the util?
Any wallbacks?
Trying.
Plenty. Oh, how is Dubstep still alive? My goodness. Is he going to get cleared out? Yes, Dizzy does find 2. Immediately just charges right in. Wingman used to plant the spike, and that's 2 down. Oasis scrambling back into the A site, only going to be Savvy near the entryway as he waits for Kellyas and Marky to assist him in this retake.
We mentioned Dizzy, and look who steps up there to clear out the tree. Dizzy with a double. Certainly going to send Oasis's head spinning after that timeout. They know where they are here. Chiming on in, and Dizzy and Dignified, the double Ds chiming on in. Oh my goodness, we were talking about them specifically. These two innies who have been the newer additions to this core of the former Game Lab squad have just been so impressive throughout this regular season. They are by far two of the most standout players, personally for me, we've had in these past few weeks.
Truly. And I actually was very surprised to see, hey, it's Digny. You're playing in Team Meow. I've actually known this player for quite some time, as, you know, he's one of those Twitter posters of his highlights. Very sick highlights, too. Anyways, feels like it's transitioning he's transitioning pretty well, if not damn well, in VCT-PH, and it really does go to show, as you mentioned.
Well, transition here into it again has been pretty swell to watch, I have to say. Gaining new fans by the minute. This Meow squad is certainly one that has impressed me tenfold so far in the regular season. But what does it matter? The true goal here is to impress Asterai. Flash over here. You can see Fallex is toying with the idea of just bum rushing his way in the mound.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a bit of scare as well, I feel, here for Oasis that... Yeah, there it is. There's the bum rush. Look at the... Kelly's is just running away, and Fallex is... Thank you very much. Easy pick. Another one onto Marky. Not going to happen just yet, but he's already exposed. Tries to TP out. Thankfully, he's an Omen, so that Shrouded Step saves him. A little bit of a great opportunity with a sliver through that smoke. Ionic spotted out, lurking through B. Spike will get planted on C here, but it's a total scramble. Ionic gets picked off. 2 versus 4. The retake looking much better here for Oasis.
Great reposition and hold there by Marky to find the double. I mean, Kelly, yes, obviously was caught there off guard, but when he came into it, Marky just stepping up to the plate. Knocks it out of the park so far. Owen Cutie, though, he finds the one. He's trapped here in a very difficult spot. No way he finds another, right? Dignified good for it, but he's ultimately taken down, and Oasis finally get a hard-fought round here on the board, one they really needed. But, I mean, to be fair, they're not doing too bad on this defensive side, as Lotus on the attacker side sometimes can just be a lot more forgiving than the defense sometimes can be.
Not at all. Oh, that is such a sick use of your opponent's smoke against them. So that missed smoke from Owen Cutie cost the life of Dizzy there, and Marky not missing a beat, not missing a chance to make the most out of that sticky situation. And again, 2 kills, minus the setup, even has the from the shadows to go for the flank, to go back onto C-mount so that they can start pinching in from multiple angles. Absolutely stellar. Anyways, again, not really the biggest fan of sacrificing Dizzy, not picking it up, but it does give them a little bit of information that there are players on C-mount stacking.
As long as he does his part, and for the cause, Dizzy can go down a hero. A martyr, even. Meow, in this case. Well, that's information gathered by Oasis once more. Thing is, though, with this kind of solo Sky comp nowadays, since there is no regen, you're a bit more conservative with the use of that, and now Meow has a lot more to execute with.
I mean, if they go for this B site, there's no traps except for just the turret. There it is, activated. Smoke being thrown off. Savvy holding an angle here to pop a couple of shots, but that Guardian, he's getting chased down to the ends of the earth. With Marky and Kelly S finds some picks, opens the doorway, and opens opportunities, and Meow are crumbling to the pressure. This is not looking too good. Dignified activates the Seekers. Repositions, he has the spike. They can go on to A. Ionix has cleared most of this, but the utility is going to, make it a little bit difficult to transition. Ionix on contact.
Oh, he spied out. Has to be careful here. Could have been their opportunity, but still good job by Ionix to kind of gain some space on the opposing side of the map. That's exactly what they need from their lurk here. But this lockdown is going to make things so much more difficult. If they can plan for open, that should be the plan.
Yeah, that means that the only real threat right now for Oasis is going to be Tree. Ionix realizes this, so he places himself on A main, but he's been spotted already. This is going to be Dignified by himself. He has to hold on, which he does. How is he getting these 2 kills? 2 versus 1 now. Ionix, no time, and the plant on the spike not to his advantage, and that's going to be taken down by Oasis, 5-6.
In the words of our
came down to Ionix there at the end, but Dignified put up a pretty good hold towards that tree. Unfortunately so, since it was planted there on the safe and not on the open corner, they could not play outside of tree instead, where you can open the door, fight while the door is open, deny the defuse, things like that. But they're being very cautious of that drop, rightfully so. It's a 4v2 and still some risks. Who knows, maybe with a 4th sight. Final round we go into. Really, Kelly S has been doing good work here. It might not show in the stats, but it's been quality over quantity for him.
Oh, there's the push out from Fallex, but Paranoia hits absolutely nothing. Thankfully enough, he has Dizzy with him, assisting with the refrags very quickly. They're chasing it down, but since mid lane has been opened up, that's going to allow players of Oasis to start retreating. You do see that Meow looking to go for follow-ups. Unfortunately, cannot find any form of contact just yet.
For the bit of utility here, expended by Meow. Luckily,
he's through the trip.
Recover that Dizzy. You're right. He might actually have a If he can find timing here, can still get a pick off of it. Savi has to be very careful about his next few moves. Dignified, gonna watch out for it. He spots his shoulder. That's exactly what could happen. And they find the pick they needed to open up the map.
There's still one holding C or A here, rather. And it's Marky. It doesn't matter, but thankfully enough, the door don't close too fast. As Dignified gets another kill. 1 versus 3. Dubstep exposed through a neural theft. And this has been such a back and forth, but this time, Meow trying to strike back.
30 seconds left.
Knowing Cutie playing with his team, playing the smart game. As Dignified activates the Seekers. Using it. Getting information. Big damage for Dubstep. Could go big, but Ionix shuts it down.
If he had the Phantom, a Vandal, a better weapon, things could have been different, but still, amicable job and amicable effort. The Bulldog in hand. Meow still hold on to that round lead coming to the second half, but they are going to be on the defense now, which is more difficult. But let's look at this round early on. As you mentioned, the Paranoia, not necessarily connecting on much, but it does kind of keep that Oasis defense from pushing even deeper in the mound. It kind of forces him back, and ideally, it would have been good to kind of get some defenders blind there, but ultimately enough, it still led to mound control favoring them, and Meow are able to make work off of it.
Out of charges.
Yeah, I feel like that's also a big thing as well, right? It still allowed Meow for that coverage, pushing out of rubble and such. Anyways, Oasis, now they're on the flip end, or the flip side, pushing as the attacking team. You can see that there is some commitment here from Meow. Volix hasn't used his nade just yet. I think they want to wait a little bit and see what happens before they start really committing a lot of their utilities, which could be the right decision here, because look at this. Oasis actually going to be pushing for that C site, clearing things up. And now, Meow's going to have to play retake.
Will Dubstep actually go for the lurk here, the wraparound? That would be perfect for them. Look at the push coming on in. No fear at all. Ionix good for one punish. Kelly, yes, and the rest of Oasis chiming on in to control that CT. The Dizzy connects, but it doesn't matter. Kelly, yes, is still holding on strong. It all lies to Dubstep here in a 1v2. Sheriff in hand, the body shot is all he needs. Center a mass to Dizzy to take him down. Dignified. Got a ghost in hand, he takes him pretty low. Dubstep doing some work here. What is the wingman doing? It doesn't matter because Dizzy takes him down anyways. And Meow get another pistol here on the opening map.
It's a wingman to scan, to search for Dubstep, not to defuse the spike. So that's why it was happening like that. So it spotted Dubstep,
locked onto him,
and it started freaking out. Exactly that. It wasn't there to defuse. This is like the paranoia from Marky there was so well timed. Unfortunately, the follow-up Dizzy from Dizzy actually really screwed them over. And yeah, you can see it. This is wow.
It looks so funny to me. I don't know. To confuse and not to diffuse, it seems. The idea.
You saw Dubstep. He was kind of like wondering what's happening here. Dizzy just comes out.
Am I watching? My man is tripping out, but yeah. B-side that shall be. Oasis can actually find a free kill here. That they do. Nice combo off of that Paranoia too.
Nate as well. Stop them from pushing further. Excuse me. Dizzy, just so much damage. They have to push through this, and even though they did get a couple of kills, it's not going to be enough. That Nate, I thought it was going to be well placed, that it stops Meow from pushing out, but Dizzy somehow manages to string through that and still get all of the kills. 3.
Good reaction here by Meow though. Like, they immediately start breaking that door on towards B-Link, and it makes it so that Kelly can't retrieve the rifle, rather the weapon, safely. And it's kind of this case where, you want to take this mid-link, we're going to take it away from you immediately. Don't let them get that one modicum of control that they've fought for. Now so, Oasis put in a difficult spot here. If they lose this anti-bonus, then they're going to be in a bad place for this opening map.
You can see that Owen Cutie is aware of his position. C was smoked out, but he checks. No one pushes here on B. The fight here between Fall X and Wild Oreo. And Fall X wins with the Spectre. That is unfortunate. Backs away through Mound. Or excuse me, not Mound, but Rubble rather. If he does get spotted out, he still has the setup from Dizzy here with his own Dizzy. It could be something.
I love the setup here. They have the flash, they have the dizzy so much.
Oh,
They
so
throw
close.
it all together. The thrash, actually, not even a dizzy. He does get detained. But the frag does come on in untraded. So still Oasis relatively coming out of that one pretty good.
A great trade for Oasis for sure. Thrash was also expended for that one. Does get a tag, but you can't refund it anymore. So Oasis, their decision is just, again, get a lot more clearance as much as possible. Camera. Not spotted by Dubstep here.
There.
But does that mean that Ionix also knows
30
they're about to
seconds
go in for the swing? Spots out the head, backs away. Showstopper activated, does not connect. That's a Rosa. Dignify gets one. The conversion. No, it's still working for Meow. And it's only 2 players remaining. Marky and Savvy coming in. 18 seconds. Oh, they line up. The damage is huge. Marky, 29, hits the shot. Has a chance. 30 seconds. Needs to plant.
He's got time to work with here. Very low he is. If they spam him, he could be dead. But no, he presents himself to both of them. And the bonus working out here for Meow. The ult by Kelly S too, as you mentioned, kind of rosing it. Almost went through way too far, way too deep. Instead of using the splash up close, I guess with all the smokes in his face, could not really tell where exactly to put his mark. But look at this angle by Fall X early on with a Spectre as well. That's a very ballsy angle to hold in that case, and it works out for them ultimately in the end. Meow have been very impressive. If whatever woes there were of this team, kind of doing this and playing like this against arguably, you know, lesser, higher tiered competition in our tournament, they're doing it to Oasis right now, guys, and there's no excuses.
And I mean, Oasis, I feel like, haven't been making, excuse me, any positional mistakes, right? Their timing, the instinct, the peaks, it's all there. What's unfortunate is Meow, they're just able to counteract it, right? We see the push, as you mentioned, with the 1 versus 1. Fall X is a little bit faster on the Spectre and catches off Wild Oreo here. That's immediately one of the smokers, probably your main smoker down, which reduces the offense here for Oasis. Then the push comes in through that C site. They use as much coverage, and then you see Dubstep whiff a couple of these shots. Aeonix not missing a beat, gets the shot off. Dignify is just so quick with the Sheriff that he even finds another pick. So it's Meow just showing how explosive they can be when they have those little bit of inches to work with.
See how they are able to work with bad hand they deal to themselves. Oh, Kelly S is taking a beating, just trying to get within the site. That's good spam here coming from Owen Cutie. They pivot here towards a C site. Tripwire in his face. No one there to really stop them for the meantime, but Meow are aware, and they're going to prepare for a retake. One that I'm not too sure if Oasis are going to be able to hold, but they're going to have to do something to try and do it.
Yeah, I mean, they have AK to top off Kelly S, so that pinch, I think, is pretty much worth. Ionix coming into the corner right now. Boost spotted. What a flash! Marky's already down. Smoke to give coverage as they push forward. And this is just systematic, as you can see here. The push out. Everybody from Oasis has to fight back, but unfortunately, there's just too many players of Meow still alive. Dizzy even just rampaging through Mound with a Guardian. Picks up the 3K. Meow, excuse me, should be able to pick up another round 11-5.
Albeit, yes, it was against kind of a half buy at best, but the SSGs. But I'm loving it. I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Meow. They aren't one of those teams where a lot of times when you see kind of these more mid-level teams to start off the season and they start stomping on the others, you usually see them kind of skill diffing, out aiming the opposition, but that's not what they're about here right now. They are very systematic in what you mentioned. You saw there as well that they have just commanded respect out of Oasis, and they're using that to really buy space away. I think Oasis here have to stop respecting what control that Meow want to take on those retakes a bit more and fight it within the site, because playing to the hands of Meow here have not been working out.
Sometimes you just need that explosive entry. And I feel like Oasis hasn't really found that impact just yet. Even with Kelly S here, right? Kelly hasn't really found that success whatsoever. He's already used basically everything except for the paint shells. Opening the door, clearing things up. Throwing utility here. And the Trailblazer spot out. Ooh, trap. That could be something if not broken. Ionix. Oh, it's a game of cat and mouse. They're trying to find where the camera is, and Onyx is like, yes, try as you might. You won't get it up until I get very vital information on this retake.
See if it works out here. Fallex, look at his dash on in with the blast packs, but ultimately punished out. He was blind. It's a great counter flash there defensively by Savvy.
Oh
They're
my
at the
God.
util now. While Oreo with a shutdown to 3v4 in Oasis's favor. This is looking a lot more better. Finally landing the shots, isolating these fights. Dignified good for the one. Oasis keep match point away.
Man, what a angry peek there from Dizzy. Just no fear whatsoever. Reckless abandon through the snake bite. Picks it up. Easy pick. But again, as you mentioned, they were able to position so well in time. In Fallex, he got some support with the flash, and he was so ready to go for that contact. Unfortunately, I think he was bamboozled a bit too much. And he just flicked into the nothingness, you know, to a wall, to a box. What the box doing? I don't know.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Sorry. For a second, I had to turn off my air purifier because it started going into a jet turbo engine. I was like, what on earth?
No, it's okay. We live in the Philippines. So it makes sense.
Yeah. We know how the air is. But I think here, though, Oasis, they have this comp set for a kind of a default game, but that just hasn't been working out for them. So now they're just trying to take this fight here towards this mound. Look at all the util. Savvy able to clean up too. I think that's a bit of an overheat here for Meow's defense. And Oasis get the punish.
Onyx around the corner here, playing on the box. But look at the big flags coming in from Dubstep. Dizzy, someone aware of this? Maybe? No, he's not. Dubstep's gotten through, but what a flick from Dizzy! Oh my God! The Cranium Crusher, Dizzy just destroys!
Oh my goodness! He spun his head right round.
Wow.
Takes him down to the noggin. 2v2 here. Snakebite obviously try and keep that upper control for some momentary lapse in time. It's a 2v2 retake here, Asarai.
Savvy's not looking in the right direction. And Fallex spots him. Fallex now in sweep duty. But because Dizzy is the one with him, he has the wingman to start defusing that spike. What a threat. That technically was still a 3 versus 1 in a way, because you knew that he had to clear up the monster that was defusing it. This was such a weird start to the round, but that replay, man. Ooh.
Oh, he's got to be beating himself after that one. The odds favor if Dubstep gets that kill. They probably have a much higher chance of winning the round 3v2. They have control of CT. Just all domino effects into this catastrophe for Oasis. This was Meow's map pick. It's not a bad map by Oasis, but it's one that certainly Meow have found the weaknesses of and are really punishing those openings.
Yeah, the formula too, right? Kelly opening the door, but not deciding to stay anywhere nearby, as he just, again, I think he just wanted to bait any kind of information or rile out of Team Meow here. Oasis looking to go for the pinch. And this pinch actually could go through that B site. Is OAQ going to be ready for this? Viper Pit activated already. Wait, someone's in the pit. Someone's really playing that angry angle. Dignified, what a shot! He still plays with such risk and gets the kill, backs away 4 versus 5.
The gamble of a lifetime, it works out anyways, and confirms while Oreo is still waiting inside his own pit here to try and regain control of this B site. They found the pick off though, so they can play the retake now. Play a bit safer. They got the thrash as well to initiate this retake on the site.
They want to.
Whoa! He gets a dink.
Oh,
he sees him too. Oh my goodness!
Fallex is online. He is just not stopping whatsoever. That does any dunk? No, not at all.
They're on fire.
Yeah, but this Viper Pit is such a strong ability inside close quarter angles. Oh my goodness. The Onyx. Is the time going to be good for it? While Oreo, he's going back to the site. His teammates. Oh no, he's going to have to back away, but the Onyx finds him. 1 versus 4. Savvy AK overwhelmed, destroyed, denied. And that's going to be enough. And Meow will be able to pick up this first map 13-6. What a start in the series.
incredible start here coming from them. Especially in the way that they were able to do it with a 1v... rather not 1v, a 2v4 there. As they're able to settle it, they kind of isolate those fights coming down on the clutch. Fault X, man, opening the door. He gets the dink, and you can see that he can tell that he got that dink because of the pop-up, you know, the UI element that shows when he got it, the animation that comes up, and just everything going their way for that map number 1. Even on the defensive side, ending things off, you know, 7-5 from the first half. The defensive side, which we said will be a lot more difficult, seemed easier, if anything, here for them, and Oasis just could not really fight over the parts of control that they want on the map and win it over, at least successfully.
I feel like unrelenting firepower is one of the key things that really helped out Meow in this situations. It just really boiled down to who was going to be able to catch who the faster, and it just shows. Anyways, let's look at the stats real quick here. What an absolutely bonkers of a first game in that one. I didn't even expect that Dizzy would just hit like 24 kills. I thought it was like Digny or Ionix because they were getting a lot of the impact frags, but Dizzy was also lighting it up off kill cam with those 3Ks when he was just playing on the eco frags.
Oasis, though, I mean, there were some moments here, but they were too far and few between. We saw that, you know, the second round prior to the final one, and it was looking okay for them for the most part, at least in those round wins, but in others it was looking terrible. There was never a moment that Oasis looked great. For the most part, it was always okay at best, and you can't have that when you're Oasis here, especially a team like Meow. Cannot underestimate them. And this season, it might just be all about these two teams who have been dominating the entirety of last year, finally finding their matches. Now us found that with ZOL, and could Meow be the ones to stifle here the run of Oasis and really put a hamper on their record?
I mean, with an 8th first kill or 11th first kills for Meow here, I mean, we'll have to see. In any case, we have the highlights. Yeah,
the 1 to 5, 1 out of 5 post plant holds is exactly what we were talking about right a while ago during the match. When it comes down to that post plant, Oasis just are kind of almost too afraid to try and hold on to the site in a more applicable way, kind of playing outside of it, and that just gives so much more momentum for Meow to retake with.
Well, Oasis is gonna have to start figuring things out in that next the next upcoming map that is going to be split. But man, there were some really iffy rounds here that we saw, honestly, for both teams. Like Meow, they're not perfect at all here. They had a lot of mistakes as well, but I feel like it was just well done because of just how strong the firepower really has been here for Meow.
Yeah, I mean, Meow have definitely impressed us here, and their improvement throughout the season is exactly what we've been looking for. And as we mentioned, kind of having those lesser, higher, you know, ranking teams as some of their first matchups of the regular season can definitely help bolster a team's confidence, but also their play as they get to learn more and then further expand that and evolve as they go on over to some of the other more highly touted and highly known teams. So in this case, you can really tell, but it's not really just that, to be honest, Asura. I think the way that they play here has been super clean. They are up there with any team right now. You look at it, potentially they could go up against teams like ZOL and take them down. Potentially they could go up against teams like Naus and take them down, because right now map number 1 has been good. But what we have seen from Oasis in the past is they are great as well at adjusting mid-series. Mid-map, maybe not so much, but mid-series definitely is the case. We're going to see, guys, as we adjust our show into a break. stunner of an opening map has certainly, I think, shaken us all, exciting as it has been. But for the meantime, we're going to see if Oasis can bring it back into map number 2 here on Split. Today, I am Blacken, not Dax, as earlier was, and with me here is Dash. So how are you doing, Dash?
No. All right. People have been telling me that we do have somewhat similar intonations, cadence, even.
Like young Asarai.
Young Asarai.
2015 Asarai.
No. I was worse in 2015. Probably like year 1 Valorant, year 2 Valorant. Anyways, we're gonna go into Agent Select already here for our next map, which is going to be Split. But you know what? Before that as well, chat, let me know. Do me and Dash sound alike? Yes or no? We'll just put it there.
Do he do, guys? Do he do sound like?
Or do he do not?
Or do he do not? You let us know. But let's go on over to it. Split has to be where Oasis make their stand here, because man, that Lotus looked absolutely brutal for the veteran team. Old Stinky Cat have had a great pick so far in the veto, but will Split be the one where Oasis finally show their true power level?
Is it OSC or Meow that they're taking right now as their name?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
All right. I mean, like it works out, right? Any kind of cat meows, even though it's an old stinky cat, it still meows.
Yeah.
So
be surprised if it barks.
I mean, if you try to hypnotize a cat, maybe they'll bark. Can you hypnotize a cat? That's a question.
I've seen crazier things.
All right. Anyways, real quick, check into the match histories. Meow, even when they were Game Lab Alpha, didn't have the best stats here on Split. So this is a very good time for Oasis to start really ramping things up and showing what they've got on the second map. 5 into third. Ooh, big damage with the nade already.
Luckily, they got the regrowth here on the Savvy. Rather, on the Dignified, from Dignified. Ramps, will they really fight for it? I like this deep smoke by them to establish control early of that Ramps position.
Oh, big damage. Ooh. Indeed, as everybody here from Meow starting to just push into the site. 3 players now coming into A main. Ionix holding the flank for the moment. I do like the call here from Meow to push all the way onto spawn while Oreo spotted. Everyone else flanking. Ionix could not deal with Marky, and that's flank done. Dignified in the rest, trying to push up. There's the flash, while Oreo is still fully blinded. Both of them actually blinded, and look at this. Great support whatsoever, and Owen Cutie. Oh, he's in a world of hurt, but Dizzy's helping him out with the 2K.
No way, Dizzy! I am speechless! What am I watching? Only in the VCT. Dizzy, a triple for him. Out of nowhere in the quad just to close out another opening pistol, and Meow are perfect so far. 3 of 3 in the opening pistols here of this series.
Man, where did that come from Dizzy? Absolutely stellar performance. Probably should be seeing that in a replay soon right after. This is his first team, by the way. What a pickup here for Team Meow.
He's making me a fan of this squad. Dizzy and Dignified have been exemplary throughout the regular season. If we were giving out awards, I would give them out to the Dunkin' Donuts. I would give them out to these 2 guys for some of the most well-improved newer players we've had on this season.
Man, just imagine what can happen once we're done with the splits and we're already looking at playoffs. But I'm just like speculating and stuff. Anyways, it's too early in the second map to even talk about that. Anyways, Meow, they've gone for the 1-3-1 split as 3 players looking to just drop down here on ropes, explode onto that A site. And they are calling for a bit of backup, rotating that spike all the way to Ionix, hovering somewhere here on A main. What's kind of interesting here, Black and Blue, is they've left Fall X by himself. No flash from Dignify whatsoever. He's going to have to do this all by himself as they start to creep up on ramps here.
Pushing up towards A. It is free for the taking for him. The Fall X can try to get another here. Potentially lurking in from that vent. Paint shells will simply isolate the fight, but merely delay them for a bit. It's a full retake to come in from Oasis.
That's a very big use of utility. He's trying to just go push through the smoke. And that's what we call the Meow Grinder. Going in, Fallex is like 20 HP. Got to be careful not to lose that Bulldog, but his teammates execute and get that second round for Team Meow. Smoke play was kind of fancy there from Oasis.
A valiant effort, but when you kind of filter yourselves into a single funnel there, well, you can see the results. Well, they didn't really have much options in the first place anyways. But Oasis, okay, I mean, not a round they were expected to win, but this one has to be different. Where do we see that intricacy that Oasis have established throughout the past 3-4 years? Where are we going to see that cohesiveness that they have been so accustomed to playing with?
Yeah, known for. Absolutely, right? Again, expecting something like that from a team that has been just together for such a exorbitant amount of time. In any case here, Meow, the up-and-comers, I mean, in a sense, right? We've seen them from last year. Open qualifier team, but has been present in VCT since last year. In any case, Meow here going again for that same play that they did last round, but now with some somewhat better weapons. Oasis not yet rotating to the aggression because they might be thinking it's a fake. There's a lot more forces here on B, but A side is exposed and it will be pressed here by Meow instantaneously.
Oh, clever cage there. Isolate them. Dubstep gets the one. That's good spam coming from him, but Fallex finding the opportunity as Savvy AK was preoccupied with it. Another goes to Fallex's favor, and Dubstep in a very difficult spot here. He's going to get pinched within the back sight. It's 4v2 now. Kelly, yes.
Ouch.
And find the cleanup. He's trying to force his way in the elbow, but they've got other things to say here, Meow. And another bonus to convert. That they do. Meow are just on a roll, and they are tearing Oasis apart.
That they do. Dubstep was holding as much as he can at the back of the site. Savvy was trying to assist, but didn't really realize how close Meow was to him. With that Trailblazer being used to maybe scan or even threaten a stun. I don't know what was happening there. Maybe a miscommunication between the both of them, but definitely a big enough error that it allows, as you mentioned, Meow to get into this great bonus. And Oasis slapped down in terms of economy, only going to be able to purchase up these Sheriffs.
As a Cypher that uses that exact cam Dubstep's using, but with a slightly different lineup, I am sometimes afraid of seeing it in the VCT. Because we've had many rollbacks due to Cypher cams and barriers. So we continue on.
I've been hearing, yeah.
We'll continue on for the meantime. Dizzy here.
Just a peek?
Yep, gets the one to bail out of this if it gets too dicey.
Not ready yet.
Decides to stick for two, but I mean, got the kills he needed.
Yeah, they wouldn't even like dare to pick up that weapon because they were so afraid that Meow was going to be somewhere nearby. But Meow, you know, they're a step ahead here as they just say, you know what, it's fine. Let them pick up that rifle if ever. Push up into the site already. Plant that spike down, and Dubstep just charging out. Reckless abandon. Not waiting for his teammates, and the rest of them, as they fall into the site, will just fall into the paws, into the claws of Meow.
Early timeout. I wouldn't be against the idea. If they lose this next round, if it goes 5-0, absolutely a time to call for it. Oasis have to wake up here. Perhaps a bit too early for him. Perhaps just stunned at the level of play Meow are capable of. Either way it might be. Have not been looking like their signature selves just yet. Even with this double controller setup, just not being able to do much to stop the onslaught that Meow deliver.
I think it's just the lack of willingness here for Oasis to get more of that mid control. But they got mid control that last round, but that was just a Sheriff round. Or again, a save round here for Oasis. We haven't really seen them actually swing out for fights at all when they have, again, you know, players or agents such as that Sky. Sure, you don't really have the rechargeables anymore, but you got to be a lot more proactive with the guiding lights. You have to threaten Meow here because if you think about it here, Black and Blue, they've been just rotating every single time without any form of punishment from Oasis whatsoever.
Yeah, what a good read here by Meow as well. They're able to you know, be very perceptive in dissecting up these sites and where the defense is. Dubstep's good for the one. He doesn't survive that, obviously, but I mean, he's done his job. FallX is an even bigger part of this puzzle now.
Look at the Onyx. Oh, they don't even know this is going to be coming. Oh, FallX is going to make so much damage. Happened, but the Onyx with the flank, the push out. No stun though. Ooh, gets away.
All the oohs and ahs here. Incredible stuff has been happening with Savvy running and gunning him down. It comes down to the 1v1, but luckily Owen Cutie is there to spice up and end out this this round of the first half. 5-0. Flawless so far from Meow. Timeout has to be coming here.
Man, the
for
double
Oasis.
duelist. Absolutely. There it is. It had to come in like last round, to be honest. FallX and Dizzy. The dynamic duo of Meow. Yeah, Dubstep was able to get that first pick, but in all honesty, the TTK was very short or very long, so that he couldn't really reposition out of the oncoming showstopper from FallX. And FallX, dude, he had like a flick on heaven that got a very quick second follow-up kill. What an absolutely explosive player FallX truly has been. And this puts, again, a dent on Oasis. Back to the drawing board they go. And just looking into it, they might have some weapons to buy up into this round, but they might even save just to make sure that they have all of everything that they need for that next one, too.
Meow here have been doing such a good job of really kind of reading the defense time and time on over. We saw that on Lotus. We're seeing more of that here on Split, even where there's even less kind of opportunities for Oasis for Meow to kind of lurk up into, and yet they're still able to do it. And the Onyx has been such a great cipher and such a great lurker here on the roam game for Meow. Even on Lotus, when he is on the opposing side of the map, he doesn't just wait like many Sentinels do. He actually tries and push up slowly but surely and safely to try and gain some passive space for his team to rotate into if they ever do get stuck up on a choke.
Spotted already by Marky. Quick smokes and everything. They can't really press the situation, but they will try to do so. Here it comes. Seeker's coming in as well. Oh, what the wise wing for Marky, almost catching up FallX, but he distracts so well. Waldorio though, 2, 3, could go for the 4th, but unfortunately loses all of the bullets. Oh my god! Okay, he runs away.
Okay, he's out. He makes it safely. They can TP all the way here towards A. Obviously lets the Neural Theft ping first. Never mind, the second one confirms he's there. There's a cam right above him as well, but they will get the spike down here. Kelly S is first on the scene though. One bullet. Oh, that gives him away.
I mean, he still has position. It's still a 2 versus 2. Might as well double up with his teammate, right? With Dubstep.
Yeah.
Use that numbers to their advantage, but Onyx, yeah, he's holding A main. The crossfire's right there. There's no more utility here except for the nade. Actually, no, Dubstep has a smoke. He can use this for them to cross up. Time. Spots out the A main player. Owen Cutie. They're not challenging him. They're going around him. Are they going to just face Onyx? Do they even know Owen Cutie's at the back of the site? The flank is going to come in. The backstab.
So good.
The fight.
They're playing this
so
so
the
right.
pinch. One more, no time. Bang.
Oh, execution at the end there, Asarai. He goes down with a spike, but any good captain would go down with a ship anyways. 6-0 on the attacking side, and Meow have been looking flawless as their score reflects.
Did they think that Owen Cutie might have actually rotated around for Heaven? I mean,
it's possible.
Yeah. They tried to deal with Onyx, sure, but I mean, he's at such a far angle with jiggle spots for him to keep safe with the pop shots coming out from Oasis. That was, I feel like, not the best approach for Oasis in that situation.
That's to say the very least. It's been a curious case here for them so far. Look at that shot from Wild Oreo. That's a good way to start things off. They needed these type of opening first bloods to fall their favor. Just hasn't been, but it's a different case now. Still Onyx. If he gets a pick off here, Neural Theft would definitely benefit Meow's attack.
Get him.
truly. Well and truly here. Oasis still has money to work with. Well, Oreo so close to the case. Savvy's jump spawning for him too, right behind. Guiding light for a little bit of that information. And Wild Oreo, he's got a position here. All X, though, is just too ferocious, too quick, and too on point with his shots. It's just so difficult for Oasis to deal.
Satchel out.
I know exactly where.
They have the ult finally here. Kind of gather that information. Good chime in from Kelly, yes. Just to try and find a pick-off, just to try and equalize the odds just a bit.
30 seconds left.
Finding proper timing as well before that neural theft went on out here. You can see Marky trying to fake out the defense rather than the offense and where he could be positioned, playing in that back alley. Dubstep's trying to swing for him as well. Marky, good one there. As Dubstep falls, Marky's still staying alive, but he doesn't stay for long. It's now on to Kelly, yes, who does clear out the corner in the Onyx, but it came so close. 1v1, and Kellyus is low.
You can see Owen Cutie trying to just find everything. That smoke is perfect for Owen Cutie here. But again, it does allow Kelly S to get close and personal. But he's second-guessing himself. He thinks that it's going to be the wraparound from Owen Cutie, and that's not really a bad call. But Kelly spots it and gutted. 3 kills for Owen Cutie, and Team Meow keeps the 7-0 or the no-round Oasis going and not even stopping.
Wow. Who plays that angle too, right? In a case of that, in a case like that, it's luckily for him, Kellyus is as well, which makes it a lot more viable too. Who plays there in a post plant like that? Kellyus never expected it. Thinking it could be B main, thinking it could be towards the alley, or even just wrapping around the pillar.
That's
none
the power
of the
of the
above,
smoke.
unfortunately. Yep.
Power of smoke for you. Marky repositioning. I think he just wanted to make some noise here. Fallex, is he aware of the off angle? This could be a really strong peek out for Marky. Savvy 8K now has a pop flash set up. This could be huge once they start pushing in, but is this the optimum angle? We'll have to see in a bit. Man, what a cut of noise from both teams. Oh my god, the flag coming in from Owen Cutie. If he actually commits to that one, would have been sick. Here comes the peek out. Savvy AK trying to explode, not going to happen. Does find one. Unfortunately, that was going to be Fall X, so Dizzy will get the heal coming up from that regrowth from his teammate, Dignified.
You know, Oasis are really struggling here with getting the read on Meow on where things could be happening. And now that Savvy has also gone down, then you're not going to be able to infer and gather much more information. See if Marky can find one here. Guiding Light does get him blind, but he's in a safe spot. Kelly, yes, good for the one here. They're shutting them down on the opening entry. This is where Oasis have to finally get around. They should be able to. And there it is. Finally one on the board.
Yeah, again, this is one of those rounds where they finally get themselves that impact due to just the traps that they're setting up. Not the Cypher traps, but rather the tandem traps, you know? A lot more of those confidence peaks after the flashes, I think, is just a big lack of plays that we've seen for Oasis. That was the first time I think we've seen any one of those happen. And I think Meow, Old Stinky Cat, will try to play around that if they can, because Oasis, once they realize this and start employing it a lot more, there's a lot of things that Meow will have to be a lot more afraid of, aware of, at least cautious of, moving forward in these rounds.
And there's something we've kind of gathered based on just watching this game, and also our group chat for us casters, that the Galaxy side are noticing as well, wherein, you know, with the comp now that Oasis run, which has been kind of their comp for quite a while, and them still sticking to this, they are super dry for info now. Especially that in the first place, the Sky was already a pretty dry info agent. You don't get a hard scan, you don't get hard true information, you don't know how much exactly are there, but much less so now that those guiding lights don't refresh. And so you can see that that's part of the reason, a large reason, why Meow have been so good at adjusting and finding their way into these sites, because Oasis are just unaware where the brunt of the forces, for the most part, are going to be.
From what happened, from Sky being the best all-around initiator to her being a lot more akin to the likes of, I would say, like a Breach and KO, where it's all about the flash into a play, right? You just don't flash just for that contact. Anyways, whoop, Full X.
What?
He went over. All right.
He went over.
All right.
A bit too low.
No one here.
Yeah,
On
high
site.
heels.
He got high heels.
Yeah. True.
He's got a 40 centimeter vertical. Is that high? I don't know.
Perhaps. No, not at all.
Centimeter.
Maybe for never mind. I won't be mean. It's Lord's Day.
It's
Move
the
on over.
Lord's Day.
It's a Sunday.
I am Lord, yes.
Lord Asterai's Day. Meow here. They do have the site, but they're having a bit of trouble actually getting to a spot to plant down, waiting for the smoke to regen, and now they'll attempt.
Big flashes, though. Yonix still somehow manages to find a pick here. Oh, Dizzy with the blades exposes the head of Savvy 8K as Yonix comes in for the pinch, leaving Moriki and Dubstep to get closer. Mikey finds one. Coming around the corner, this is going to have to go big, but Moriki saves the round. Dubstep denies Ionic coming in from heaven, and another round for Oasis after, again, a weird push from Meow. But Oasis not going to let that go unpunished.
Good retake, though, here. Coming from Oasis, and the shutdown on Fall X towards Hell really kind of helped push that endeavor even forward. The backside kind of control coming from that alley, benefiting them for sure. Dizzy here, just no fear as well. He gets the one, knows that Savvy is in a prime spot for him to find, and that he does, but Oasis here, seemingly looking a lot more stable these past 2 rounds. Can they keep it up?
All right. I mean, they are starting to break the economy here of the team slowly but surely. The dog? Yikes! Actually spots out the Onyx. Wait, Kelly has to commit the showstopper? He did. Onyx, just go down to the floor. You are absolutely smacked. Oh my gosh, I love how Oasis did this.
He tried, but he died.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I don't think that's overkill. That's absolutely the thing you want to happen right now, because you do not want Aeonix to reposition and survive. You want that -1 as quickly as you can when Meow has been dictating the rotations in this first half for the longest time. So good call here, I would say, for Oasis.
For sure. An ult for First Blood when they need it very desperately. That is super value here. Marky off the spam as well. He takes Dizzy down, and things are looking so difficult right now here for Meow to finally get themselves going in this round. And it's Oasis who have shown on up and
30 seconds left.
Actually done good work in these past few. Fall X might be able to actually use this angle against Marky. The Viper wall being put on up.
20 seconds. Oof. That is looking a bit rough, but hold on. Fall X did get a bit of control on Heaven. Not going to happen now. Digny, 1 versus 3, 1 on the side, hampered by Savvy 8K. He does not have the time to convert this, but he does. No way he's going to be able to plant that spike. Dubstep swinging around. Shuts down Envy, but that was too close for a comfort. The newcomer from Team Meow showing that he's got claws when he's alone.
I can't believe it. Dignified here. It's right in his name. Absolutely has to put respect to his game. You can see the wide swing he had on Savvy for that first fight. He just completely pop-inned him. And then he swings on over to take down the guy from Heaven. Look at this. Wide swing while Oreo follows suit. Know exactly where to put it. Fortunately here, Dubstep has the upper hand after the immediate plant. And Meow. How do they make these rounds possible? That started a 3v5, mind you.
Goes there. Yes.
I honestly have no idea. We unfortunately weren't able to see most of the attacking side from them. I just knew that Full X was just trying to make as much contact as possible. Okay, this is a little bit too hot-headed for Team Meow. The traps overwhelming. Kalias with the nades supplementing. And this is just Team Meow might be overheating as well as they lose both of their duelists. They're hoping to maybe get that big little contact, but nothing will come of it, and they're back to the drawing board once again as they're stuck here outside of A main for the time being.
Oh my goodness. Oasis here, they've woken on up, and as you mentioned, a bit too hot for Meow to handle.
Last round
Kind of
before
going
the
a bit
switch.
gung-ho. Assumingly kind of charged up by the recent performances and recent individual kind of moments. But
Yeah.
can't get too overconfident. This is still Oasis you're talking about.
Absolutely, right? So, that being said, Oasis, stellar comeback into these rounds, able to string a couple of them together, and I think it's Team Meow as well, starting to just go for the call of executing a default onto the side, which they haven't really done in the rounds that they were successful on. So this is a lot more concerning, I think. And Oasis is, again, not really shying away from this kind of approach because they're a lot more accustomed to it, and you can see that happen. Now with Kelly S having himself that operator, there's a lot more solo potential that he has with this. That's why you're seeing Oasis gravitate a whole lot more to the A main position or the A site position.
Right here. Meow looking to further progress into kind of this A heaven pinch from the ramps and the vents. No one there to really stop them. I'm not sure if they meant to click on the rope, but Oasis know this is coming here. Be careful about holding onto this back part of heaven. They can get flushed out if they're not careful. Bolek's trying to make his way on towards the site. Marky, good shutdown there. Wild Oreo, the controller, is here from Oasis, doing good work, and Oasis really stifling up the push here, coming from Meow. It's all on a dignified, but in this case, he shall not bring it back again. Oasis, at the tail end of the first half, keep the game within reach.
Yeah, that was a very well-needed couple of rounds there. Marky holding an angle. Look at this. X was about to actually transition to him, but then I think he set its sights on the distraction that Oasis have done, pushing outside of screens, giving Marky enough time to whip out the weapon and get the catch-off, which is absolutely huge when you're thinking about if Marky falls, that's going to be the entirety of the A site submitted or well taken by Meow.
Meow. Gotta rename themselves to Bark soon, because they'll be gaining a lot of fans after this one. A lot of hounds, the way they've been hounding at Oasis, but Oasis now on the attacking side. Damage done here on Dizzy, but mostly from the decay. Ah, she didn't connect. I thought Fallex, rather Kelly S, got a body shot there.
Kelly's alone on A. And the rest of Oasis, are going to B. They should know about this, but I feel like... Okay, the Kelly has the perfect flank timing right now. I mean, you can see that Fallex is aware of it, but it's a little bit too slow from Kelly. So this is going to be effectively a 5 versus 4 for the time being, while again, Kelly S is just waiting for someone that was not really there lurking on A.
They have to stall right now, Oasis. That has to be the game plan, to let Kelly actually have an effect on this hold that we got here. Marky, he's trying to fight them, but look at Meow. There's no holds barred. They're rushing into the site. They take it swift and very cleanly for the most part. Only losing Dizzy. Here comes in now the flank from Kelly S, but they bought enough time here with that snake bite.
Oh, there it is. That's the perfect amount of bait time that they want to do for. And you're absolutely right. Oasis, what a delay of time, delay of the clock. And man, they just could not find any luck to work with that one. Wild Oreo, he had the smoke as well as the snake bite. Well placed for the post plan. So even though there was some effective starting frags for Meow, as long as they couldn't find Kelly S and Wild Oreo that was delaying for Kelly S, it was definitely still a very doable round for Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, Oasis lost 2 there, but those 2 who went down, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's Marky and Savvy AK. If they stayed there and died to it, that's completely fine, because it literally was all for the one factor of having Kelly S have enough time to get back into the fight, and that was very well done, considering Meow just simply rushed into that site once they sent off their retake. They had no hesitations about it. Luckily, the snake bite on Wild Oreo bought them just the right amount of time for that to come into effect. But Oasis on their attacking side, is actually also a side that they are very, very capable on, and Wild Oreo starts things off with a pick.
Here.
Nope. Push-outs just yet, though, from Oasis. FallX hiding himself onto the corner. If he peeks out, there's like 3 people waiting for him. They play like a fiddle. Dignified finds one with the Marshall. Flashes out. Contact has to be absolutely accurate or bust. And while it's going to be the latter, Dizzy coming around the backs of sight, or rather in front of the site with the classic. What is he going to do? Absolutely nothing. And Owen Cutie.
Left.
Does he check?
Spike planted.
Right beside each other. Oh my god, he loses the bullets. Connects the second, not the first. Dubstep flicks for the round win, equalizing 7-7.
Here's a stat for you. In the past 10 games Oasis have played, they've actually had a higher percent win rate here on the attacking side. So hopefully, if that historically holds true, and they're gonna need it because now right now up in the series, bonus for them. Now Oasis coming into this, if they're able to do the same as Meow has to them and continue the momentum from those opening 2 rounds of a half into a bonus win, then that would definitely be one way to kick things off and would actually be their first lead of this entire series.
That's a very good point. And I feel like the same woes for Meow here is they're not really willing to go for the fight just yet. Because, I mean, it's also utility lost if you commit it and there's no kill that you get. They're probably just waiting for a bit of that contact first. Ionix, he's doing the work for both him and Owen Cutie in terms of securing that B main and Heaven. Yeah, sure, Owen Cutie is right there, but he's playing off of the camera if he can. Did he spot Envy though? That's the question. Dog is there. Dubstep finds the pick onto Dizzy. The swing up from FallX. And he needs to follow up. No, just backing away. And look at this. Oasis going unscathed, unscattered. Start pushing up. And now they're rotating to B as they have that 4 versus 5 advantage.
Look at all these trips, though, in their face. Luckily, Wild Orio's crawling up, so he's going to spot out one. One way here is very effective. Love to see it. Love to always make it work. But Kelly, yes, has somehow bypassed that there, coming in. Able to go around, and they've taken the site control for the most part. Oasis looking pretty good once more on this bonus of all things. 4v3.
Ooh, big flash. Really big flash. Flank disrupted. FallX activated. And Dubstep alone. He has to swing out. Does get a sick flick on FallX, but when the spike is on default, he had to go a whole lot deeper.
Good shooting here, but unfortunately the lurk game, it's only been 3 rounds, but just hasn't been as effective yet, at least on that bonus. We'll see when the actual gun round comes on in. Good effort by Dubstep though. He gets a connection there. Unfortunately, there was one holding right under him, so almost impossible to flick and trade that. You get a double there. The Oasis, they were dismantled by a single flash there coming from Dignified.
Yeah,
that's not great. You need an anti-flash player in that case.
Unfortunately, I think it was Savvy, right? But he was caught pushing through B main, shut down by Ionix. And look at this 3-stack. Is that Nate gonna catch anybody? Even the trip? Oh, just the trip, but still the 3-stack in here for FallX and Owen Cutie. Oh, that's a separation right there.
Good smoke out. Kind of sending a message that, hey, vent is what we want to address right now. But they're being patient with it too. They're not just gung-hoing.
Yeah. And that was already such a big utility utilized here by Meow. And then Oasis was like, they used everything in a span of like 2 seconds. We waited a little bit, forced them to go retreat into their own side of the spawn, and then we're going to start pushing in.
You mentioned here, finds a pick, neural theft as well. That's exactly the timing that he needs. Great timing there, because a few seconds earlier, it would have been FallX to accompany Owen Cutie, but now he's found the A site here for Oasis. Exactly what they need to get back going in this half.
Cannot convert. Dignified still gets the pick. Savvy 8K holding true. Marky's been doing Oasis's work here to keep alive Dignified! Oh my goodness, almost to take down onto Marky. Dizzy by himself, 2 stack here on ramps. He's going to be clearing the first one out, but he's not aware that while Oreo was there to pick up the slack and just get another round here for Oasis.
Nice find there by Dubstep. Finally really kind of making his mark, making his presence felt rather. Bit of an overheat here obviously at the end, but the rest of Oasis is able to pick up off of his information. It's kind of baited out by the sound cue. But that's exactly what you need off of your Cypher, off of your lurk. You have to take that space passively while not giving away too much when the team is on the opposing side of the map. Because when they do have to pivot, if they're stuck at a choke like Oasis was there in mid and B, then now they have something to work with. And that's why they were able to go A.
That's truly, well and truly broken the economy here for Meow. As you can see, there still is, you know, that threat from Fall X, and I feel like teams have really started to respect the threat even on eco rounds like this with the showstopper. Anyways, Seeker's going to be used here on mid with the flash to clear things on the angle. Here we go. The push out from Kelly S. Anybody inside of the site? It's actually 2. But they will be dealt with quite quickly.
Oh, Snake Bite here. To keep him from trying to dip into this fight. Alex, can he actually find this? He does. Tripwire will be there, but only momentarily. Single shot. He's actually able to keep him away. Oh, you see Dubstep trying to be wary of somebody coming in from that elbow. He actually gets a dink, but cannot confirm. Dignified here, maybe fishing for one, but hey, they only lose Savvy, and that ain't too bad as Oasis have taken their first lead of the series.
And this is well and truly a big occasion, or not occasion, excuse me, but a big turning point here for Oasis, as they have been looking. All right.
Getting married.
Oh, guys, for the first time in forever, I got my first round lead. No, my bad. It's very big moment right now for Oasis. All right, that was what I was trying to describe. All right. Anyways, as I mentioned, really big stuff here for Oasis. Trying to look like they're gonna try to mosey on their way to A, while Meow have been slowly creeping up on B main. No control in mid whatsoever. No control here on Heaven. It's all that A main. Everybody just exited. Wait, it's a battle of the showstoppers, and Fall X comes out on top. 2 with the boom, and 1 with the shots. My God, Fall X. When you think that Oasis was going to strike back, Meow, they just have something left in their paws. Ooh, ooh boy.
Fall X, the hero they needed. And Oasis, an ace here goes to Fall X as they are the victim. Superman flying up high, and he strikes him with a big laser beam down below, and Oasis stunned and shocked at what just happened.
I mean, that was just out of nowhere. You could see Oasis wasn't even anticipating that, because they already let Kelly S loose into the site. They were probably expecting, they're just going to back away. They're going to be afraid. But no. Fall X.
Cage triggered.
Again, Meow letting him do what he wants. Dizzy's been a force to be reckoned with, sure. But Fall X, he was the first one here. And he shows why he's still here with the team. Gets another pick onto Dubstep, lurking. Kelly S gets the pick, refrag in kind. Marky trapped around the corner, might need to either try to step away or smoke himself off.
You'll see here Kelly S trying to push on towards it. Dizzy finds a pick in retaliation. Oasis now in a very difficult spot. 2v4. Meow just have everything going their way as of the moment. The neural theft doesn't really help their odds either here, Oasis. They know exactly where they're holding. They're gonna have to find some way to shoot themselves out of this one, but this standoff is gonna go and flip its head in Meow's favor. 10-9 in the quick lead that Oasis were able to hold was only for a brief moment.
I mean, it's still neck and neck.
This goes here.
Right? But it truly well has been
This is a nice spot.
a show that Fallex is bringing everyone here free of admission. All you have to do is get shocked and awe. 23 kills, 16 deaths, and 6 assists. Man is on a mission.
He has been tearing it up. Dizzy has been a great player, not just with his utility, but also in the fragging department as well. We've grown accustomed to seeing him on that Gecko. It's been his comfort pick so far, but he's definitely capable of making it happen on the Jet, on the duelist role. Oasis now fighting and vying for this B site. The brawl continues here within it. They do get the plant down for the meantime. 5v5 retake.
Welcome to my world.
Viper Spit activated already here. Is going to be quite the ultimate to get through. You can see everyone from Oasis, except for Dubstep, is playing inside this. It's all about this hard contact that they're going to try to do here. Pop shots coming in from everywhere, and Dignified comes in, a man on a mission. He's not going to fall behind. Fallex gets the pick. Dubstep being chased down to the ends of the earth, does fight back. Still 3 players holding inside. These smokes providing coverage. Time ticking down. They have to start defusing. But Oasis is holding on so exceedingly well. No more time. Oh, and Cutie say goodbye, because here comes the spike explosion. 10 to 10. And Oasis, they're not done. They equalize and they fight back.
Nicely done here by Oasis. That was looking so dangerous for so long there, especially with Dignified finding 2 going unresponded, untraded. But I really do think Dubstep finding those 2 kills here from the choke and landing those 2 shots were what saved them in that round. Without that, then their hold would have been broken. If B main was taken away, then backside would have been taken away, which means Oreo would have been taken down, which means he wouldn't have been able to throw the snake bite into it, and everything would have crumbled from there. So good job keeping alive. I mean, arguably, maybe the neural theft wasn't needed at the end. There was no time anyways, but you take what you can, and Oasis, they're happy with that.
Poison's off.
And I mean, it still is a 10 to 10. So every bit of round that you can pick up right now, when it's this close to ending. Oh, that okay. I thought you were like.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I thought a different.
What? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
On forward. We are on split. And a bit of a banana split so far on this map. Things equalize now. Oh, Savvy doesn't actually clear out the corner to Dizzy's. Well and soon.
It was just a ruse.
Yeah.
Gonna call him back though. Savvy's just okay. Dizzy's got spotted already. He got tagged somewhat. The tripwire not really placed at the entryway here on A main, or excuse me, B main.
30 seconds left.
This is the push out. If they push through this, there could be something. What a nade though from Fallex. It's going to stop them from pushing in or planting the spike, at least for the moment. Dubstep does find one. That's a bit of a greedy push out from Ionix trying to get a catch off, but Owen Cutie, as he comes in for the swing, actually was the pinch play that they were hoping for. And as the dust settles, Dubstep alone once again. Time, 10 second Fallex. That's a death sentence right then and there. Dubstep couldn't really do too much.
Meow. Still holding on to the lead here. Has to be painful for Oasis. Another eco. Their economy has been broken time on over. They live in the third world and they're staying in it right now, as Meow are the ones who are thriving here. Second timeout of regulation called by Oasis, their final one. If they go to overtime, maybe another, but they want to keep match point away as much as possible.
I mean, they're broke essentially here. What could be a saving grace is, again, Oasis, they start to just be uber aggressive once they're on that weaker buy. So that could catch off Meow here. I mean, there's still a bit of time left, right, on this tack pause that they've done. But I mean, unless it's something special that happens. This is looking to be that 10 to 12 already. Map and series point for Team Meow.
10 to 11, as you mentioned. I mean, how do you even do it in an eco like this? You have two options. You either kind of go gung-ho and just try and rush a site, or they play that default look for picks, perhaps. At least Kelly S can find one by. I mean, you know, in these cases, even though it's preference, I would say a hero, you kind of want a Vandal instead, because the rest of your teammates are no armor, and that one shot to the head can really make a difference, I think, sometimes. At range, especially.
I will go the other direction. I feel like because Kelly S is the Raze, and he has the satchel to get closer, he wants to have that efficacy, you know, the efficiency of just being able to spray transfer in closer distances, since he's already here on ropes. Yeah, fair. True. I still do like the Vandal more, but I try to be a Phantom connoisseur from time to time, but I just can't really hit shots with
I think
the
you're
thing.
just a hipster, that's right.
No, I have more Vandal skins than I
You and your
do
hat.
Phantom, alright?
White hat on cast. Forward facing. Rounded cap.
What is
Yeah.
this about? Dizzy, though, just backs away. Could get bombarded, though, but Dubstep just runs out. All right, into smoke we go. Kelly S finds... Oh, there we go. See?
There's a Phantom. There's a Phantom. It's finding its mark. It's a 3v3 still, though. Kelly S doing some work here with the hero. He was one that they finally found at the right moment. But Fallex, you want to talk about raises? Well, Fallex has got something to say.
Ouch. This is still a 2 versus 1, by the way.
You have to be an ace.
Yeah. Kelly's already low in HP. I like that. That was a pretty sick bait play. So he thought Aeonix was already right under, or went under. Tried to look to the left. Fallex was just a hair, a second too fast, and just couldn't really deal with that one. But this, look at this. All right. Not implying as well, you know, that it's only the Phantom that allowed Kelly S to do that. It's because it's Kelly S, right? That takes up the 3K. But Phantom makes it easier for him to spray transfer like a madman.
It definitely does, especially when he was blind for that second kill. Works out in his favor. Fallex. 28 kills to his name. Definitely not a fall from grace just yet. He is rising. He is ascending right now into a higher plane of existence, into a higher level of play. And Oasis, can they even match that level? Can they meet them at the peak? Operator out now here for Dizzy.
He's just waiting. Challenge me. Okay. Marquee is just hovering on market. No want or needed to go to garage.
On market? You mean?
Yeah. I mean, Marquee on market with his favorite pet, the meerkat.
No, this stuff.
No. All right.
Shut up, Asarai. Now I can actually say it while you're shut up, Asarai. We go on over here in the B heaven.
You started this. Anyways, yeah.
They do have the Seekers, though. To seek and sneak.
I thought we were over this. Anyways, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
I mean, if they doesn't spot the operator in the hands of Fallex, this could be a really bad time for Marquee. Savvy's already founded Fallex here. Oh, sorry, that was Dizzy that was holding the operator. Excuse me, but this allows them to start rotating into the other side. Rope has been heard, so Aeonix as well as Dignified will be holding this A main angle for the meantime. Dubstep holding on A main. Gets a lot of impact. Gets the one frag. Crossing in. Owen Cutie tries to convert. Unfortunately, not going to happen. And this turns into a 3 versus 1. Dizzy had to give up the operator for the rifle right now, as he needs that bit of extra rate of fire in this clutch.
Yeah, if you can't find a pick, I would suggest just not go for it. You know, try and maybe pick up the op back again. Try and get an opportunity to actually use that. Unfortunately, it doesn't come because he was just in a part of the map that they didn't even bother to go to. I wonder if Oasis kind of had a read there that there could be an op on the opposing side, looking at the economy here of Meow. But that's a good pick here. Good pick off of a round for Oasis, and they actually were playing those trades out I really think that Savvy there kind of saved them that round, as that heaven push was looking pretty dicey. Paranoia connected, but luckily he gets the opening first blood off the swing. Allows Oasis to flood towards A and gives them a real chance here of overtime.
And what's even more impressive about that is just, again, how well they were able to realize that the call to just rotate while Dubstep was holding A main, just get those 5 forces. The 5 players of Oasis stacked up was just so much for Meow to handle. And here's the thing as well. Dizzy committing to the operator might not have been the best call, because look at the values right now for Meow. He does have the blades though, so he can at least play with that. Maybe drop like 1 player at least, but this is a round where Meow will be very much starved for, I think, the better weapons. And they do realize that too here with the buys.
That goes there.
The buys, their first MegaSaver now, Asurai. Don't forget.
I mean, buy also means friends, so you know.
Yeah, they are the friends now.
Oh my god, he just charged out!
He's anti-air right now. Shutting down Kelly S mid-air with the blades. That is accuracy at its finest.
What?
To the head, too.
I mean, sure, if you're a fast enough reaction aimer like Dizzy, that's going to be something that you can make use of. And he absolutely well damn did. While Oreo.
Well damn diddly did.
Yeah. Diddly doodly doodly. Well, howdy there, neighborly. Oh, okay. Hello, neighbors. What am I doing? What is happening? There it is, the conversion once again for Team Meow. Are they going to push through this? There's too many players, but the smoke precipice catches them off guard. Marky and Savvy explode. 2 versus 2. It's Ionix and Dignified. Very far apart from each other. And the call is to back away, thinking that it is going to be that rotation on B. But Oasis, they place themselves well on the other side.
They're going for the flank instead.
30 seconds left.
It's ultimately not going to really matter too much, as they're not playing on towards that ramps position. Shadows be within the sight for the most part. But great push up there by Savvy. Kind of kicking into his duelist routes, pushing up forward into those cages and actually finding a pick, allowing Marky as well to swing off of him into Dizzy, giving them a real chance. They do have the reposition here off of Marky's ult, but Ionix, if he can find a body, Neural Theft would be good, but he's pathing himself in a position where that won't happen.
Digny has a Spectre. Oh no, the timing is well off. He still somehow survives. Oh my goodness,
winnable.
What a big Digny! Sinkers right in the gullet of Marky. He had 5 HP, and now he's basically handed the round to Meow. I was about to say he lost, but no, he didn't. He won. He clutched. And this is going to be a 2-0 series for Stinky Cat or Meow.
After Marky found that pick on the Cypher there on Ionix, I thought he could have had this round. I thought that was going to be it. I assumed that the 5 HP wouldn't be enough, but somehow he gets the double there, Dignified. He sticks it to his face, as you mentioned, and I guess a double dink or just good damage, immediately bursting him down as soon as contact was made. He was running too for that, by the way, and I guess fortune favors the bold, and that's what Meow have done here so far. A 2-0 against one of the most highly touted teams here in the VCT Challengers Philippines. Oasis go down without even taking a map, and as you said, Asurai, this could be a season where you're going to see some of our best teams falter against some new challengers.
I also wanted to add just real quick, the cause and effect of Marky putting out the smoke to give cover allowed Digny to get closer into the site. And again, I was saying that he had only a Spectre. Marky should have had better coverage of that angle, but unfortunately, because he wanted to give more coverage to him as well as Savvy, it kind of, was the cause for the disruption. And then ultimately, I feel like just Meow clutching that round and then the game.
I think he expected their Dignified to kind of push out towards his right side, right? Towards maybe the elbow side is where he was going to pop out of the smoke. That's why you can see Marky kind of running at the Seekers and moving left. But, I mean, the smoke in itself is not necessarily a bad smoke. It's to reposition, so you can kind of go back and forth between elbow. But just the timing a lot better here for Meow. But it's hard to say it's only based on timing because the internal clock here from Meow has been a lot more on point throughout the entire series, not even in just that round, but throughout the entire thing. And while we did see better performances here and Oasis finding actually more first bloods in that round, it's a testament, I think, to Meow here that even with the less first picks going their favor, going their way, they're still able to rectify those rounds and come back with their own.
And I mean, Meow have really upped the ante in what has been called contact play, right? Literally always wanting to be up in the face of Oasis. They are not playing no setups. They will not care about that. They will just keep pushing in. And sure, yeah, you get some rounds where you get trapped by the Cypher, get mauled by Kelly's and team, but then you have Fall X coming in, one of the most insane highlights that I've seen here in VCTPH in a while. I mean, this is my first day, so like, you know, but still, look at this with Dizzy as well right beside him. Absolutely stellar stuff.
You were there in the
Was I?
qualifiers.
Did I?
Yeah. Forget, of course, I know lots of things have happened between then and now. I know it's hard to keep up with the
I'm pretty
small
sure I didn't
fish
do
here,
qualifiers. I'm pretty sure I didn't do qualifiers, okay?
Oh, okay. I beg to differ, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
You are
on
wrong.
Things, maybe, perhaps. I'll check the schedule to confirm. But
Okay.
what I do know is that this has been an impressive performance from Meow, and what they have done has been no fluke. Their opening matches, maybe against some of the teams here who are lower on the leaderboards, people might want to shy that away, but now against Oasis, there's no doubt that these guys are the real deal.
They really are, man. And that is what, 5 straight games already picked up here by Meow, currently undefeated right beside Now's Esports. So these are the only 2 teams. In any case, we're going to throw it to the panel, guys, to discuss this massive series even further.
I'm fine with it. Pero, wow! OSC! Old Stinky Cats, they got that wolf in them. And parang sinasabi nga nila, di ba, na the sheep, lion, something with the whip. O ayun, yun, di nagpatalo. Uminom yung mga pusa sa tubig ng Oasis and nag 2-0 sila. Your thoughts on that series? Simulan natin sa'yo, Mr. Taylor Wolf Lochner.
Wow. Okay, maraming salamat, Mr. Bruce. They came in prepared. Yun yung masasabi dito. Actually, mamaya pag nagkaroon tayo ng interview, yun na yung tinatanong ko. Kasi parang yung lahat ng ginawa dito ng Old Stinky Cat, particularly this split, yung 7-0 run nila, it looked like they had a set play na hindi, na really catching off guard yung kanilang katapat. Tapos, I think na-mention din to ng mga casters, both English and dun sa Tagalog, na parang may mga angulo na parang never seen before from the side of Old Stinky Cat. So, yun ang malapit na ginawa nila doon.
Lupit ah. Parang kasing lupit ni Wolf na nakikinig ng English at Tagalog sabay.
Yes,
English
sir.
sa kaliwang tenga.
Dalawang tenga ko for a reason.
Kakaiba yan.
Totoo naman, expert sa lahat ng bang-bang to si Boss Wolf. Tama ang prediction niya.
Totoo yan.
But I have to say, talaga, something I said right before we started the series, diba? Kung manalo dito ang OSC, they're the real deal. And right now, they prove it in 2 ways. Not only kasi 2-0, pero natalo nila Oasis sa Lotus, OSC, Meow. They're the best team on Lotus right now.
Actually, sobra. I mean, still not dropping a series so far. 5-0, to be honest, top 1. Pero let's look at the MVP of the series. Miles Morales, Peter Parker, Miguel O'Hara, pasok. Pakiakyat ng building. Ayun,
na. Across the Spider-Verse ka pa sa.
Spider-Verse na to. Pero, speaking of, Owen Cutie, siya yung umakyat sa building natin ngayon. And, oh my God. Well, kayo na bahala. O sige, Wolf, simulan mo na. I'm lost for words.
Nakakatawa dito kasi siya rin naman yung na-feature natin before the game started. Isa sa mga pinag-uusapan din. For Old Stinky Cat, yung pinakita ni Owen was really owning yung kanyang katapat, kanilang kalaban, I mean, in a very tactical manner. Especially nung sa split, diba? The way that they utilize yung paranoia. Like yung sinasabi, ang magaling na Omen player, yung malupit gumamit ng paranoia in a way na sulit siya. Kasi ano lang yun one time lang per round eh. So, dapat talaga masulit mo.
Exactly. Dax, anything to add over there?
I'm honestly a little surprised it's Owen just because of Dizzy's performance as well as Colex's performance. But either way, syempre, yung mga calls talaga dito ng Old Stinky Cat nang gagaling kay Owen, the way that they're able to play those cheeky angles. At alam talaga ng Meow kung ano yung mga limits nila eh. Kaya, well-deserved pa rin naman.
Actually, well deserved. Speaking of deserved, parang deserve rin natin na kausapin si Mr. Owen himself para sa ating interview. Sir Owen Cutie!
Hello po.
Hello.
Hello po. Good afternoon.
Hello. Ay, representing the previous lifetime mo, ha? And finally,
Yes po.
after so long na ano ba yung feeling na nakabawi na rin kayo from Oasis Gaming after so long?
Nakahinga na po ng maluwag. Kasi nung sumali kami ng open quali, like hindi namin expected na magdo-dominate talaga kami this regular season. And then nung nakita namin yung previous outings nila, then sinabi ko sa mga kakampi ko na we have a chance na talunin yung mga big dogs.
Hindi lang siya chance eh. You had the power to do it. Pero anyway, Owen, kasama ko yun si Wolf tsaka si Dax. Meron din silang katanungan. So, Sir Wolf, gaming chair mo na yan.
Okay. We're gonna be talking about that later. Pero ito na ko kay Owen. Mukhang pinaghandaan niyang maigi yung nakalaban niyo. Masasabi mo ba na meron kayong parang extra preparation dito sa nakatapat niyo, which was Oasis, na parang sinabi niyo sa team niyo na okay, ito yung kailangan natin gawin, expect kayo na maraming oras para patalunin sila, or parang you treated them as a normal team na makakaharap niyo anyways?
Wala naman pong special dun sa preparation na ginawa namin. Like inrest lang namin talaga yung sistema, yung structure ng team. Kasi basically, ako yung nakakaalam kung ano yung potential ng mga teammates ko, which is they are really the prodigy. Kung tignan mo yung mga aim nila, talagang pang top tier talaga yung aiming nila. And then, pagdating sa counter-stratting, like nire-review ko lang kung ano yung mga strats nila sa isang mapa. Hindi ko masyado dinadamihan yung information na binabato ko sa kakampi ko. Kasi gusto ko, nakapokus lang sila sa aim nila. And then sabi ko, sige, ako magko-call, sumunod lang kayo. Then patayin nyo sila para sa akin. Ganun lang po yung preparation na ginawa ko.
Wow. Parang by designation of roles talaga. That's incredible. Okay, Dax, anything you want to ask to Owen Cutie?
Honestly, all I just want to ask right now is, Owen, do you think ito na ba ang final form ng OSC o kaya pa ba to go even further, to get even better? Kasi kayo ang only team na perfect record ngayon. Kakayanin ba ng OSC maging perfect buong group stage?
Actually, hindi ko pa siya masasagot kasi hindi ko pa na-experience. Pero ang masasabi ko lang is we really have a big chance na talunin yung mga big dogs. Big dogs since tinitreat lang namin to as a learning experience kasi ayaw kong i-pressure yung teammate ko. Gusto ko enjoyin lang nila yung journey, and then gusto ko lang ipakita yung kung ano yung potential namin as a team.
Oh my God.
I like the mentality.
That's a very humble way to put it actually for you, Mr. Owen Cutie. Pero ito, mabilisan tanong lang before we let you go. Kailan ba tatalunin ni OSC ang previous champions last year na si Fnatic?
We have a chance next week.
Alright, sige, pala eh. But anyway, Owen, thank you so much. And wow, what a dominating performance. 2-0 agad, and you really proved a lot of us wrong when we thought it was going to Game 3. Hindi, tinapos nyo agad. Maraming salamat, and sana ay we'll see more explosive power from OSC. Maraming salamat, Owen. Sobrang chill niya na person, no? Na parang kung may problema ako sa buhay, kakausapin ko siya at magiging okay na lahat.
Bruce, ginugulo mo siya eh. Sinabi mo, Fnatic, iniisip niyo yung naos next week.
Parang narinig ko, ay parang mali, next week mali. Fnatic yung gusto ko yung tanong, pero sige na lang. Wala pa siya sa level.
Ang malapit doon, kahit gaano kagulo si Bruce, nasagot niya ng
matino!
malupit. Stoic. I love Owen Cutie now.
Parang siya yung kung matatawag natin, the shepherd of players. Di ko alam saan galing yung proverbs na yun, pero okay, sige na. Ito na. Before anything else, before we go, we have series number 2. But before that, I would like to thank a few people who made this tournament possible, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Siyempre, pasalamatan din natin ng our official super app, ang Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on GrabCareSaver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with GrabFood Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with GrabFood Saver meals.
And last but not least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Ano ba? Narinig lang nila si Wolf kasi.
Akala ko si Wolf yun eh.
May sasagot niya.
Got the Wolf
Sige
in
nga,
him.
Wolf. Isa please. Isa please.
Sa finals.
Sa finals! Ayun, sige, antayin natin yan. Oh, may ticket na ako ha. Pero anyway, maraming salamat. Hindi kami magbe-break. Dito lang kami hanggang sa next series. De joke lang. We'll see you later. See you, bye. Series number 2. Wah! Bulaga. All right, happy Sunday, everybody. It's week number 3, day 3 still. Series number 2, and I feel great today kasi kasama ko mga foreigners ng Pilipinas all the way from Germany and Korea. Actually, kasama ko si Taylor and si Asaray. Hi, guys!
Ano lang ako, Bruce? Germany street lang ako ngayon. Tapos na tayo doon. Alam ko ito si Asaray, New York street yan eh.
Ay, sorry.
Oo. Kasi
Taylor.
pumunta na naman ako pero hindi na sa South Korea.
Sir Asaray.
Ay, sorry. My
Sir
bad.
Asaray.
Sir.
Sorry. We forgot. Sir Asaray of the International.
Shut up, you guys. Shut up.
But anyway, it's series number 2. It's going to be another great series, as I would say. We have AMPH versus ZOL Esports, and just quick backgrounds for both. AMPH not yet finding their footing, and for ZOL Esports, supposedly one of our part of the top 3 teams so far in the series natin. What can you say about these two teams? Simulan natin sa'yo, Taylor.
I mean, ZOL Esports just won against Naos last time, so that's already a big statement for itself. But at the same time, AMPH naman, naghahanap pa sila ng statement for themselves, Azuray.
Yeah. And it's kind of hard to look at this na parang MPH, at least for this particular team, si Nasty yung isa sa mga pinaka-impact players nila, but then everything else, parang hindi talaga nagkiklik. I've seen some of the highlights, just trying to catch myself up with MPH. It really hasn't been clicking para sa nila. So this is going to be a true uphill battle against ZOL na alam na natin, all of these players na dito established na talaga within the PH community or within PH tournament.
Exactly, they're legacy players. But before anything else, tingnan muna natin yung roster ng AMPH before we head into the series. AMPH with their lineup. AMPH, one of the teams na sumali sa ating open qualifiers, made their way to group stages pero wala pa rin results. And AMPH, Taylor, what is with this team? Any highlight players so far approaching week 3?
I mean, we've seen the VODs, we've seen the past games they played, and Nasty is definitely a player to highlight here. At some point, at some degree, kaya niyang umubos ng 10 kasama mga kakampi niya. Ganon kalala itong player na si Nasty na nakikita natin for AMPH. And I feel like for AMPH, what they need to do here is really capitalize on Nasty as well and support him throughout with also getting some of those kills in para rin sa kanila. And I think possibly baka kayanin nila at some point. But again, it's ZOL that they're playing against with here, Bruce.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, ZOL Esports, wala they're part of the top teams talaga dito. But, Azuray, based on so far from the experience of MPH, ano ba? What should they improve on going into this series ba?
Nandito tayo sa point na I feel like it's just going to be MPH just throwing everything that they can na lang at the very start, create that lead as soon as possible, and just hope that it sticks against a team like ZOL.
Alright, so there you have it. Speaking of ZOL, tingnan natin yung lineup nila, which I fear for MPH into the series. ZOL Esports with their lineup. ZOL Esports coming from a fresh 3-win streak already. Again, sinabi nga ni Taylor kanina, they brought down Naos, they also brought down JustUs, pero they were able to manage to bring down Titans. Pero with Azuray, ano ba with ZOL Esports, how are they so far approaching this series?
I feel like it's, again, this kind of team just slots in so well sa mga roles nila that we've already seen. One of the things that I really want to at least bring out then is Zin before, hindi ko pa siya masyadong nakikita gumamit ng ibang other agent, but he's been a lot more versatile. Also picking up the Viper, which is absolutely huge, allowing then yung players such as Batman to bring out the Raze, which again just creates this more versatility na nakikita natin sa ZOL Esports. It's not just yung yung round na yung 3 rounds na ito. They also had those wins against GeekFam, which I think is one of the stronger teams din sana na papasok dito sa VCTPH.
Alright. So, ayun, being ZOL Esports so far, their team composition very flexible in a sense, wherein they would be able to enable each other. Right now, let's look at the head-to-head. For this series, we're looking at both the controllers from MPH and ZOL Esports. We have Sevi and Kevzi. Simulan natin kay Taylor. What is with Sevi? So for kanina, si Nasty lang pinag-uusapan natin. Pero Sevi, what does he bring to the table?
I mean, siya na yung head-to-head natin last time. So give chance to others naman daw, sabi natin dito sa panel. And Sevi, being here on the team itself, he used Omen 7 times already in total. But he just couldn't find the footing na nakikita natin sa ibang mga smoke plays or controllers natin na kung saan kaya rin nilang maglabas ng mga kills, for example, or mga clutch plays. He's having a hard time to deal with that. But at the same time, he can actually create that support environment towards the team. Especially yung minimension ko kanina, when Nasty wants to go in onto a site, dire-diretso siya. This is one of the controller players na kaya mo talagang pagkatiwalaan. While Kevzi or yung sa kabila naman dito, Azurai, a very interesting and very stable player, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, big draw dito ni Kevzi was he was a hindi naman flex player, but I think he was initiator before for Naos, and then he also played a bit of other roles then in the previous teams that he's played. Now, finally settling sa kanyang controller. So this is more of a challenge for both the teams where you have Kevzi na, you know, coming into Sol, ganda ng performance as a controller, can he keep it up? And si Sevi naman that is trying to make habol doon sa...
Make habol? Wow!
Sorry. I know.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Anyways,
sir.
he's trying to catch up doon sa pinapakita ng pedigree dito ni Kevzi with that controller. So it's really a stark contrast between these two type of players. Now you see Kevzi with a lot of that legacy, a lot of that experience, and then Sevi still trying to soak as many up and then trying to also lead that into a possible first win sana dito para sa MPH.
Alright, akala ko may gusto sabihin si Taylor eh.
Pedigree, alam ko, pagkain lang ng aso namin yun eh. Yun lang yung alam ko eh. Sorry guys. Next time mag-open ako ng thesaurus ka bago mag-panel.
Ako rin, bilang Bisaya, ang ibig sabihin ng habol ay purol or kumot. So, di ko rin alam to make habol
Sorry
everything.
guys.
Hirap kasi pag nagtatagalog sa English sabay-sabay, sorry ah.
Okay lang, basta ikaw, Sir Azurai, naiintindihan ka namin. Speaking of intindihan, oras na para intindihin natin ang ating mga predictions. For this series, we have MPH again, ZOL Esports. Nababasa ko na sa mga utak natin, pero I still want to hear it from your own mouths. Let's start with you, Sir Azurai. Sino yung prediction mo?
Alright, I feel like with all of the things that I've already mentioned dito sa ZOL and yung woes na meron ang MPH, ZOL ang ipapredict ko dito is just, again, sobrang laki ng hurdle na kailangan i-overcome ng team with Sevi and Nasty trying to do as much as they can. And I feel like ZOL is still that one, even 2 steps ahead ng MPH.
Alright, ZOL Esports for Azurai. Terror.
Para sa akin naman, I think para sa ibang mga teams na meron tayo dito sa VCTPH, sa tagal na ng mga weeks na nakikita natin, we are on to week 3 if I'm not mistaken. Lahat ng teams nakikita natin na mas gumagaling pa. Pero nga lang, habang mas gumagaling sila, yung MPH sinusubukan pa rin nilang makahabol dito. And ZOL Esports right now looks very stable after their win streak, and I think it will continue.
Say this from a Bisaya na malapit yung Mindanao. I really want to vote for MPH as much as I want, but ZOL Esports and their performance and contrast to the performance of MPH so far, so I think this is going to be a ZOL match. Ayan, yung panel naman kahapon tumugma kahit same kami ng votations yesterday, and baka wala kaming makers today, so I think that's it for our talent predictions. It's going to be ZOL Esports, and ayun lang, mabilisan, one word para sa teams natin na maglalaro. Taylor, isang word lang, mabilis.
Good luck.
Dalawa yun. Azurai.
Good.
Adaptation.
Adaptation? Ang talino naman ng mga words nito
Mali,
ni
dapat
Bossing.
pagkasabi kong good, dapat sinabi mo luck.
Luck.
Ano ba naman, Nasuray?
Sorry.
Yun yung isa pa. Good.
Luck.
Ayun,
Yeah.
thank you. Ayun, speaking of good luck sa ating casters. I hope you give us the best round and play-by-plays and callers. Casters, game niyo na yan.
Man, you saw that? The panel just wasn't connecting between the two analysts, right? One different regions, you know, one from EMEA, one from the Pacific, of course, with Mr. International Talent around us. But of course, I'm very excited.
And then the other from Cebu.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's another country if you count that. But in any case, I'm very excited for this one because you got APH on one side and ZOL on the other. But before anything else, I am Dax here with Black and Blue. Let's check on out the map veto, and I'm really wondering what we're gonna get here. First bans though, gonna be no surprise. Braze will be removed. Should expect Sunset to be gone from ZOL as well.
I mean, not only are, you know, APH not super comfortable with Breeze at all. You see them taking it out of the rotation lots of times, but it's also a great map for ZOL, so that perfectly makes sense. And Sunset has been by far ZOL's most, one of their biggest struggles, aside from maybe something like Bind. And so we continue on over now into our opener. Split it shall be. I think this is actually a decent map pick here from APH because Split has been one of those few maps we have seen from ZOL to be a liability. To be fair, they did play against Oasis in the previous time that they did play it, and also at the tail end of last year, but I'm still very, I guess, conserved about having high hopes here for APH no matter what the map veto says.
Yeah, let's be real. It's so difficult for APH right now to get out of the hole that they've seen themselves in. They haven't won a single series as of yet. And yes, picking up Split, as you mentioned, a chance for them to get into the running. But seeing Bind at the very end, always a scary sight to behold when you're playing against ZOL. I'm interested to say though that we saw ZOL pick up Icebox, right? Over prioritizing that Bind map pick. So I wonder if APH has a plan for that map. They have been decent at it. It just hasn't been the best showing here in the group stage itself, but lessons learned perhaps from the matches between Naos and JustUs as we are breezing through this intro. Black and Blue Agent Select is already upon us.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Let's keep the day quick. It is a Sunday, so perhaps you guys got some family to attend to. But the only matters that ZOL care about as of the moment is taking this win. They might be expecting a quick and easy one, but well, we know overconfidence can never really sow some good results in the end. APH though, kind of sticking with what here we kind of expected from them composition-wise. They've been playing this for just about, actually no, never mind, they're pulling out the Jet when they've been pulling out the Gecko. I thought this is what they were running, but I mean it's still, no matter what they pull on out, I'm not too sure if things are gonna work out.
Yeah, I wonder really how ZOL's gonna be tackling this map though, especially with the Jet Rays still gonna be into play. APH on the other hand, I guess we really have to mention how, unfortunately for the team, it just hasn't been the best performance as a unit, right? Last series that they were in, it was a nasty show. It was mostly nasty doing all that work, and we'd love to see everyone else prop themselves up. That's the best chance APH has right now against such coordinated force like ZOL.
And that's the thing. Perfect word to put it into perspective. Coordinated is how ZOL have been playing. Very, very cohesive, and you can see that each player here is part of a web that ultimately ends in victory. APH are a team who have had some individual moments. They've all had moments where they've looked pretty good as individual pieces, but they're just so few and far between that they aren't big enough to win them rounds individually. And at the same time, it's not happening as a team as a whole and as a unit. And for a team like ZOL, who have shown to be one of the most consistent teams throughout a series, they very rarely lose team, it becomes very difficult for opposing sides to kind of shake them from their momentum.
Honestly, I'm very excited for APH for another reason. We haven't really seen them play Split at all. There's no data really for them from what we've seen so far. And usually they expect them to pick up that Lotus map, but instead, you're trying to change things up, throw a little bit of a curveball here when by this point, they have nothing really much to lose, everything to gain. to try and get some wins under their belts. And I do wonder how tiebreakers will work down the line if from this point on APH takes all their series moving forward. But that's a tough task against, I'd say, ZOL having one of the most perfect weeks so far in VCTPH history. You still saw them win against Naos the first day, you saw them play yesterday, and they still won, and 3 days in the row of action, but ZOL is riding high on that momentum.
Well, it's going to be definitely a uphill battle here for ZOL to try and, rather for AMPH to take down ZOL as ZOL start on their defensive side. And AMPH, as he's mentioned, first time we're really seeing a good look for them here on Split. What can they bring to the table? He's in, trying to earn this fight, but he wins it out actually.
Yeah, tap, tap, tap away, saw the cap of the Raze, and you call it a day. Batman also finding magics. And at the very start of these games, we saw, especially from ZOL against JustUs, right? They love to play a little bit of aggro, be willing to be the ones to push out some of these lanes. And speaking of, Kakarot now left unchecked. Easy pickings there for Kakarot. And ZOL left to Sevi now. You know, 1v5. Yeah, he's found, he's dead. ZOL takes a flawless pistol.
Kakarot here, in Super Saiyan.
Alright, same thing this time.
Oh, dude.
Just keeping it up.
Yo!
All the way to 9,000.
I thought you went to the bathroom a while ago. Not here, not now.
Nah, that was my initial reaction of just seeing an Asteroid selfie for the day.
Did you pose for it at least?
I could never compare. I mean, a while ago I felt so inferior, you know, casting that first series with him. I'm just glad I am with a friend now again.
Yeah, that's true.
And
fellow equal.
A superior.
I'm sorry, guys, that you don't have any Pacific talents right now on the casting desk. You'll see them later, but you see here, Batman does find magics to begin with. The mid being taken here by APH, though. Few sheriffs along the way, and in falls Kakarot left unchecked again. You gotta clear these corners here of APH. They lose 2 because of it.
Yep. Turned their backs, and what do you expect there? It's Kakarot holding the line, who has had kind of a resurgence, honestly, in this season specifically. Kind of been a bit more out of this high spotlight after that the Naos squad he was on. He played in a few teams, but now again on this specific ZOL roster in this specific season is when he has really kind of come to his own once more. It felt like the Kakarot of old we've been waiting for.
Yeah, after the initial good stuff there from Naos, right? And them kind of slipping down the pecking order, then him moving to South Asia also was something that was a little bit surprising. Gets a little bit of experience again in that region.
30 seconds
and
left.
Right now, he performs very well for the PH side. Sevi, though, pushing forward. Micro, busy jump peeking, not looking at the right direction. And AMPH, well, underestimated in the round so far. They got the plant going now. Sevi picking up the gun. Patman looking for the punish. But it leads to a 2v2. Paranoia to play. Patman avoids it in time.
2v2. See, Sevi here trying to play up close with that Spectre. I think Batman has the intuition that he is there. Paranoia comes on in, but it doesn't matter. He still finds a kill. Kebzy and Hemorrhage in the 1v1 here. Jeremiah. Does he get the tag? Yes, he does with the Trailblazer. Those he's right around the corner here, Dax. But Kebzy's still going to win it out on top. And ZOL make the retake happen.
Doesn't matter if the dog got the bite, it's still Kebzy who's able to say this is their win today. 2-0 now for ZOL. It got very dicey though, and well done by AMPH punishing ZOL when they're busy gathering that intel. They get the clear onto mid. This opening pick onto Micro as well, allowing this A site to be taken. And not only that, Hemorrhage's pre-fire was a good angle. So far, we're seeing AMPH a little bit more cleaner in terms of their other maps. But then again, it's still the fact of the matter that Kakarot is left alone in certain angles that AMPH doesn't clear.
Well, it came very close. So, still good damage done economically by AMPH. And they're able to gain some in their favor as well off of that plant. Trip is here on the choke, and you have to be careful not to fall prey to it.
They send out the flash though, confirms immediately A main presence is afoot. And so they have some firepower on the bonus still. Cloudburst gonna get thrown on over. Nasty looking for a way in. Pain shells also dissuade them. And here we go yet again. Kakarot, does he get away with this for a second time? The answer is still yes. Kakarot with the one. Patman providing covering fire. ZOL Esports takes the number so far.
Great job there by Kakarot. Obviously, the cam being deep kind of gives false expectations for AMPH that they think he would be deep as well, but able to utilize that for a free kill. We're getting traded out. Micro here finding an angle. Can't follow the follow-up, but I mean, Patman's there to help him out anyways, and Magic's, he's got to put some rabbit, a snake, I don't know.
Nope.
A towel out of this hat.
Thought you'd try harder.
Zin's got him in the back.
Unfortunately, his trick has immediately been seen through. And ZOL Esports, they take the bonus. This is, again, how ZOL really standardizes their play here, Black and Blue. Not only do they have some great angles, but just the way that they're able to off-time versus AMPH, it's reminiscent to how they played against JustUs. There's a lot more discipline here for ZOL, a lot more sureness in the shots, and it really is that experience being such a big factor right now that allows ZOL to be this commanding in these kind of games.
They've been pretty clean so far in this past week, as you mentioned. Definitely a big uptick in their play coming into this season. AMPH, low economic state once more. They have this wall to try and force that Rams control, but then on after, if we're going to try and take the rest of heaven, that's going to be a very different story.
Well, they made sure Ramps was absolutely clear this time. Kakarot did move on over to be a 1-for-1. A bit of damage done here by Hamerage. AMPH, they're just angling themselves on that window, so Trailblazer should be sent out past the stalking screen. It goes down. Micro able to break it in time. 4 bullets has the reload. Paranoia gets connection, and AMPH will get control of heaven. Another 1-for-1. Here we go onto the A side. Micro still holding steadfast. Micro with 3. Massive again from Micro as he gets a quad, and it's a 4-0 lead now for ZOL.
Micro, not exactly. It's a huge play there coming from him, holding down the line. And as I've mentioned during the last few times we've seen ZOL, they've kind of shifted how Micro into this initiator role. If they aren't playing kind of a double controller, he isn't on that Viper. They don't even have him be the main smoker sometimes, where in the past, you'd typically see Kevsey in that innie role and Micro further down in the backline to kind of lurk around. But with him being the IGL of this team, I love that spray, by the way. It is really nice to see him a bit more participant in the fights because he is that Sky.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that because Micro used to be that controller. Kevsey used to be one of the best Sovas in the PH. Kakarot used to play a bunch of KO and whatnot. But they found even better roles right now here for ZOL, including Patman and Zin, some of the standouts from the previous ZOL Esports roster.
Who are also controllers.
Yeah, exactly. Era just playing musical chairs here, but beyond that, you got ZOL still feeling comfy to peek out Garage. Zin already catching out Magics. This is a mural theft to get the intel. Secrets too have been lobbed, and ZOL immediately knows what the game plan is here from AMPH.
I do like how Patman has come into his own as a duelist here for this team too. We were saying that, you know, last year when he was on that SR Nakage squad, he was just such an impressive player on that Viper, on that Lurk a lot of times, and now he can really put that prowess of his and his mechanical skill into a more active role for this team. But AMPH looking to commit.
Yeah, AMPH need to make their case now. Nasty trying to go for the updraft play. Blinded by the paranoia. Patman flies so high! It's like the Lord is taking him already. And ZOL Esports with another round to keep this as clean as can be.
Almost straight up into heaven. Not the position, but the one where the Lord's domain resides. Just like Dax, who was seemingly being taken by the Lord a while ago.
My backlight is
cam.
the sun, okay? It is absolutely shining past my window blinds.
If we ever do go to the caster cam, I immediately just hear in my head. You know, Mr. Bean, the intro with the spotlight on him, that is you, my brother.
Oh, so you basically say I fall on the ground and just get up to cast. That's probably me right now.
Yeah, Splat.
Yeah, Splat's alive, still ready to fight. And speaking of AMPH, unfortunately for them, it's an eco. And they only have the sheriffs to try and look for a miracle here. Patman, though, inside the smoke, still Nasty. Waiting for anyone to peek out from that angle. It dissipates. A good shot from Nasty, though. Waiting out for the timing. Nasty with another one. And he has been a factor here for AMPH. 2 for Nasty, and that's guns to be picked up.
Those were dirty here from Nasty. Looking pretty spectacular in this position that he has been in. He's been, honestly, the biggest redeeming factor for AMPH in a lot of their rounds. Okay. I like that call, though. I mean, he could have gotten greedy there. Maybe found one, especially since he doesn't have the player count in his favor.
Out of
But
my way.
chooses to back off, realizing, hey, push might come and he can find even more.
Excuse you, Black and Blue, and excuse me, Zin. That was just a very stable shot after the reposition. Spike, though, gonna get planted on down. APH getting towards post plant, especially two of them sticking around on the site. Two rifles, two sheriffs, and the blades are available for Nasty if ever they need it in the pinch. Heaven, though, being cleared here by ZOL Esports. Micah right now from the screens. A strong position for him. Gets hit by the poison cloud. It's in the way now. Speaking of getting hit, though, Kakarot falls. And this is consideration for ZOL to just go for the save instead.
Shut down here by AMPH. Well, Micah is able to do some damage. It isn't eco, by the way. It's funnily enough the best round we've seen from AMPH so far in this map. They should be able to clean up house here. The op, they can take it for the attacking side. Not that they have much options of retrieving weapons anyways. But while AMPH have taken a nice round, we rarely do see them able to keep that momentum further into a few more rounds and string that together. Because some of these rounds that they win are very few and far between, as we've seen from their previous matches.
I agree with you. It's been very sporadic for AMPH, but let's go back to what we said during the round. Nasty has been incredible for this team. You go back to that game versus Old Stinky Cat. They lost it 13-4, but he still had the most kills with 23. 9 kills above the highest killed player, highest player with kills on the OSC side. So it's crazy to think what the ceiling can be for this AMPH squad. Sevi, though, also wanting to get in that conversation. Finds a pick onto Micro, and AMPH start things off with first blood.
First blood.
Oh, double kill? No, yawn peek.
Nope. He's low.
Tripwire, bit of bother. They now know Hev's taking the Kakarot. That's your own tripwire. You didn't check it. Yawn peek gets in there. KFC finding Haemorrhage though. Ali can't get double stacked here by ZOL, but there's pressure from APH already. Cloudbird's gonna get thrown on over. It's time for the spike to get planted here at B.
Spike planted.
Up now, still on Zin's hands, in Zin's hands rather. 3v3, as you mentioned, they have that from the shadows to kind of check out who is in the backside, where they could be positioned. It can be difficult for the retake with an op, but if we can find a pick-off and if AMPH give him the chance, he could land it. There it is. Great shot from Zin.
Immediate trade there from Zin after the paranoia was used on up. Kevzito found by Nasty, and it's all left to Zin now. That up, it's good for a pick, but can it get 2 for the price of 1? Aim though, trying to push on forward. It's looking very unlikely here for Zin again. Peek out though. Zin gets Sevi. That's all he'll get for the round. Escapes with the operator. Nasty gonna do the same. And do we get a battle of ops? No, never mind. APH though with the second, and they're converting a little bit more this time around.
Perhaps they heard us, Dax.
Yep.
Oh, we can't string rounds together. Oh, sporadic. Oh, never really too consistent. Well, here you go. A second round in a row now for AMPH. And this is looking a lot more, not just effective, but just a lot more, I guess, calculated is the right word here. Finally recognizing that, hey, if we can bypass that heaven, that trip setup that they've got from Kakarot here towards B main wouldn't be as much of a problem, and it proved to be the case.
Yeah, Kakarot not only wasn't looking that direction, but also no one could cover the Heaven Cross. Zin, though, trying to peek on out with the operator. As we get the mid contest here, and Yawn Peak wants to get some action, but Zin already trained onto the box. Nasty response in kind, and APH taking the fight to ZOL Esports. They win the mid skirmish with Nasty and Magix also chipping in.
There you go.
Look at that. B's wide open now.
There you go, AMPH. That's what I'm talking about. And I like this wall as well, placed here by Magix. Allows him to kind of lurk and crawl up towards B. As you're going to have to keep the defense a bit more on their toes, right? On whether he's actually really crawled up here. A Cypher camp from Kakarot will shut that all down, but he wasn't placed in position and set up here towards that B site. So, AMPH, probably a third round in a row now.
Yeah, they're stringing it along. Already proving us so wrong so quickly, but this is a really good sign for AMPH. They've been needing a performance like this after their last unfortunate loss against Meow. And ZOL, on the other hand, Kakarot tries to peek out the corner. Magix was just right beside him, but Nasty knows it's an easy shot through the smoke. 3 for Nasty. And speaking of threes, it's 3 for AMPH.
I mean, in our tournament, honestly, my own preference, I do not want to have a team that is 0-9, right? And at the same time, I do not want to have a team that is undefeated as well. You want these games to be close. You want this tournament to be close. And if AMPH can finally get something on the board, it's going to just make things a bit more spicier. Unfortunately for them, it's against a team that they have no real hopes in catching on the leaderboard in ZOL, but
Oh yeah,
it's gonna count for some.
No, that's a good thing right now. With midpoint, there is some mathematics to be made, and I do wonder how far MPH can get onto the leaderboard itself moving forward. But Neon Peak onto the side. Micro though just silences him. Kakarot does the same, and these sheriffs are absolute law of A. Onto the side we go again though with APH. Hamerage now the next challenger, but it's the same peak and it's the same conclusion. ZOL Esports toying with their opponent now. Sebi, the only one who's still alive, playing towards the ramps, but it's been cleared so well here by ZOL. Zin will fall, yes. Sebi has a gun through his hands, but cannot gun down Kevzi on the opposite end of heaven. Thrifty here for ZOL.
No charges.
I think all those 4 kills as well, the first ones found by ZOL, were all kind of, for the most part at least, like first shot kills. Like the first shot they actually take at the dude is what takes him down here. I mean, obviously Patpin from up above with a rifle helped out, but those 3 with the sheriff were absolutely on point and super sharp. AMPH, of all things, it's an eco they falter to.
So I did the math while I was casting also, and mathematically, AMPH can still make it to second if they win all their series from this point on.
And everybody loses.
And everybody loses. Kinda. Like, they can make it to a 4-5, which still puts them in contention. But anyway, action afoot. Always mid, where the chaos is at. A 1-for-1 as Magic's right now trying to keep an eye out here for that, or for that push rather from Kakarot. Beyond that though, Zind clears out any kind of presence from the garage itself. So ZOL Esports, they have a good handle of how APH is pushing now.
And if you want to do the math real quick, as Magic's is trying to pressure here, the next 2 teams are going to have to play up against is MegaSaver and Oasis aside from Cardi. So it's going to be difficult, but probably not as difficult as his current game right now. Yonpeak does get the trade off here as he opens into the site. Still a 2v3 for this retake.
Seeker's out now as Kev Zin looking around for that intel. His guiding light is going to be absolutely perfect. Confirms the presence on where they are on the sites. ZOL Esports trying to see if anyone's going to peek on out. Look to play the bait and switch between Kevzi and Zind. Micro also from afar, but Kevzi's isolated in that angle and Yonpeak takes it. Equalized numbers now. Paint Shell is gonna be thrown on over. Zind misses the shot, but this is an opening for Micro past those Paint Shells itself. ZOL right now with the advantage. Suddenly Hamerage turns it to the 1v1. Zind, a single shot is all he needs, but his head is decapitated instead. APH with the clutch.
Even better angle there from Hamerage. That's a part of the reason why it's so difficult to retake sometimes with an operator. Able to get the one, but doesn't really do much with it here in this post plant, specifically on the retake. And AMPH looking a lot better here on the attack when they can swiftly take control of a map early and have a bit more to work with, because when they're kind of squeezed on their attacking side of really positions to play, then you can see they struggle to have effective decision making.
Yeah, not only that, they're so good at playing from mid into a site, but Yonpeak flies high just to get denied. Kakarot also timing the swing so well, and AMPH immediately lose 2 at the start of the round.
What stopped AMPH there from following through?
Kakarot.
The rest of Kakarot, no, I mean, it's just a cage. So they could have just followed him when he blast backed it in. I think they were afraid of kind of getting cold-added, but hesitation is defeat.
You gotta go. You gotta go when you gotta go, and at least Nasty has gotten that memo. Kakarot has been cleared out from mid. We hear the Seekers too, and these are gonna head towards B site. Does it confirm though how many numbers so far? Trailblazer gets the intel now, knowing Heaven has been taken here by APH. Good Cloudburst as well, but Nasty now looking to explode onto the objective itself. Kevzi lobbing the paranoia. Timing though from Micro, knows that he's going to descend in front of the alleyway. And it's all ZOL all day again. Sevi, the only one still standing. A similar scenario from a while ago. Can he change the result this time? The blast back already booping him away. Pain Shell's making it worse. It's everything Patman can throw at you, and ZOL will make it 7.
ZOL at least get that advantageous half at the end, but I mean, I think there were some opportunities there for AMPH to potentially overthrow this round. Obviously, the heaven control was nice, but just the pivot into the site itself didn't really work out for him. Difficult to try and do that, especially when you've got such solid pieces on ZOL's squad to back you up, like Micro there from the alley, shutting down that updraft angle. But now look at this unfortunate buy for AMPH.
Yeah, it's also good at expecting the angles where AMPH can come from once they lose out a bit of that mid control. So let's see if that can continue. As AMPH, a broken buy coming into the last round of the first half, a gap that Zin can work with if ever. Smoke can get thrown towards mid, so they're trying to fake out the intentions to play into mid itself. But the Poison Cloud and Toxic Serene obviously showing where they want to go. Zin, though, still no fear. Magic will fall. Showstopper is out. Yon Pig is the one who takes the brunt of the damage instead. And then Patman already finding to make that 4. Just double it up, why don't you? As ZOL will get double the score of AMPH at the end of the first half.
Switching sides.
I mean, they made a bit of noise and contact. They made ZOL aware that they were coming towards B main there. And then after that, just did nothing at all to shift the defense away. Maybe a smoke on top mid, but that's not enough when they've heard a ton of footsteps there on towards B main. And they simply not even re-hit, just commit to a site that they've fully telegraphed where they're planning to go. And ZOL, they're way sharper than that. Operator there also a big threat. Part of the reason why, you know, the choke was such a threat for them to smoke early on. But Patman going big, and as we mentioned, he has really come into his own on this duelist frontline role so far for ZOL.
Yeah, he's done so well on the race. He does so well when he flexes on over and things like the KO when on maps like Ascent, right? And AMPH, they have something to work with at least after that first half. 4 rounds. Moving over to the defense. Let's not forget, they also have the double controller, so there's a lot of ways to go for the stall. Sevi, though, priming the Paranoia. Trailblazer trying to get the chop on him. Zin in the front line. Sevi will get him. Patman on board as well. And it's a 2 for 2 after everything's said and done. But Sight, see it now. Here to ZOL. Alley plus Heaven is where AMPH will try to make their stand. And Magic swings just to die to Micro. Yon peek down in hell here. Has he been seen by Kakarot? That's a big question. Spike gonna get planted though. And Kakarot now with the contact. Nasty's the only one still standing. It's everyone versus him yet again. Kakarot with a shot, expecting him to come his way, and ZOL will take that pistol here.
Yonpeak actually could have booped Micro off of the plant there. He had 2 blast packs, but I guess tried to fish for the pick first instead, as he knew Planter was occupied. But ZOL, especially with the Sheriff being dropped into Kakarot's hands after Zin goes down, just so difficult for AMPH to try and break him apart when, as we've completely been mentioning, they are rock solid. They play in this web, and everybody influences the other's positions, and they're all playing all together. It's a sight to watch.
Yeah, faster on the reactions, faster on the positions. In ZOL Esports, they love to assess the situation so quickly and so well. Sevi now in no man's land. Paranoia connects onto Haymarish, and he's just run on over. Patman, you don't even need to do him dirty like that. Everything is going in ZOL's way. Yon peek, please stop fighting there. As ZOL will get the plant on going, and a 2v5 looking very unlikely for aim here.
But even as a Yon peek, thinking of it, it's I guess a super slow peak, not a Yon peak.
It's like you were thinking about a shoulder peak, but you just go all the way in as slowly as possible.
Yawn.
Yawn. Shift peak. Yawn peak.
Player standing.
Of all people, he could hit.
I guess serves Patman right.
That's
you know?
true.
He was the guy toying with him a while ago.
Yeah, like Karma works in a mysterious way sometimes. It's still all ZOL though at the end of the day, but that's a feels bad for Patman. He does everything to watch out for Heaven, and a stray shot hits him in the leg and kills him.
Yeah, I mean, it happens to everybody, right? In rank, like he wasn't even aiming for me, bro. That one, he goes down. Yeah, I know how it feels, Patman, so don't worry.
Yeah,
we sympathize with you there.
But double digits now for ZOL, and it's no laughing matter for MPH. They lose this one, things are not gonna look any better anytime soon. And unfortunately for them, they're only on the light armors here. 3 Bulldogs are what awaits them on the ZOL bonus round.
Yep, 10-4 means okay here, especially for ZOL. The wall goes down. This would be a signal here for ZOL to try and force this. They're not even marked into the smoke. They have to be careful about this aim. They can flash themselves through. They got one left remaining on Micro, but they use that to try and get within the sight. Somehow Yonpeak finds a kill on a Micro instead anyways.
Yeah, the flash doesn't pop as a result. Not only that though, I do like it when Nasty's the one marking these smokes. He knows the timing. Fortunately for him though, the numbers of ZOL are just way too much to handle over at ramps. 3v3, Magix has to play the anchor, and he is going to go down with this ship. A-side taken now, but timing, everything. Zin sees the legs, and Average topples on over what's left in the tank here from APH. Sevi's seen, Sevi's found, and Sevi's dead. 11 here for ZOL as they win a big bonus round.
11-4, AMPH just their one streak a while ago of those 3 rounds straight they were able to get seemed to just have been it. Like, we haven't really seen much else, even on this gun round here on the defensive side of all things from AMPH. And ZOL have just been really manhandling here, AMPH. Look, they're gonna go towards A again. They just don't care. You guys aren't stopping us. You're not beating us here, so might as well continue to do it over and over.
Yeah, ZOL is a team that heat checks you. They did it against Naus, they did it yesterday against JustUs, and they're doing it yet again. If they can just roll on into the site, hard hit it as much as they can, they'll happily do so. On to A we go again, and this is difficult for APH. Only a hero bulldog in their hands here.
See if Nasty can maybe find one. That's the best they could hope for to start off this retake.
Spike planted.
Got Sheriff in hand. Most of them do.
Look how confident the angles are from ZOL Patman. He's just out in the open. He does die because of it.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care. That's the thing. Numbers equalize now, but ZOL have all the other stations absolutely set. And Magix, what else can he do? Nothing here. ZOL make it the map points.
What you gonna do, Baron?
Nothing.
Nothing. You gonna do nothing. Is all I like to say.
What movie is that from?
It's more of a Conor McGregor thing.
Ah, yeah. I love
one
MMA.
Of the few things I can say from the great one himself.
I haven't heard from him in a while. I wonder why, you know?
He's looking to come back actually this year.
Oh, really?
Yep, it's gonna be a big thing. Maybe, hopefully, AMPH can be bigger here in this round. ZOL have been doing some good work.
Yeah, ZOL is just above the AMPH weight class right now. But hold that thought. AMPH getting the reps in. They at least make it equal numbers yet again. But Patman now, a different plan as the spikes going to be planted here, black and blue. Watch out for that screen. Peek, Sevi, he's ready for it this time. And well done from AMPH so far, but can they continue on and keep the map alive? Kevzi trying to end it early. A 2v2. Cambridge still setting up over at tower. Smoke is out though. He's gonna have to drop this way. Kevzi expecting the flash. He's able to get into the flash, into the smoke a little bit, but Haymerd still secures the kill. A 1-for-1 as it becomes a 1v1. Micro and Sevi. This is a standoff to keep AMPH alive. Beautiful flash there from Micro. Can't confirm the kill. Time running out here for Sevi. He needs to push, and he needs to do it now. Strolling into the billboard, but the only thing we see is the light shining on Micro instead. 13-4 as ZOL dismantle AMPH early.
He assumes Micro crossed into the elbow, but it's a punch he receives to the back of the head. Micro obviously very experienced in those cases, and so not gonna let that one slip too easily. And AMPH just unfortunately, as you mentioned, kind of outboxed here and just not in their same weight class as all are right now, who are a few levels above, seemingly so, from that opening map.
Yeah, they had a good string of rounds, and it's something that we've seen versus ZOL Esports, that once they get answered by their opponent, it takes them a little bit to readjust. But as I am being taken by the Lord our Savior, we're going to be taking you to the post-match stats soon. I do have to say, though, there are still some highlights there from AMPH, some good picks, and some good clutch moments from Hamerage. And then, of course, Nasty still the consistent force that AMPH can rely on. But everything else is all ZOL, and you can see who's already on top. Kakarot there, 17 kills. Micro with 19-2, and it's a 13-4 victory for good reason.
Very, very clean here for ZOL. And yeah, just the old squad really making things work on out for him. That Fallen 5 core in the trio have really been a great compliment to him. Have been these Patman and Zind additions from different teams up on into it. What do you snicker at that?
I think it's the opposite. It's Patman and Zin who were the ones who stayed. And it was the Fallen 5 trio that was added.
Yeah, but
on.
majority takes it
No.
over.
Dude, it was their house first. It was their house first.
Yeah, but they were annexed by it. This is ours now.
It got claimed? Are you telling
They
me?
got claimed. That's how it works.
Okay, but sure. Let's check out some of the highlights here. I do feel like for MPH again, moments, especially in those 4 rounds, moments where Nasty just hits an incredible opening, opens up the site for MPH to get themselves these 1v1 angles and beat out ZOL. But then, you have these plays from Patman, you have these plays from Micro, and ZOL would suddenly just get back and start winning all the aim duels coming their way.
Well, I mean, it's just difficult to really quantify in simple terms what AMPH's problems are, because they are multifaceted and multidimensional, but there definitely is seemingly just a lack of cohesion, it seems, on their part. Now, their open qualifier run looked a lot more promising. Obviously, they didn't really go up against teams like this, but still, the turnaround here, I did not expect them to be the way that they are and this far low. But for the meantime, the only things you guys have to worry about is what snack are you gonna get during the break, because we're gonna give you guys a few minutes to try and think that on over. When we return, map number 2 shall be here.
Indeed, just like the discovery of the Philippine Islands, it's been a bit of a conquest there from ZOL Esports onto AMPH. Whoa, history lesson out of nowhere. But in any case, we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, and as we just said, ZOL takes that first map. That's with Black and Blue still. Unfortunately, no VCT Pacific talents with you right now. We'll save him for later, of course, with Sir Asrai returning on the caster desk. But my fellow equal, Black and Blue, what can you say about that first map?
I am blackened.
Oh yeah,
excuse me.
My fellow equal Blacken. What do you say about that first map? Just because ZOL is still continuing on with their winning ways.
GG go next. Like, I mean, what do you do as a team, right? When you're MPH, just forget that one. You're not really gonna learn much, to be honest. Like mid matchup, swap into the map. So that's kind of a map VOD watching thing after you're gonna have to find out with. But we move on over, I think, into this next map here on Icebox, which is a curious one to say the least.
Yeah, this is a interesting change up here for MPH. Now they're running that double duelist. They're still gonna stick around with the Viper here, so they forgo the KO that we usually see from MPH, and it's more of a confident approach here from the squad that's really looking for a win in the series.
Yeah, I have to assume MPH are just, they're happy to be here in the first place. Obviously, wins would definitely add to that, but even the fact that they got this far has been a pretty good case for them. I was expecting a bit more. I do hope to see more. Like, give us a map against a team like this, against ZOL. That would be great, but we're straight into the pistol round here.
And they know each other's positions immediately. There's Scandal now, the 1-for-1 to start things off. Zindo already getting a double kill as he's moving forward. Did he just drop the spike along the way and then get the third kill? Did I see that right?
Not too sure.
Whoa.
Perhaps.
Okay, fast motions though. Anyway, from ZOL. Haemorrhage gonna be under the tube, and Magic's the only one who can really contest this from this point on. Microscene over onto the window, so good clear from AMPH at least. We see Kakarot now, good tag here with the Sheriff, but tempered from Zind. He's got the quad, let him get the ace. He will get it here to start things off strong for ZOL.
I didn't even realize Zind had an angle there to see that deep into it for the 4th kill, but well, an ace to start things off. They want to play the Reyna against him. He's going to show him how it's done. Yep, look, he drops a spike. Well, I think he ran into it after one of his teammates died and decided to drop it, which is smart. You do not want to have the spike on the tip of the spear.
That's crazy. Zind, when he gets really hot, he is just basically an inferno, and 5 kills means you not only get a rifle to buy, you also can afford full armor. And a raid boss to start things off is such a strong showing from ZOL here.
Imagine if he gets one tap from Bone and Sheriffs early on. Nope, that's not going to happen. Cleanup crew here, and Zind is leading the way.
Yeah, full buy into full impact, and A side is just ripe for the taking here for ZOL. I guess the cause of concern here for MPH is, yes, they're changing up the composition to try and contest more with the Reyna. But then again, their group stage run here on Icebox, not the best. They've only gotten a total of 5 rounds in 2 series against the likes of Naos and JustUs. And so far, it's been all ZOL, again with the flawless.
Yep, quick and clean. ZOL here, just really strong arming their way into it. On an eco like this, it's going to be difficult to try and get some of these kills. A bunch of pistols on these long-range fights that Icebox offers. So ZOL, look, they're going to commit towards the A side once again. You can see AMPH kind of being wary of a B side take here, thinking ZOL might shake it up, but they're going to give him the exact same game plan.
Yeah, ZOL is just going to do this again and again, especially on a map like Icebox. Easier to take that A side. If you frag out, you're good for it. Nasty though. That's a good opening versus Kakarot, and Zind now turning it up to 11 as he opens up with the Empress. Ready now to find the target. Nasty has to burn the dash. Doesn't want to deal with the Reyna like this. But here comes Zind again. Wants to peek it out. That's the shot you were looking for last round. Black and Blue. Sevi with a big denial.
Yep. As soon as the smoke drops, he gets an angle on it too. I don't think I don't think Zind expected that, and now AMPH have 2 kills over ZOL, giving them that player count advantage. It is a bonus here, though, by AMPH, and so, rather by ZOL. Don't expect too much, but they do have weapons to try and turn this around.
Yeah, but it's already an impressive start from AMPH. They've learned their lessons for past 2 rounds, know what angles they have to take, and Not only that, they've been good at holding off this mid lurk from Micro. This time, Micro changes it up, not from the window, but swings wildly into mid itself. Presence has been shown. Watching out also for what Magix can do from that angle, but ZOL has cut that noise and need to play into A here.
Three v5 still. No real counter frags being made just yet by ZOL.
Here.
They have a few guns too to work with. Let's see if they're able to take this backside. Nasty trying to anchor things down. Patman opens things up, and they should be able to get the spike down. Kebsy's safe, tucked in away.
Yeah, he looked away at the most inopportune moment. But MPH, they still have that backside control and can contest ZOL in closer quarters. Snakebite lob, Magix does by Patman. Beautiful scan and beautiful flicks. MPH quick on the retake, and this time they change it up and get a score on the board.
It's good that they did that pretty clean as well, because losing economy here early on the defense is not going to be great if you are AMPH, especially with the way ZOL are playing right now, so confident. I wager that a few rounds taken by AMPH is going to kind of put ZOL a bit on their heels here and slow down the way they're playing. You know, I never actually looked at that screen.
I was about to mention, is he reading the screen?
Yeah.
Does he need to know what the temperature is on Icebox? Of course it's gonna be very cold. Did you know Black and Blue Icebox is very cold?
Yeah. I mean, perhaps, you know, it's gonna change the gas within his nanoswarm canisters, and so he has to know, oh, the effect's gonna be bigger now.
That's true, you know? Killjoy would think about that in the lore, but ZOL now, they changed it up, go over to B. We hear the showstopper now being primed by Patman. And Patman and Kakarot is just gonna find these picks along the way. Patman with another one, but Yellow isn't cleared as of yet. Hemorrhage doing a good job for a last stand, but it's not enough to secure a second kill, and B is just taken easily here by ZOL. But we watch out for a potential 1v1 alarm bot already. Showing Sevi's intentions, looking the wrong way. Sevi though wins the fight with 30 HP. What else can he do?
The round is done. Obviously, Sevi not even going to try and opt to go for the retake here. Try and clutch it out. Instead, merely hold on to what they've got. And ZOL, that was a pretty perfect take they've got on that B site. And a big part of that was when they took Orange, they did not come from just the one, long angle into Yellow. Instead, kind of going around, going through the short side, and circumventing them. Made it a lot easier to pincer those two defenders towards Yellow here on aim.
Yeah, they were very quick at moving from green to orange, and especially that they used the showstopper to clear out that usual hiding spot behind the crate. The only point of concern was the fact that Hemorrhage stayed along here at Yellow, but he has to hug the wall. He has to hug basically this container just to stay alive. And still, ZOL Esports was able to get the pinch going. So 3-1 right now, and as soon as APH gets a foot, it's just ZOL leaping away at a mile per hour here.
Turret out.
You know, it'd be funny if Icebox as a map had like a slippery part because it's ice. Like maybe just somewhere random there in the spawn.
You think you know what would be funny if Icebox had a timer, so once the rounds keep going, the ice would start melting. And there will be parts where you're slower, your parts where you're faster.
Climate change?
Yeah, dude. Come on, it's real, okay? No matter what anyone tells you, climate change is real, and that is not up for debate. Hemorrhage, though, he's playing the same position as before. While the Clouds and Snakebite setup is there. Zind. He's pushing forward, though, over onto the box as ZOL. They take a bit of the high ground, take Yellow now. But this time, APH, a different plan. Flank is being pushed by not just one, but three. You said that they're Black and Blue. Kakarot, he's the one holding off
Warmer.
the flank. And
Warmer.
oh, temperature.
Warm.
It's changing. It's hot. It's hot. And Kakarot's the one who's extra spicy. There you go. Hot tamale Kakarot. He's found two already on the flank. Happy to get the third here. And he just clears out anyone in his way. Absolutely clean from the black line. The back line there.
Magix.
Oh.
Left alone. He still has a chance though, but look at the high low they've got there by Kakarot and Kebsy towards that Yellow position. Patman's gonna be that first contact. He does get taken down. Magix is gonna expect him to be here a bit towards that B long. Ice cold though, ZOL not necessarily jumping to the gun. Calm peek and a Quick and easy win here for ZOL. It came dicey though on the flank, but Kakarot he could smell them around the corner.
Yeah, that was just impressive there, Blackkin. Because Kakarot, he... Yes, sometimes I don't know what to call you now. Because you've always been Black and Blue. And you've always been Nico. But this year, your name has been cut in half.
You know, it said Dax a while ago too, right?
Yeah, that's true. I had to point it out also in our prod chat. It's like, hey, that's not me.
Yep.
And they still can get your name right.
I could be everybody. At this point, who am I missing on the English side?
You can be everybody except us.
Raph, Riku, and Dash. Yes, that's all I'm missing.
Oh, you forgot Fluffy.
He doesn't count. He's an EMEA.
Man's in another region again. But the 4-1 standing, yeah. ZOL Esports still in command. And Nasty, he's brought out the blades. Interesting enough, Magic has the Bucky of all things holding out for mid. Expecting Micro to push that way, but Nasty now with the updraft, and down he goes. Swatted away by Patman. Boomba thrown. Micro waiting patiently for Magic to come his way. And I don't think you can really do that against Micro, right? He's such a patient player. He's not going to fall for those shotgun antics.
I mean, he kind of had a second intuition there. He could be. Leaher trying to buy them some space, force him and flush him into the corner there to try and hide from its area of effect. Yeah, Yonpeak, no real chance for him to take that one. And unfortunately, Dax, this is looking much akin to how Split turned out.
Yeah, it's just more and more ZOL in control. And you gotta wonder, what else can APH really do here? One strong point we've seen so far from them is we get one pick early on. They do look better on the retake with the numbers advantage. They've also sussed out Micro from time to time in some of these rounds. So if they can just put that all together, right? If they can catch out the mid lurk, get that opening pick, have a 5v3, it's a big possibility for them to sweep away anyone else from ZOL in post plant.
Found them.
ZOL still continuing their momentum, it seems, from Split into this. Maybe AMPH now with Nasty on his op. He could do something different here. But he is completely on the other side of the map. So little do they know, I've got things a bit easier than it could have been. They have the lockdown 2 here to try and buy them some space. But do they commit it? Seems to be the case.
Yep. ZOL, they're considering about it. They're thinking, maybe do we use the lockdown now? They just push with Patman instead. Unexpected angle here, and that Lear is way too wide. Because of it, Patman still having clear sight lines to get a double kill. Zin ready for anyone from the rafters too. Sevi with the trade, yes. But AMPH, they've already been dismantled at the start. Sevi goes for the Aldron to get a bit of intel. Operator also difficult for Nasty to try and go for the retake, but he hits a good shot onto one. That's all he gets as Batman has found a third. 70, the only one still standing now. Tries to go for the wall bangs over onto the nest, but ZOL have decided to back away with Kakarot. Time is ticking, and it's not on the side of AMPH whatsoever. He sees the spike, sees Kevzi, misses the shot, and Kevzi will punish him accordingly. ZOL now make it to 6.
Sevi not accounting for the fact that when you're on the rope, you are much less accurate. Only tapping twice. Maybe could have been the pressure that got to him there a bit. Made him forget that factor. Or not take it into account at the very least. But yeah, it's a painful sight to see here for AMPH. You can tell their players individually have some promise, but it's not coming into its own as a whole. And ZOL are just much more sharper, much more practiced, and much more experienced.
It's a matter of cohesion, right? It's always been ZOL and their teamwork. But beautiful work from Nasty. The fly swatter has done its job. And AMPH, as soon as you count them out, they get back into the game. Well done already with 3 picks on an eco state, by the way. Nasty happy to play from afar with that Guardian. Few taps along the way. Zindo, he needs to be monstrous to get this back for ZOL. The high-low is a go. Zindo finding one, and Yonpeak wasn't ready for him. Zind got in 2 already, got in the 3rd. Has the Empress available if ever, but wisely, he's backing away for the time being. Can consider to go to B if ever.
Oh, you cannot give Zind those type of fights, those isolated fights there. Why was Yonpeak so deep there as well? He had his back turned, just not even expecting Zin to crawl up behind him. They're giving him these openings, these holes. And Zin will be able to get the plant for free here on towards that B site. Imagine another clutch.
Yeah, he might try to listen for it, but Zin, he's already being proactive. The head is seen, and Zin will fall. The right moment to actually climb that staircase and ascend to a second round win here for AMPH. A beautiful 3 just blooms where Zin has been felled, and they needed that one. It was still an impressive start and a good recovery there from AMPH, all things considered.
This might have been one of the nastiest, with pun intended, shots I have seen from him. Just tapping away a Guardian. First shot, the only shot he needed. But Zin is such a formidable force that he almost just won that back and punished AMPH there for the kind of callous play. ZOL still, though, heavily in the lead here. 12 to Zin's name after that one. They can finally continue to build upon this and maybe string another one in the row. We saw that on Split.
Oh. Zin actually got hit by Snakebite from outside, I think.
Yeah.
It leaked
went
into
through
the
the
garage.
wall.
Yeah, and he's now to light armor because of it. A good chance here for AMPH to catch him in the act if ever. Watching out for ZOL. They're still playing a bit of a default now, 1-3-1. Many more forces playing into mid. And AMPH, they just need to show a bit of discipline here. Don't jump the gun. A chance for Yonpeak here. Gets a pick and dismisses on out. Patman not ready for it. And perfectly executed there by Yonpeak, but doesn't expect. Zin still here at Garage. Magic's now with one of his own. Kakarot will make the find on the Hemorrhage happen. And B site opened up. Magic's the only one still standing against them, but Zin overruns him. And ZOL will get the plant down anyway.
Doesn't realize how close they could actually be there. Magic's been taken on down. See if Nasty can do some work. He knows someone has to be here towards mid.
Spike planted.
Does expect the boosted angle. He's not even clearing it. Allows Kevzy to get the jump on him. Yes, he wasn't aware. Didn't take into consideration that factor. But in the 1v2 here, Sevi, he's been spotted out. He has a real chance, but the lockdown is available. Oh, crossing towards jail. He might be sent to his doom. And Zin is going to be the warden of that. 7-2, and ZOL, they respond with a round.
Yeah, those last few seconds of that round, possibility Sevi gets the grid shot gaming going. He also pre-fired the little window over there really well. But unfortunately for them, it's just AMPH can't string along all their successes in the round itself. I look at AMPH right now, and if I had like a video editor, right, I could make some highlights of moments for them, but it just isn't enough to convert into actually getting a score on the board. They've gotten 2 so far, and especially an impressive effort on that semi-eco round. But beyond that, it's still ZOL in control. And speaking of, ZOL now barreling down towards B, knowing AMPH has lesser firepower to work with.
See, AMPH, perhaps an eco could benefit them here. And Hammer, if he does connect on the shot, only good for one though, unfortunately. They lose their primary controller, their only option in that matter. Find even more picks. It's all going their way. They're all lining up. It's all on the Yonpeak, but with a Bulldog, he's outnumbered and outgunned. And ZOL are just continuing this tirade.
Honestly, we should just talk about how ZOL has elevated their game this week. Not just with that win over Naos, but how they played against JustUs, how convincing they were in that series, and you can continue on with that trend on how they're doing it against AMPH. Yes, they give up a bit of a streak here and there, but when ZOL is just absolutely honed in, they look to be one of the most impressive teams we have right now here.
Yeah, and that's true, especially, you know, in this season specifically. I mean, last year, kind of at the end, during some of those off-season tournaments, there was a chance for them to get deep in some of those tournaments. It just never necessarily materialized there. But in this case, look at Nasty. It's at least showing that he is a star as well.
Look, for real, every time we bring up a little bit of ZOL backstory, AMPH suddenly kills them. This is the third time.
Talk about us too.
We do! That's the thing! We do a lot! But this is the third time, and this can be a third round for AMPH. We've seen their success rate in converting these first picks courtesy of Nasty even better when it's 2 of them. And the 5v3 retake has always been strong from AMPH. Lockdown so are gonna be a go. Magix does find Batman. Magix with another one. Not enough for the hat trick. Lockdown gonna get broken. Same can be said on the opposite end. And Yonpi, he's just gonna stick it. This is easy pickings here for APH. It's an easy round to get away with. And 3 is the number here for APH. Kevsey with a single exit before he's found.
Before the switch.
I mean, he could have thrown a shock dart, but I don't think it would have killed any of them. More health, more than enough to tank one. So, Kevs are trying to save it for a more opportune moment, his ultimate. But I think it's the right call anyways. Last round here. Never know if it's going to come in big. But as you mentioned, AMPH, when the spotlight is taken away from them, that's when they want some of it more.
Yeah, it's not as if they're going to hear us or anything, but truthfully, that first pick is so important here for AMPH, especially if it's from someone like Nasty. Yon peek though, playing a bit of aggress. Jump peek from Kakarot should be heard by him. Yon peek peeks out, but Kakarot is more than ready for it. ZOL gets the first kill here. Nasty pushing a little bit deeper onto the outskirts of A. And the Viper Spit will be left to deflate. Watch out for your backs though. Does Nasty find it timing? The answer is gonna be yes. Sin. Same can be said for him there at mid, and eventually ZOL, they're just gonna force the issue. Go towards B. Hamerage though, finding the one. Magix couldn't convert on his angle. And instead, over onto upper. Hamerage. Need to be very careful from the kitchen. It's just a game of a maze here, black and blue. But in the end, it becomes a 2v2.
Good angles here. Coming from Hamerage there to get the pick off on the Zind especially. It's a big pick off for AMPH to find, try and equalize these player counts. Snakebite as well, gonna Volney micro, but he's got the toxic, rather the Viper Spit to utilize.
Oh?
Be difficult to push him.
That was close. Nasty though eventually seen with the highlight, a 1v1 between the Vipers, but this is Micro's territory. He's had such a legacy on this map, playing controller. Can he continue on right here, right now? Poison Cloud though, reset by Hamerage. He goes for the tap as the Viper Spit is gone. Micro still playing so patiently, waiting for anyone to swing his way. And Hamerage, he's gonna call that bluff. Got halfway, there's the swing. Possible still for Hamerage. 4 bullets left in the chamber. Shorty's not enough. 4 kills, but is time gonna be on his side? Answers yes, as AMPH claim the last round of the first half.
I thought he would have stuck for the half defuse there initially when he got that toxic cloud on the spike itself, but actually just tries to go for a peek and goes for the half after the fact. Luckily here for AMPH, it works on out, and Hamerage, absolutely the MVP of that round at the end of the half. He got the pick on Zind and found the follow-ups there, and ultimately enough to clutch against Micro, so Viper be Viper. He's a King Cobra for this time around.
Yeah, every series AMPH has been in, Hamerage has a Hamerage moment, has a moment where he just wins around in dire straits for the squad. Absolutely clutch for AMPH in their run so far at VCT. But of course, work, it's not even gonna be any easier on the attack. ZOL Esports has a big lead to work with. Well, AMPH did cut it to at least 4 right now, but Patman over onto the screens here. Yon Peak as well as Magix still holding over onto the Raptors player by Belt. Duck screen is up. The ropes though will just deliver them to the sidelines of Patman, but he can't convert. Sent back to his maker. Yon Peak draws first blood here. Zind in a cheeky angle. Next position allows him to dismiss on away. Zind's hungry for more. Already with a second. He got the ace a while ago on the pistol. He's good for 3 right now. And ZOL again decimating anyone in front of them.
Oh man. ZOL here. Just absolutely stopping AMPH in their tracks. Good find from Hamerage. Let's see if he can make them bleed. Only for a mere flesh wound of ZOL. They hold on to a pistol. Another one. This is literally the split scoreline, Dex. 8-4 and then 9-4 after. So it's not looking well.
Yeah,
not at all.
History is not on the side of AMPH at all, and it's as recent as can be. I look to see what they're gonna do in their buy round. Maybe now, if Nasty again can hit some wicked shots. He's bringing out the Marshall even. So a chance if they can get a pick. And that's the call here for APH. That's what they're doing right now with a split like this.
Poison orb emitting.
No. ZOL with that outlaw here is going to be deadly for them to fight. Nasty trying to force up a Marshall. Just maybe try and find a pick in retaliation to open things up. At the very least, look at the push out here from Zin. No fear whatsoever. Hammerage gets a punish on the micro.
Yeah, good find there by AMPH. Hammerage does take some immense damage because of it. It's a gun down there for ZOL. Patman on the other hand, watching out for the rope. Sevi just sliding away with his life there. Still though, mid, a very much so strong point that AMPH can work on. Many of the forces putting pressure onto Zin right now. Nasty also. That's beautiful work by him. And Kevsey, he's the one who needs to step on up right now. Patman now gives chase. Sevi's not ready for this one. So ZOL Esports, they're gonna get a pick and they're wrapping around the defenders here. Look at this. APH just narrowly avoiding the ZOL push.
Well, that's where the Marshall comes on in, right? To find a pick like that.
30
to make
seconds
this round a
left.
lot more viable. Now the plant on the A site will continue on. ZOL. Still a winnable round for them. Do not forget, no armor here really on AMPH, especially Hemorrhage, who's very low.
Yep.
And there's a quick shot from Patman to open up the retake.
Yeah, Kakarot basically has the double-barreled operator in a scenario like this. That outlaw so strong on these anti-eco rounds. Here we go again. Patman now with the 3 magic stove, finding Kakarot. Patman good for 4, and Kempsey finalizes the deal with the final trade there at the end. APH doing some immense damage, yes, but it's still making it double digits still.
Yeah, Patman just running them down there with a bulldog in hand. Hard to really fight that unless he can get a clean shot off with one of these sheriffs. The Marshal able to get something going there, but up close, only a mere tag is what Nasty's able to find. ZOL continuing their run, became a bit dicey, not gonna lie, admittedly, in the mid part of that. But at the very least, AMPH is able to farm up economy, and this is now a much more viable bonus round for them to convert 5 to 10. If they get the next 6 to 10 and eco, potentially 7, then we have a game in our hands.
Yeah, if you've noticed, AMPH has put a lot of pressure on ZOL during their eco rounds here. But when it comes to the full buys, it's mostly ZOL with the advantage. It's a bonus even here for ZOL. Zind already catching out one there over at the garage, I believe. So less options here for AMPH to go B. They're putting their eggs in this basket, moving, trying to play the A.
Push on now, and the commit to come from AMPH. Potentially, they have a lurk coming in from Hammerage. It has to go and come in big. I think he's going to get timing on this as well. Off the flank there it goes, Hammerage, but the rest of the AMPH squad trying to overrun the site, and that they should be able to do now.
Rapid dropping down there. Capra though, the double shot, and ooh, that was fast from Micro. That is beautiful work there from ZOL. 11-4 now. And it got very dangerous there. I was expecting Patman to die to the second in there as soon as one of APH pushed the screens. He still got that kill anyway. And eventually, because of his life still being there, it slowed down the mid push, allows the backstab to happen from the outlaw, and the rest was just ZOL's history to write.
I thought Hammerage would almost assuredly get this kill and follow up cleanly after, but over on the site. Although, unfortunately, yeah, ZOL, Kakarot there on the rotation, the outlaw just enough and just in the perfect spot to take a round and back. This puts AMPH in such a desperate spot as ZOL are farming them here, even stopping them from getting within touching grounds of the site. They can't barely even get out of spawn, and Patman just brings us a match point.
Man, I didn't even say anything that round. It was just that quick.
I am the star of the show, Dax.
Yeah, you are the main character.
Keep your mouth shut in my presence.
Oh, well, we got an egomaniac here, folks, but I'd say what you just said to me is basically the statement ZOL is making right now. They are the star of the series. They silence APH before they can even get a single word out. And this is basically it. Obviously, they lose this round, they lose the series here for APH, but this is them having some rifles to contend with. Shock Dart, though, already peppering to away from full armor. We hear the showstopper also being primed, but Nasty finds in. And watch out also for the angle. Hamer just playing by spawn. Hamer shutting down Patton. Patton brings him to grave with him. It's 2v2 now. And we hear the Empress online from Yonpeak, hunting down the target. But Kevzi has a better angle. Sevi panicking in that situation. Falls down to the ground. Yonpeak given a chance to go for the trade. And we're left to a solo duel yet again. Kakarot, he's searching for an angle here from mid. Yonpeak ready to receive, but a single shot is enough to break the hearts of APH. And look at that, Kakarot showing us what angle he took there.
Yep, he crouched down, ADS into the angle. What's he doing? Just having fun
He's
with
doing it
it.
again.
Yeah,
He's like,
they're showing you guys, this is what I did, casters, observers, audience. Behold my strategy. But ZOL, did we? Is this the same scoreline we saw for map 1? I think so too.
Yes.
13-4 once more.
Okay.
And ZOL, what can we say, Dax, that we haven't already?
I dubbed the week 2 as ZOL week.
Yep.
3 series played in 3 days. All of them victories. And the last 2 series that they had, absolutely incredible 2-0s. You said it there, Black and Blue. Same scoreline, same result. Another 13-4 there by ZOL. And what else can we say that we haven't over the past few days, right? This has just been the best ZOL has ever been in their history.
Well, it's a telltale sign coming from their interviews as well. Like yesterday, when we were talking to Micro, he mentioned that when asked if they feel like they are the top team right now and if they deserve that, he was like, not yet. No, we got something to prove. Other teams might not necessarily see us that way. We don't see ourselves that way just yet because we've got some names to take, and they look like they're out on the mission here, Dax. I hope that they can continue this and keep this up all the way to the playoffs because they have been quickly and swiftly shown to be definitely in the top 3 right now and establish themselves as that.
And if you notice here in the series, with a scoreline of 13-4, it means that both second halves there of ZOL Esports were perfect from start to finish, right? If the map checks out. And that's just how ZOL Esports operates. When they get off to a great start, they build up these honestly insurmountable leads, because even if they give up a few rounds here and there, they're gonna get back on that streak. They're gonna have all that momentum yet again, and you're gonna feel the same kind of suffering that unfortunately APH had to deal with today. 13-4, the scoreline says it all. Patton with 23 kills. Sin, of course, his pistol kills have been absolutely impeccable. 8 of them coming from the pistol rounds alone. On the other hand, Hemorrhage, great performance, and I wish we saw his perspective in that last round. That was such a cheeky angle, hiding in one of the corners there near the ship spawn. And he caught Batman, but unfortunately for him, that's a one and done angle. You get hit by a showstopper, you're dead there. But in any case, yeah, not the best day here for APH, and it's unfortunately another loss in their tally here.
I mean, ZOL was never necessarily going to be an easy opponent for them. And coming into this, ZOL definitely had everything going for them in the first place. And if you are ZOL, look at that post plant, 8 of 12. The only rounds that ZOL lost were ones that the APH were able to retake in the first place. Not stop ZOL from getting the plant, no. They retook it, which means they had to recover from an already bad situation there. And so, that's at least for the most part. I do think too, though, Dax, that if you're ZOL right now, it's very easy to fall into a position where you feel overconfident, you feel like you are the champions of the world, and they have to make sure that they don't fall prey to that. They should keep up their consistency, because we've already talked about them being one of the most consistent teams. We saw that here today in this series, but that has to continue even forward with that heat retention.
Yeah, this is a moment though for ZOL to celebrate still. It wasn't just a good day, it was a good week. A win on Naos to start things off, a win versus JustUs, and now to seal the deal, a victory versus APH.
That deserves some cave barbecue, I think. I think that's a hot pot or a Sam Gibb run right after.
Yeah,
right there.
Smiles on the cameras. Only Kakarot does very serious. Kakarot's so serious. He's like,
yep.
I won. This is how I did it. I'm gonna do it 2 more times just to show you guys how it's done. But yeah, this was ZOL putting on another strong performance, and this is a case for them to keep on going, keep climbing higher into the ladder, and truthfully, from what we've seen over the first 2 series alone here, Black and Blue, are expected number 1 and 2. It can get shifted away to the likes of Meowth and to the likes of ZOL Esports. We'll throw it back though to the panel to break down everything that happened.
Ang aga pa. So, what a quick performance by ZOL Esports. I hate to say this, pero medyo we kind of saw it coming from the recent performances of both teams. Pero before anything else, how would you describe this series all in all? Simulan natin sa'yo, Taylor.
Parang history repeats itself from game 1 up to game 2. Sobrang one-sided nung naging match natin dito, which was a little bit expected pagdating sa panel and also sa casters na meron tayo. Gaya ng sabi ko, hinahabol pa nila eh. Sinubukan nilang ilagay si Yon Peak as well as another duelist to alleviate that kind of pressure, pero hindi nag-work out. Ikaw, Azuray, how do you feel about this match?
Ano talaga, nakikita natin yung woes of a team that is, alam mo na, malakas sila sa open qualifiers, pero the struggle is definitely real once you go up against a more structured team. Nakikita mo talaga yung lack of experience ngayon ng NPH. You do have that firepower, but unfortunately, hindi pa talaga sapat yun when you don't really have the necessary strats to back it up sana.
Yep, that's true. Anyway, speaking of firepower, kausapin natin yung nagdala ng firepower in the series from ZOL Esports. Hindi pala kausapin, papakita muna natin. Nagka-spoiler ako eh. Oh, Miles Morales, akyat! See? Zind! Actually, yung MVP natin, expecting to be Patman as well. I mean, still a top fragger on the end of ZOL Esports, Patman, but we have Zind as an MVP. Let's start with you, Taylor. Bakit siya?
Nagsasalitan lang sila actually dito ng mga MVP, either Patman o kaya si Zind. I mean, you've seen this guy played multiple games for ZOL Esports, and most or majority of the times talaga when he plays that duelist role, he always pops off. And at the same time, you see it in the ACS as well. It's 304 Azuray. Ang laki.
Yeah. Only player lang talaga na nagpahirap dito sa players ng ZOL, maybe even kay Zen, si Hi-Am Reg, pero other than that, and again, sobrang dominant performance coming in sa ZOL Esports.
Yep, that's true. And kudos to Hi-Am Reg, kasi like the past few games of MPH, it was just nasty trying to play 1 versus 9, I guess. But now with Hi-Am Reg, he's actually there showing up for MPH as well. So it's not yet the end for the team, pero two more weeks, kaya pa yan. We'll see. But with this being all said, meron tayong interview with the MVP for the series. So let's have Zind over at the panel. Hello, Zind. Yon, nag-aaral pa si Zind. Hello, sir. Hello po. Hello po.
Salita ka nga, Zind. Hindi pa natin siya marinig.
Ayan. Hello?
Isa pa nga.
Isa pa. Sabihin mo, Zind.
Wala pa.
Si Patman ata yun nasa likod. Uwu girl, but
kailangan
hello?
ng entertainment eh. So, ayusin lang natin yan saglit. Pero
lang.
right now as well, Bruce and Azuray, I feel like for ZOL Esports, parang tapos na yung paghihirap nila so far pagdating dito sa brackets natin. Kasi yung mga next matches nila, it's gonna be first MegaSaver, Old Stinky Cat, Valhalla, yung mga Titans na nakita natin, Azuray, parang tapos na sila dun sa problema na yun eh.
Yeah, siguro tingin ko na magiging real issue ngayon or real trouble na team para sa ZOL Esports, ang Old Stinky Cat na again nakita natin earlier today na nanalo against a Oasis Gaming in such a dominant fashion na 2-0. Pero tamang-tama ka naman, if they're looking to farm more games against other teams din dito, this I think is a really nice curve ngayon para sa ZOL Esports. Out of the 3 teams, it feels like it's lang talaga yung pinaka-threat para sa kanila.
Yep, actually, and the being threat would be Old Stinky Cats. Baka ZOL Esports could be the guys na magbibigay ng finally first loss for Old Stinky Cats. Not hoping for a loss from that team, pero like they've been winning too much. I think they parang, I don't know, still looking for the team to bring them down, I guess. But so far, with this series, all in all, MPH, let's talk about their performance as a team. What do you think are like better adjustments on their end, Taylor?
I think really a lot more to do pagdating dito sa team na to. But so far, the more games you play, the more you adjust anyway. And I think subukan ulit natin yung interview para makausap natin yung MVP, Bruce.
Ayun, ready na siya. Zind, hello? Bessie. Sabi niya, nag-ano lang, check niya lang yung mic. Ayan,
Mag-sign
smiling!
language ka na lang.
Sige, ako na magta-translate para sa'yo, Zind. Sige, kaya ko mag-lip read.
Acting ka, Zind.
Acting ka. Okay, Zind, kung ikaw ay isang Valorant agent, sino ka?
Pakita mo nga sa amin. Huhulaan namin, Zin.
Hulaan namin. Sige, acting mo lang. Acting mo.
Sige na, don't be shy.
Feeling ko
Hindi nahihiya
si
siya.
Omen daw, kasi nakamask. Sabi niya gano'n, nakamask.
Hindi,
Tapos
pwede
gumawa
rin
siya.
Gecko. Pag nag-ult si Gecko, nakaganon siya.
Pwede rin. Tsaka sumayaw si
ikaw,
Chris
Bruce.
Nawala sa screen eh.
Ikaw, Bruce, kung magiging kung magiging agent ka, pakita mo nga.
Ay, mahihain ako, pero sige na.
Sino yan? Omen ba yan?
Si Cypher yan, kasi
Si Cypher ba yan?
Okay.
Sige,
okay.
sabi
Hindi ko alam bakit. Ikaw, Taylor. Si Asuray pa pala.
Si Asuray muna, si Asuray. Ikaw, Asuray, kung agent ka. Phoenix ba yan? Phoenix yan!
Phoenix yan! Akala ko si Yasuo eh.
Sa iba yun.
Naging cool guy. Iba pala yun. Sorry. O ikaw, Taylor. Kung ikaw ay isang Valorant agent, anong Valorant agent ka ba?
Ayan. Ano yan?
Jet, watch this.
Hindi, Sage yun.
Sage.
The
Sage, Jet Revive Me naman diba?
Jet Revive Me, yun yung, by the way, Jet Revive Me, we love you, the original one. Pero I think with Zen being unable to, for us to reach out, baka masyado siyang nanalo and he's having such a great time so far. Na parang, hindi, ayoko na magsalita, panalo ako eh. And maybe that's how ZOL Esports feels. But, going back to my question kanina, when it comes to AIM-PH, sinagot na ni Taylor, any adjustments on your thoughts, Asuray, for this team?
Honestly, again, it's the same thing lang talaga. It feels like dun sa mga nakita kong parts where they were falling off against ZOL Esports, yung tightness ng ability nila to get those refrags in. Kasi there's points where you also have to know how to fall back into a site. Yung mga first point of contact, second point of contact, all of that. Talaga eh. Lots of fundamentals dito in terms of yung going up against a structured team like ZOL Esports, very much lacking in para sa AIM-PH. But that's not saying na AIM-PH is a bad team. It's more of like they're just an inexperienced team talaga. Again, these are players that as you look at yung kanila match histories, not really that much in terms of yung tournament na experience na yan. It's only Magic's, diba, that we've seen from MVP Esports way back then. Pero him, not definitely enough to rile up itong teams, yung players nila. Pero what is good for MPH is, to their name, napaka-crack ng mga players nila dito. If they can use that over the next couple of games na meron pa sila, maybe they can get a win or two dito and hope to at least learn a lot more, diba?
Yep, that's true. So anyway, before anything else, we'll just like to thank the people who made all this possible, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app, syempre, ang Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares pagdating sa Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees nyo as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery. At saka, Bruce, ang dami pang budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos sa Grab Food Saver meals mo. Ooh!
And of course, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayan. Actually, speaking of sanction, parang ready na akong i-sanction yung interview na to. Okay, pasok na natin. Zind! For the third time, Zind, hello!
Hello po.
Ayun, kailangan lang palang lumipat, ayusin yung monitor, tsaka pwede na siyang magsalita. Isipin mo, si Zen naglaro, walang mic buong game, pero panalo pa rin sila. Pero anyway, Zen, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor tsaka si Asuray. Meron kami mga katanungan sa'yo. And congratulations on your win. Sobrang tagal niya dito sa, sa split natin sa VCTPH. But eto na, si Taylor, your question for Zen.
Ayan, napag-usapan namin kanina yung next matches nyo is actually gonna be for first MegaSaver, Old Stinky Cats, tsaka Valhalla. Parang natapos nyo na yung mga Titans pagdating dito sa VCTPH. Meron ka bang, or kayo as a team, na parang talagang gusto nyong makalaban dito sa tatlong team na to na looking forward kayo makaharap?
Ay, yung Old Stinky po. Kasi wala pa po silang talo eh. Wala pa po silang talo.
Tama naman, tama naman. Alright,
yung ano rin po, yung 1MS. Kasi mga tropa-tropa po eh.
Sino?
Yung 1MS po, kasi mga tropa-tropa din po yung mga players dun eh. Lalo na po si Kyle.
Okay, sige. So, from the two teams na you mentioned, sino ba sa paningin mo yung mahihirapan yung ZOL Esports?
Hindi ko po masabi kasi parehas naman po sila malalakas lahat eh.
Ay, safe
Yun,
answer,
no? Safe answer. Media train si Tropa.
Zin, blink twice if you need help,
Wala na, kami na
Asaray, may
bahala
tanong ata
magsabi.
si Asaray.
Oo, meron din.
Okay, so sa akin naman, gusto ko lang marinig yung experience nyo sa, parang yung experience nyo dun sa communication nung kalaban nyo yung Oasis Gaming. Tapos nung nagkaroon kayo nung string of wins nyo ba, mas naging tighter ba yung communications nyo after ng Oasis or parehas lang ba? May naging malaking difference ba or ano lang, same lang up until today?
Para sa akin po na mas nag-improve po kami nung natalo po kami sa Oasis eh. Like, mas na-realize po kasi namin mas kailangan po namin mag-usap-usap para mas mapanalo po yung round.
So mas active na yung mga players nyo po sa pag, ano?
Opo.
Hindi sila natalo, natuto sila.
Yeah, actually. Parang, ano yun sa mga proverbs na sinasabi, you learn from your mistakes. Ang simple naman nun, parang grade 1 pa tayo. Alam na natin yun eh. But anyway, Zin, congratulations on your win. Maraming salamat for taking your time again and again back dito sa panel. And really looking forward to your next 3 matches. And mag-champion sana kayo. Sinasabi ko yun sa lahat para walang bias. Pero thank you for being here.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much. Maraming salamat.
Zin.
Ayun na, so parang, I mean, well, kahit sagot niya ay safe, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's really looking forward to those matches. But anyway, before we wrap things up here over at our panel, your parang sabihin natin predictions on our main event for today. Kasi we had an interview with, with JustUs. Sinabi nila, excited silang kalabanin yung 1MS dahil sa mga friendly banters, ika nga. What are your predictions for the next series, Taylor?
Wala, predictions agad para sa next series.
Na. Excited ako dun eh.
Actually, kapag sinilip mo yung stats nitong dalawa, halos magkadikit lang talaga sila. You just never know who will win. Pero, fan favorite ngayon yung first MegaSaver and they're still looking to go up from that loose streak. So, baka dun muna ako. Ikaw, Asuray.
Para sa akin naman, teka lang
Nahiya pa nag-internalize pa si Tropa.
Nag-internalize talaga ako eh. Kasi ito yung problema ko ngayon. Medyo may favorite player ako sa both ng teams natin. Pero pupunta ako sa kabila naman. Tingin ko mag-adjust as ako kasi nandun si parang second love.
Alright. Baka ito na yung first nanalo na sila so walang kwenta yung joke ko. Pero that's our predictions for today for the series. So since I'll be there later, mamaya na yung prediction ko. But thank you so much, Terror and Asuray. Kayong magkakast niyan mamaya din in your respective channels. But for everybody watching, wag kayong aalis. We have the third game for the final series for today on a Sunday. It's going to be 1MS versus JustUs. Wag kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang PCTPH.
and gentlemen, presenting your host, we have Juicy Brucey.
Ayun, maraming salamat, Vil, and presenting our analyst, Black and Blue, and Vil.
Yan!
Kawalang kwentang intro yan. Pero anyway, maraming salamat sa ating lahat at nandito at nag-decide tayong magtrabaho. Sobrang aga, alas 6 pa lang. And sa mythology pa, sabi nila na pag alas 6, nagbubukas na yung mga portals to hell. Hindi ko alam kung totoo yan, pero nabasa. Ganun talaga. Hindi ko talaga alam eh.
Alam mo, Nico, Black and Blue pala. Ito yung oras na talagang mag-dive na talaga sa hell. Kasi lalong-lalo na, third series na, maaga pa lang dito, Juicy Brucey. Pero yun na, sana natuwa ka dun sa intro namin sa'yo.
Mas ako natuwa ako na inintro kayong ulit. Yun yung kakaiba. Pero bago ang lahat, introhan ko muna na Mineski Global as the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country. BNB, ikaw na.
Handang-handa ako para sa speech na to dahil magpapasalamat tayo sa ating official super app partner at kaibigan na ang Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever up to 15 pesos, 15% kamo. Cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver Delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with our Grab Food Saver meals.
Wow, sobrang mura, 99 pesos lang. And guys, alam nyo ba?
Hindi ko alam.
That this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. And now, alam mo na, Black and Blue, ayun nga, Juicy Brucey, ito yung aming trivia for the day.
Ayun, maraming salamat sa trivia. And one more trivia. Yung maglalaro, first MegaSaver versus JustUs. And eto nga, marami na nga tayong mga friendly banter coming from both teams. Flashback lang nung February 27, week 2 ata, nung in-interview natin si Psycho na parang ready siya na makipaggalaban sa 1MS dati. Previously, the Vice. Pero una sa lahat, tingnan natin yung roster ng first team na sasala ngayon. Let's look at first MegaSaver. First MegaSaver, ang team na people's favorite, ika nga, starting this split pero not finding success. Andito si Vil. Vil, first MegaSaver, anong nangyari with this team so far?
I mean like what you've said, diba? Maganda yung start nga sila ng VCT, pero nung nakakuha nga sila ng first MegaSaver, medyo at nagbago yung ihip nga ng hangin dito. Pero we are really hoping na makabawi nga sila kahit papano. And nakikita na nga natin to dun sa mga past games sila, lalong-lalo na whenever na Giansanity plays Raze, talagang dumarating tayo sa punto na talagang hindi talaga niya na ma-maximize yung utilities niya, yung showstopper as well. There's a lot of mishaps in hoping na talagang makabawi tong team na to kasi high hopes, matindi ang expectations natin dito. And in terms of communication, chaos talaga sobrang ingay na tong team na to, which is a good thing kasi at least yung moral nila is sobrang taas.
Alright, so BNB, anything to add with first MegaSaver so far? Wala, di wala. Okay lang. Ayun lang. Wala tayong magagawa. Ang bilis lang eh, parang wala eh.
Kung wala talaga, wala eh, di ba? Wala akong magagawa. Okay, next team.
Next team na tayo. Ito na, JustUs. JustUs, pasok. Dagdag bawas ang usapan kanina ngayon. Dagdagan natin ang sasabihin ni BNB, Black and Blue. O, introhan mo na. Meron naman.
Ito na nga mismo. Ang JustUs kasi parang Schofield, di ba? Napaka-pogi. Sana nakapag-graduate na nga. Katulad ng ating sinasabi araw-araw dito sa kanilang mga laban. Pero tignan naman natin ang roster to. Si Lord Dream, si Par Schofield, si Repulsive, Second Love, at si Psycho. At si Psycho ba naman ay isang napakagaling na duelist. Nakikita natin na nandun sa pinakaharapan ng linya nila pag dumalapit na sila sa mga executes. And what I really love dito na nanggagaling sa team nila is that meron pa ding pagka-complexity yung team na to. Hindi sila yung tipong team na puro WK lang. A lot of times, pag nakakita ka ng medyo mas less experienced team katulad ng team na to, nagre-rely na lang sila sa parang execute lang na parang rush B, di ba? Susugurin na lang nila, pero hindi, marunong din sila mag-default, marunong din silang parang parang ibagalan ng pace dito, but not necessarily sila isang team na napagaling gumawa ng style na yon, pero at least, di ba, sinusubukan nila, so may effort pa din.
Alright, Phil, baka naman may gusto kayo idagdag dyan.
And I just wanna say na
meron.
Sige, wag na pare, okay na pare. Sige, game, ano next natin sa program flow? Ganito pala talaga pa magkakasama tayo, di ba? Diyos ko, ang lala. Pero,
tama naman, sakto naman yung chemistry natin.
Predictions?
Hindi pa, wait lang. Bago tayo prediction, tingnan muna natin yung mga head-to-head. Feeling ko, okay, magsisend muna kami ng script, pero ito na, head-to-head natin. It's the two initiators from both teams, except for Chani Boy, siya yung flex and initiator for first MegaSaver. Sige, Vil, simulan natin with Chani Boy. Ano ba yung ino-offer niya? I mean, alam natin talo yung first MegaSaver, pero what did he offer to the good times of this team?
I mean, kita-kita natin the way that Chani Boy plays, ba talaga natutulungan niya. Try to set up the pace nga para dito nga sa 1MS. Pero yun nga, in terms of consistency, in terms of, siguro pa talaga sabihin na advantage, we can say na Psycho, na whenever na naglalaro siya, talagang almost every game talaga natatop rank siya na kahit initiator nga yung gamit niya. Pero natin sabihin na talagang hard hitter siya, pseudo-duelist, na katapat mismo minsan ni Lloyd Dream or ni Gar dito. Pero hopefully na talagang Chani Boy magpap-off ngayon kasi ito yung time sa talagang kailangan nila ng panalo.
Alright, PNB, Psycho, kanina we did just say na parang pseudo-duelist siya. In his performance so far as an initiator, is there conflict with him with both roles or okay naman? What do you think?
I don't think so necessarily kasi wala din naman in fairness naglalaro dito ng Raze para sa JustUs at siya yung mismong player na slot in nila pag kinailangan nila ng Raze, diba? Pag when they need a bit of that utility mismo sa agent na yun, dun siya pinapasok. Medyo nasa-relegate siya sa parang pagka initiator, Sova, Sky, dun siya mismo naglalaro usually. But to be fair, we've seen many flexes dito na parang pumapasok dun sa Ini at saka papuntang duelist, one of them being Gian Sanity ng huling laban nila versus Naos kahapon. Surprise tayong lahat, diba? Duelist siya usually, pero ngayon puro Gecko lang nilalaro niya. So we see that from duelists this season na madami nagpa-flex on over dun sa role na yon at napapagana naman nila para sa team.
Alright, let's see if it works, but ngayon, tingnan natin, dami na tayo pinag-usapan about their lineups, their gameplays, and so everything else. Ngayon, punta na tayo sa next program flow na inaantay ni Vil, which is going to be the panel prediction. Parang kanina niya pa inaantay eh. Next slide. Okay, sige. Simulan natin sa'yo. BNB, prediction. First MegaSaver versus JustUs.
Real talk lang. Gusto ko sanang manalo yung JustUs para competitive, di ba? But to be honest, I really do think first MegaSaver here are still the better touted team. Nakita naman natin kahapon na muntikan sila manalo sa parehong mapa na yon, kalaban ng Naos. So I have to go with first MegaSaver at nagustuhan ko yung pagka-development nila dito. Dati parang puro rush na lang sila, puro barilan. Pero so far, they've shown na pwede kaya na lang mag-evolve into a more methodical style at strategic na nilabas nila kahapon.
Well, Phil?
Ito, I mean, matindi yung adjustment na ginagawa dito ng 1MS. Dumating tayo sa punto na talaga nagdo-duels nga dito si Gian. Talaga sobrang titi talaga yung flex niya dito. Actually, nag-chamber na rin siya back then, pero talaga hindi din talaga naging ganun successful. And then, I'm really hoping na after all these adjustment, na all these intricate plays talaga na ginagawa na nila na minsan na nag-work na is hopefully na na-polish na nila pagdating dito sa game na to. So, wala nang intro-intro pa and hoping na 1MS talaga makakakuha ngayon. Pero, Pim naman sa gilid ngayon ng JustUs, syempre nandyan siya para pigilan ng pagkapanalo. Pero yun nga, at the end of the day, 1MS ako. Sige.
Alright, 1MS ka. Ako rin, 1MS din ako eh. Wala nang marami sinasabi. I think after all the losses na, to be fair naman with first MegaSaver, yung nakakalaban nila, technically titans ng split natin. Naos, Oasis Gaming, one of the big names. So parang I think this is the time. First MegaSaver, makakabawi na rin sila and finally get that momentum back into our group stages. Now, nakuha na natin lahat ng predictions. Ano ba yung final thoughts nyo for the series B&B?
Yung thoughts ko lang is, may nakita ko sa chat, Manok Saver daw on the line. Yun lang matadagdag ko.
Okay, Manok Saver. Maraming salamat. Anong part to ng manok para sa'yo, Phil?
Syempre, talagang thigh part tayo. Pero feeling ko si Azrai, breast part talaga yung gusto nila. Kasi gusto nila yung mas maraming meat.
Totoo. Kasi sa pag ano niya yan pag flex niya yan Tsaka pag workout, kailangan yan. Alright, maraming salamat. Tapusin na natin to. Baka wala na tayong trabaho. Casters, pakisalba ng mga karir namin.
It's the final series of the day, and for that, we must have a main event caster among us. Introducing, of course, the man all the way from VCT Pacific, as per Vil, the breast part enjoyer of a whole chicken, Sir Asarai himself, actually gracing us with his presence. So Asarai, I only have one question for you to start things off. 안녕하세요. 한국인 어떠세요?
What did you just ask me? I just understood that 안녕하세요.
That's all on you. You're the one who went to Korea, not me, so you should know. But it's time for the map veto here, Asarai. And expectations perhaps probably removing either Bind or maybe Sunset from the equation. Lotus can be a consideration here for JustUs. And speaking of JustUs, removing that immediately.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just kind of riding the wave off of what you've been understanding with this series, because as I mentioned with Black and Blue, I have yet to really truly immerse myself in Split 1 for 2024. In any case, Ascent being thrown out here, I would assume like a team like 1MS that has players like Jansanity, even though I did hear from Black and Blue that he's been, stepping away from that duelist role, would still like the Ascent, but looks like that's a definite no, as it's going to be Sunset with our first map here for JustUs.
I'm so sorry our stats don't go all the way to Korea there, Asarai. It's okay. And why did we get the ban from Ascent? Because that is JustUs best map. But on the other hand, I like this map pick here from 1MS. We got Sunset from JustUs. They learned what they could do against 1Fs after watching some of those VODs. But Bind is always one of the JustUs bans. It's either Lotus or Bind that they ban on out, and 1MS is like, okay, you guys can get rid of that, we're gonna pick that instead.
Yeah, but again, Bind is such a, I feel like one of those maps where it can turn into a double-edged sword. Breeze.
This is interesting, because if you've heard the drama on the socials and the history between JustUs and then the buys, it was the best of one in the open qualifier, and JustUs actually beat the buys back then on Breeze itself, and them banning that out is already a big question mark to me, saying, oh, that's very interesting. If you beat them there, why don't you want to do it again?
I don't know why as well. Maybe they have a definite plan to bring out either Icebox or Split, but that's going to be the decider map for our match here. I don't know why, man, but you're absolutely right. It ended on a 13-7 with, again, JustUs winning. But, I mean, that was the buys. This is 1MS, 1 MegaSaver. This is a whole different team that's looking to get their first win. You never know it's going to come in on that Breeze. So might as well go for a map where you can maybe dictate a lot better, control the map a lot better, which is Split. But again, your guess could be as good as mine.
That's right, they're the same team. They just got a sponsor. It's like,
all right.
It's like you gave the team a microwave and said, you know where you bought that microwave? That's your team name now. That's all that's changed, Asarai.
You know what hasn't changed?
What?
Is that we have the same outfit.
Oh, no. I wore this on purpose because knowing that I'm going to be graced with a cast with Sir Asarai of Pacific today, I need to wear the exact shirt that he gave me before he went to those Korean
stores. Is that my shirt?
Yeah, this is your shirt. I'm not even kidding. This is the one that this is the one I took from you and never gave back. So yeah, thank you very much there. Of
It's
course.
okay. You paid me for it anyways. So
Oh
it's-
yeah. I'm sorry I didn't give you Korean won for it. But in any case, this is gonna be a big matchup here for 1MS and JustUs. Sorry to take the spotlight away from you, Mr. Pacific, because JustUs, it hasn't been the best road for them recently. It's been some tough losses versus the likes of ZOL, versus the likes of now Esports, and same could be said for 1MS. Ever since they took the 1MS banner, they haven't gotten a single series win.
There's just a lot more, I guess, matches that, or rather, as you mentioned, yeah, a lot more matches that JustUs did have to kind of go through. But I am very curious as to how this updated or kind of shifting up roles for 1MS is going to give them that upper hand. As you mentioned, both of the teams really on that struggling point, but at least here, there's a lot more, I guess, veterancy that we have here for MegaSaver. You could say slightly the same for JustUs, but there is so much more that I've seen from Ching, Senor Carl, excuse me, Jing Insanity, players that have been playing from year 1, year 2 of VCT PH compared to Second Love, Lloyd Dream, that we've only seen, I think, from like last year when they were on that that previous team. Hang on, which one was it again? It was Action PH, the newer version of Action PH.
There are many versions of Action PH, but
Yeah, the newest, or the most recent.
The most recent was the case. But first MegaSaver, one MegaSaver, whatever you want to call them, they still stick around with Gecko Sanity. G and Sanity gonna stay on the Gecko. Senior Carl on the Raze, the same composition that they ran versus now us. On the other hand, JustUs, an Astra into play, plus the Gecko, of course. But interesting enough, it's the Phoenix in the front line here for JustUs, and I love seeing Phoenix on Sunset just because the orb control can be manageable if you're on the attacking side.
Yeah, there's a lot of setups that I've seen in the other tournaments that I've, kind of dealt with.
VCT Pacific? Yes? Well, don't be shy. Everyone knows you're a tier 1 caster gracing us
shut up.
with incredible foresight and knowledge. But yes, why don't you tell us what happens in VCT Pacific with this agent?
All right, anyways, at least, again, I've mentioned this to Black and Blue, that the Gecko really has shown a lot of strength right now. I think a lot more players are starting to understand when to throw out the Dizzy a lot more, whether it's going to be at a point where you double swing with a duelist, lets you force your opponent to either choose to break the Dizzy or just deal with the aim duel up against the other player that's going to be swinging you. And either way, it feels like a lost situation unless you get uber lucky or like just incredibly quick to react. In any case, it also allows for, again, that safer plan. You can sacrifice the wingman, not yourself, for the tripwires, the shock darts, all of that punishes from the team. Pick up the spike once again, get a do-over. It's a really safe way. And honestly, I feel like cheap way to also have a agent on your roster, because I think Gecko, aside from Chamber, is one of the cheapest agents you can kind of pick up here in the current state of Valorant.
Yeah, it's the utility. It's pretty much affordable and reusable. Same could be said about the Phoenix. You have that second life with the run back and just be the front line to tag all that utility and then go yet again. Lots of flashes here for JustUs. A composition that they ran in the open qualifier versus BNB. Not the caster, but the team. And speaking of JustUs, starting on the attack, they're already vying for mid here.
Absolutely. Again, just making sure that they have that smokes to just create a little bit more of that tension point. Maybe try to explode out as they're looking for a bit of information. Ching already using the smoke. As it drops down, that camera should get broken down quite quickly, but no, not yet. This might actually open up something for JustUs that is hovering on mid. Both of the teams just waiting for anybody to break the tension, break the silence. And that's going to be G Insanity with the first pick onto Lloyd.
And of all the things, right, the silence pistol does it there. G Insanity ready at market, but not ready for the second swing of Psycho. A quick little dart over onto mid 2. And we've seen these teams run the Sova just to break down those tripwires later on. Ching, though, holding already. Over onto B main, anticipating that market is giving up. Psycho priming the Dizzy right now, and they want to go for this B site here.
They're about to explode. Excuse me. Ching realizes this, so he has to back away to B side or B main. Left. He does have his setup to kind of keep him safe here for the moment. Smokes as well as tripwires. Spike's gonna get planted at the back of the site.
So that means that for Just Us, they're going to have to take as much control on Boba as possible. Not really retreat onto the site because it might get a bit dangerous. Senior Carl, though, tries to clear up on mid. And this is going to be 1MS trying to clear every single corner before they start barreling.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Second love had height, drops it just because the dart was there. Doesn't want to break it. Silent still. But here at Boba, Repulsive watching out for it. Second love also getting on the board. The Justice already getting two for their troubles. A 2v2 right now. They see Senior Carl strolling on in. Everything going to be left to Ching. But Psycho is sharp and he gets 3 kills to start things off.
Ooh, all right. Somebody, you know,
do you know the
started doing leg
drama?
day.
Do you know the drama? It's
What
not really
is the
it's not the
drama?
biggest drama. But again, I think the panel mentioned it. It's good to translate for some of our audience that only speak English. So they had a best of 1 before in the open qualifiers. JustUs won it. And basically, words were said about each other. All in good fun, honestly. But the whole lay of the land is 1MS couldn't get like maps back at them because it was a best of 1. Now this is their chance in the best of 3, and they're riding that kind of high here for JustUs on the other hand.
You know what? That's all what we love to see. Anyways, shock darts, of course, going to be used to try to break through the trips here. Ching running away for dear life. Any smokes to get out? Well, he kind of had something, but the gravity well just keeps him in place, and that's going to be a quick little punish. Everyone else from 1MS going to have to mosey all the way from A main or A site here to B. They do have some of these upgraded pistols, and they're going to try to make use of it. A Senior Carl and Astro already on that forward contact.
Dude, JustUs has so much options and flexibility, and especially with the guns now on the anti-eco, it's easy pickings on anyone on the 1MS side. Gain sanity, get double swung there. Senior Carl waiting for anyone to cross through that tripwire. Beyond that, just the initial impact of JustUs, right? Them being able to change the star from a smoke potentially to a gravity well to get the catch going. It's enough for JustUs to make it flawless and get that second round here.
Absolutely. Again, not really much that 1MS can do there unless maybe that slow peek on B main. Ching could have fed off of a kill, but again, there's just too many compact players of JustUs. Now moving into this one, Senior Carl, even through all of those rounds that they've kind of lost, he was able to stack up a good amount of charges to his ultimate, so he's 2 away from that showstopper. That being said, Psycho's also 2 away from his Thrasher. Could be a really good ability to use either on taking the site or maybe even defending it if he gets a kill, plus that plant. We'll have to see.
Yeah, 2 away for Forrest Schofield also, so options right now on who to funnel those orbs later on. I like this though from 1MS. They aggress towards B main despite seeing no presence, just because they collect that orb, they prevent that initial ultimate from happening on the entry.
Yeah. Again, just setting things up, using the drone, making sure that every nook and cranny of Link as well as Elbow is safe. Schofield already starting it off. He hears the camera being up and used. There it is. Exposes the position here from JustUs. Could allow for that double flank on B main to come in, but it's got to be fast because here is the push of JustUs. A little bit cautious. This Ching still has his trips all around the site.
Yeah, breaks it now. Curveball gonna be the play. Ching trying to get out of dodge, but Bar Schofield pushes the limit, and it's perfectly played by the Phoenix himself. Spikes planted, and immediately JustUs with the advantage on the post blunt.
Absolutely. Now, this is going to be such a difficult position for 1MS. There's so many angles that they have to work with. There's still that player on B main playing Devil's Advocate second love. So unless there's something of a smoke that separates a certain angle, this could be different for them. Schofield just always one step ahead. They try to set up any kind of utility, and he's always there to get the pick. Senior Carl now in a 2 versus 4 situation as he gets dropped by Schofield.
Schofield, he got 4, and he's happy to go for more there. Psycho finishes it off, but if you notice here, JustUs, they're catching 1MS on the off timings just because they have someone who can take that initiative. That's what the Phoenix is beautiful at. A curveball through the smoke, a push on in, and even catching out Gian Sanity busy with the wingman. If you've seen that game versus now, as Gian Sanity, he loves to use those corners to throw out his own utility and then swing off it. But if he's the one who's caught early on, then what value will the Gecko get there?
It's those nuances you have, right, as players. That's, again, these kind of matches becomes important. You understand those kind of things, and you can really utilize that against players such as Gian Sanity. That being said, still going to be the same thing here for JustUs, trying to break that mid control for the moment, waiting for any contact. Senior Carl wants the deal. But is this going to be a really smart decision to do? Well, somewhat, as Psycho's down to 50.
He challenges the one way there, and Astro, on the other hand, lobbing that smoke to keep Senior Carl alive. Showstopper still available here for 1MS. If they get the pick, that can be the linchpin of further success. But just silence right now. Run it back is available. Watch out for that. Wingman plant should secure. Also, Crash available. Dizzy, though, gonna be out. Cameras there on the side. Quick little curveball, though, as far as Schofield tries to clear these corners. Ching backing on away to relative safety instead. You see his position right now. It's just anti-curveball, and because of it, it's 2 picks from 1MS. Ching already catching up Par Schofield's first life there. Showstopper's gonna be out. Senior Carl finding Lloyd Dream. Advantage here for 1MS. They don't have the guns, though, and Second Love wants to push the envelope. He and Sandy falls yet again. Par Schofield also pitching in. Senior Carl with 3, but Second Love flicks away. He has 5 HP. A single bullet will be enough for JustUs to take this round. Senior Carl, what do you do here? Nothing now. A Second Love gets in his face.
Great timing for Second Love. I was about to say that he had 5 seconds on that recon dart of his, but he didn't really need to use it. More so, he wanted to see if, again, as you mentioned, Senior Carl was down to 5 HP. Just gonna make sure that he makes Senior Carl cook in his desperation and just hope that he pushes up, which actually happened. We saw Ching do so much damage with that Sheriff, but again, they could not pick up the weapons here. They had to just get as much value as they could with the Sheriff, which they did up to a point, but still lost the round in the end.
Yeah, it was a good call for Ching to play that second corner, knowing how the curveball works in closer quarters. But beyond that, 1MS, they fought on the lesser buy. They got a few picks along the way, denting the JustUs economy. But the fact of the matter is here, Asteroid, it's still 4-0 in favor of the attackers.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them to break through, or rather to keep this defense and not allow JustUs to be the ones breaking through into the site. This mid control, I don't think we've ever seen 1MS even defend, just passively looking for any form of contact. They're stacking so many more bodies here, but there's no one willing to check. I think it's just because Par Schofield is always there. Such a threatening force on that Phoenix of his. Curveball is such a detriment, especially on this map setup.
I'd honestly feel 1MS might have a better chance contesting from top mid himself. That purple could have been dangerous, as you mentioned, but Channy Boy and Astro positioned well to get those 2 picks. Advantage here for 1MS to get the neural tap into play. Lloyd Dream, though, finding Channy Boy in response to equalize those numbers, and Lloyd Dream, he's gonna push it. He wants to go for the off timing, but he and Sandy's ready. Pinch, though, possible. Second Love gets one, doesn't realize Ching's there, but he gets his gun out in time to catch the Cypher in the act. Enough is enough, says JustUs. They go for B here.
Man, I feel like there was a call there for JustUs, or rather for 1MS, that their opponents might have been starting to position themselves to A main. It makes a lot of sense, but then just out of nowhere, Second Love comes in for the big stab. Senior Carl, unfortunately, only has some of his utility. No showstopper here, so no real big threat, but everyone from JustUs actually looking at B main. And Senior Carl is about to look at the same direction.
What are you guys watching? What show is there to watch? Did they want to watch Dune 2 or something? But Senior Carl, Hangeshell's gonna be out. Second Love with a 3rd kill, and it's still a perfect scoreline here for JustUs, man.
All 3 of them wanted to watch the same thing, man.
2 teams, 1 angle. What will happen? We'll find out. What?
30 seconds left.
What aggression from Loy as well. I think that was just more to take the... I mean, yeah, if he gets skills, perfect. But if he doesn't, he's given so much... I think, like, taking so much mind space from JustUs that mid is where they have to set their sights on. And again, which allowed that very big 2K backstab flank from Lloyd Dream.
It's way too passive from 1MS in the past few rounds, and that's why they're a lot more active here in mid. Seems like they heard us, though. Channy Boy throwing first blood there. That's a good pick on the Lloyd Dream. The Lurk's gone. That's a free rifle, too. And now with the pinch possible, Second Love will fall as well. That's 3 already from JustUs trying to fight in closer quarters. Hunter's Fury going to be called the Wingman with a beautiful clap, too. And a round of applause for Wingman. And then an even better hurrah from Channy Boy. He's gotten 2 into the round. Ching seals the deal so quickly that JustUs didn't expect that thrifty.
Man, they left Lloyd Dream to fend off for himself on mid. Tried to immediately look if there's anyone flanking, but again, 1MS just a bit too quick on that push. It's as simple as that. And I mean, catching off Just Us in that position, you're absolutely right. The wingman was like, yeah, I got my stun. Follow up with that beautiful, beautiful Hunter's Fury, and Just Us was just absolutely screwed.
Yeah, quick little clap, and that's enough for 1MS to win with. Wonder though how JustUs will respond. Now they're expecting the more active mid push. They set up the camera here in the middle, and as soon as it happens, they realize, okay, they're probably there by top mid instead, maybe even onto the sites. Psycho has to be a little bit more careful of how they play this.
Yeah, doesn't want to throw that wingman with the spike at all. It's a little bit more dangerous here. Can maybe try to throw it out just for information and just plant the thing himself. Ooh, that one catches one. Destroys. So they're using Par Schofield as that living recon dart, breaking everything in his path, maybe even wreaking some havoc. Hunter's Fury used by his own teammate, but that spike gonna get planted down through the help of the Cosmic Divide.
I dare say, he's not just a human recon bolt, he's a human wingman, just going run, break all the utility with his body. But here the Thrash though into play, JustUs playing an A main hold here because of that Cosmic Divide, and Lloyd Dream now caught on the lurk, so less pressure here for 1MS after sniffing out that Cypher. They also launched their own Thrash along the way. Repulsive though here on site, over onto the corner to get the one. Bar Schofield scraping on in, but it's all 1MS wiping them away. What a beautiful volley from Ching, especially. A second round goes to the defenders.
Strong retake there from 1MS, making use of everything JustUs positioned themselves on. No flag from Lloydreen. He had to rotate back, waste that time to double up with his teammates. The B main players really didn't have anything to threaten the retake of 1MS. And what was the most interesting fact here is, look at this. What is this? Repulsive playing inside the site, but he still had a star to use for maybe a post-plant gravity well. I don't think they really respected how strong 1MS capabilities on that retake really are, and played a little bit too close to the sun and got absolutely fried, if not burnt.
Yeah, the swing angle is just way too much to handle. And come on, Asarai, I know you went to another country, but use sunscreen, please, when you're here in the Philippines. Insanity, though. Oh, this can be cheeky. I've seen him push through these kind of smokes after lobbing utility. Shing also over onto the market, so this is wide open for good reason. Repulsive is forced to watch this for the time being, as JustUs are holding mid steady for now.
Again, it's that calmer round here from JustUs. But as I mentioned, 1MS, they're a lot more closer to that top control now compared to before. They're so much more aware that if they lose that, they basically cut that map in half, and really reduces the capabilities of 1MS in terms of how they rotate. Hearing the wingman used on market here to get that quick information. If they push on B main, no tripwires set up whatsoever. Psycho already spotted on market, coming right in. And they'll be able to actually commit to this again without that threat of the tripwires. Jake at the back of the site, exposed. Oh, damage done by JustUs.
Yeah, JustUs ready now for the bundle from the backside. Astra though holding by his lonesome, teleports on the ground, and still he gets the kill as far as Schofield called that fluff. 2 for him there. 3v2 for now. Shock Dart lob 2 as the wingman searching for another target. Psycho swings in, but the wingman will fall with him. Equal numbers now as the spikes planted here. Senior Carl still has the showstopper, but the operator is all he needs. Now the Rockets' red glare shines bright on Second Love as 1MS, they get a third now here.
Man, very, very chaotic match, or chaotic round that just transpired right in front of us. Both teams really struggling to get control on that B side, and then they just went in absolutely ham. That double kill from Astro, that bait swing on the wingman for Channy Boy, absolutely stellar. And then Senior Carl getting that free kill with the operator into the showstopper, just the cherry on top of that retake. And 1MS slowly inching closer. JustUs starting to lose bank here. I think they're just at their last buy before they're forced to save. This is again a solid start for the round for 1MS.
And it's not just that, they're stuck on light armors with a Phantom rather, a single Phantom in the hands of Astro. So it's still something JustUs can work with. Again though, they vibe from it, but this time around, door's gonna get closed on over, broken quickly by Lloyd Dream just to put that as a potential threat later on. Action though, maybe heading over onto A this time. You got Senior Carl still holding a close angle with the operator though there.
They do have a wingman if they're careful, just to check the positioning. But I don't know if there's an angle where Psycho can actually throw it, and it might actually scan Senior Carl. So this could be a dry peek position.
You can throw it through the window, and it will...
Wingman.
Oh, wingman. The Dizzy,
yeah,
rather.
yeah.
You throw the Dizzy through the window. It's gonna see the guy there at elbow.
But
and
Psycho doesn't have a Dizzy, so...
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guess you know how to look at the HUD there, Asarai. Good job. Thanks for telling me info we know already. The swing's there,
the whiff.
And yeah, you mentioned it. A whiff, Senior Carl, priming the paint shells just to prevent that push. And now just us get a little bit of space to work with.
Pushing it back. There's that quick... Oh, Senior Carl wants to go for that refrag, repeak, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to take it. Two players stuck onto the side. Channy Boy trying to trace through. The numbers looking good. Astro forced back, but G and he's helping him out. 2-3 versus 1. Second Love, 6 seconds. Got to push through the smoke, but that's a death sentence and 1 MS. What a round. Just us losing a lot of nerve.
Yeah, and Senior Carl alongside Astro buying so much time there for first MegaSaver. Even if Paranoia was a little too late to help out Senior Carl, just the fact of the matter that the timer was running on out, they pull out that blind, it makes it so difficult for the rest of JustUs to push. And then you have, what, 2 players prepared there for a crossfire, if ever, from first MegaSaver. That is where they really shine as a defense. So just that implicit pressure with the operator already doing dividends here for first MegaSaver here.
Again, putting so much strain in the headspace of JustUs. How are we going to push Senior Carl now that he has that operator? How are we going to create that tempo now that we're losing so many rounds and bleeding money left and right? Psycho. Oh, Astro just got gobsmacked out of nowhere. That was unexpected. On that mid push coming in from JustUs.
Yeah, big sit-down angle, gets back on the ground. Senior Carl now in trouble. He's gonna take the brunt of the shorty. Doesn't matter because there's that second life. But Channy Boy is the second fragger behind him. 2 with the rifle. Psycho now with the cross from the alleyway. Par Schofield having a bit of firepower, but Psycho is secure with the Sheriff still. He's all alone though, has the wingman to utilize for the plant. He also has a Dizzy here, and that's exactly what he's doing. But high-low is too much to handle. Doesn't even get the blind, and first MegaSaver have tied things up.
Wow. I mean, we kind of wanted to see that from JustUs when they had rifles, but they played too slow. They did get all of this good contact, but China Boy is just... Look at that conversion. 4 kills. Holding for Senior Carl for as long as humanly possible for him. Picks him up with that 10 kills. And man is on a mission, and this just helps out. Again, the strength here of 1MS, you're absolutely right. They're able to fend off for each other, and this is where they really have that strong point. Now, JustUs starting to forget that they have that Phoenix. Par Schofield, sure, he's 9 kills, but these 9 kills were like, I don't know, 6 rounds ago. Here and now, it hasn't been felt as much. Now they've called a timeout to maybe try to utilize him a lot more when he can get into that site, use that curveball to be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, and get that running back a bit more frequently into this game. We've seen JustUs, the way that they play for mid control, seeds the orb control that could have been possible for the rest of the team to keep getting ultimates along the way. I guess right now, really, with Coach Narpim calling this timeout, it's just us seeing their lead dwindle in front of them. And yesterday, if I remember correctly, I saw JustUs after their loss, or after their previous series rather. It took a while to talk about how the game went on the production Discord. There was a lot of talking points there for JustUs to really get back into the groove of things as they go against first MegaSaver now.
This is, again, just goes to show how much both of the teams really are trying to create that identity between the two of them. Anyways, Shock Dart used to open up the site. Thrash creates a little bit of opportunity. Par Schofield sets him up. Fortunately, yeah, did flash Senior Carl too, so he'll be safe, but doesn't get any kills on either side.
I'd love to see a curveball angle like that. Mosh pit though. keeping him at bay, and Lloydream finding Senior Carl. Dizzy though gets the goop going, and Power Schofield doesn't even see Giansanity coming his way. Second Love on the board, but Giansanity is on fire. 3 for him already. Astro dropping on down to the ground to find Repulsive, and Psycho's the only one still standing. Beautiful pushback there from first MegaSaver. Can they continue on as Channy Boy is on defuse duty? He gets halfway, but he helps out to get that final kill. And first MegaSaver off the opposing timeout will take this lead.
Man,
It is over.
it just looks like JustUs, sure. They finally figure out how to push a site,
Last
and then
round
what
in the
happens
half.
right afterwards doesn't feel like they have any fallback plan whatsoever. Giansanity just throws out one Dizzy. Every single player from JustUs says, aye, let's just go back around the corner on that pillar and hope that they don't push us. Which, again, up against a team that has players like Channy Boy, Senior Carl, Giansanity, Ching, basically the whole team, you don't really expect them to, you know, wait and see what happens, right? They will chase down the kill if it gives them an advantage, which they did, which they definitely chased for.
Yeah. It's a star-studded roster here for first MegaSaver. It just begs the question, how do they work as a cohesive unit? For now though, Ching has been strong on the hold here. The adjustments by him individually to be a little bit safer from potential flashes, and then a kill off the Psycho. Exactly what first MegaSaver needs to start off the round. Senior Carl also very aggressive on the angle, punished accordingly. Power Schofield tries to clear the corner. Ching though has nowhere to go. Paranoia avoided by Repulsive. Repulsive gets 2 now in the round, and Channy Boy gets Sanity. Everything is left to them. Channy Boy though, big pick now, causing more chaos from the market. Giansanity takes advantage of the chaos, and watch out, he has the Thrash ready to go for the hands up. Repulsive cannot fight back. All they need to do right now is kill Lloydream, and that's exactly what happens. First MegaSaver, odds be damned, they get the round.
Wow, again and again and again. MegaSaver just getting the better reaction plays, the quicker decision making for them. Immediately Giansanity figures out, they're playing at the back of the site. I use my Thrash. My teammate is using that Sova drone to make sure that I know where they are, and I'm not really afraid of getting pushed in or, again, stabbed in the back. And they just went for it. 1MS is just showing how quick they can really think in these tight-knit situations, and JustUs can't really catch up to the tempo.
And as quick as those adjustments were, it was quickly that lead dwindling away. This was 5-0 in favor of JustUs. First MegaSaver has taken all the other rounds there from that first half in a 7-round streak, and they want to continue on that momentum, moving to the tap and looking to play into B here.
See how fast they can really go into things. Tripwire just placed right in front of them too. Is it working? Yep. It is. All right, so they're gonna be able to push in. All flashes abound. And Repulsive just gets out.
Repulsive, it's good to see him doing a little bit better today. He had a tough day against ZOL Esports last time around, and Repulsive with another one. Yes, truly, the aim is there. JustUs though catching 1MS in the act. Giansanity is just completely seen and completely found. And as soon as we talked about the streak a while ago from 1MS, it's broken as we get into the second half, and JustUs will get their second pistol.
It's turning into an all-out brawl here, Dax. Sometimes it's all it really can transition into, and everybody's just throwing whatever they have, showing the skills that they've gotten, brandishing off of these couple of months that they've been playing with each other, and then just showcasing it against their, I'd say they're building up rivalry with JustUs here.
Yeah, I'd say so, honestly. There's like gonna be a spicy comment section with anyone in the know, and it's fun to see at least storylines like this. Beyond that though, first MegaSaver, a bit more business really in how they approach things. It's always as clinical as can be in terms of how they finish off the rounds. There's not much fun in games, and because it really has been first MegaSaver needing a bit of a bounce back, and this is an interesting call for them. A forced buy with some Sheriffs, some Spectres, and a Stinger. Senior Carl getting in already, as JustUs will have to go for the retake.
This is going to be, again, such a difficult round here, I'd say, for 1MS, they're taking so much of these passive damage as the pop cuts through the smoke because they're hoping that maybe the Stingers inside the smoke will get a lot more value. 1MS might have shoot more than they can handle, but because of the tight-knit crossfires that they've set up, look at the damage that they're doing. 3 versus 4. Trying to push out. Second Love's gonna have to start pitching in from that position as everybody from 1MS comes into play. But they will not be playing for much longer. They're all down, and JustUs equalizes 7-7.
Yeah, the flickster from Astro a little bit insane, honestly, on the reaction. But beyond that, JustUs had that extra bit of firepower. Eventually, when they got that last push going, they cleared out that small little crouch position that you hold by the wall there in B. And they tie up the scoreline because of it. Not only that, though, since that was a force buy for first MegaSaver, it's even more success looking to happen for JustUs here if they can continue on with this trend.
Can they, though? They were able to, again, string a couple of rounds. The very first part of the first half with 1MS have shown how quickly they can go for that adaptation. The only thing, though, that is worrying here for 1MS is they are, again, back on these pistols. They have gotten a bit of value here, but on the flip side, when they're the ones attacking, might not be the same.
Yeah, JustUs. This is their anti-eco now after everything's said and done. And 1MS, I guess really we've seen from them is that they play into tiles to try and look like a catch until anyone pushing from top mid. And just like JustUs a while ago doing that same position, they're responding in kind by holding steady over at the center point itself. And because of it, they get pushed over onto A main. Psycho and Farsco feeling very confident on their angle. Not only that, a run back's available for the Phoenix here if he needs it in a pinch. Curveball thrown, Dizzy's there too. And JustUs holding the angle close here.
Yeah, might not want to chase that too hard. Just in case the Channing Boy was in a better position to, again, re-engage that contact with the Sheriff is smartly using that Sova drone to force them back.
30 seconds
Of course,
left.
30 seconds. Schofield finding one. Smoke to blot out his vision, but he still has again, that contact utility, as you mentioned. He's just going to be cleaning up house.
Yeah, curveball just whizzes through Channy Boy's neck, but as Chain gets one at the very least, it's JustUs now with a 1-round lead. That's the advantage here for JustUs. You look at close quarter engagements, not only do they have that Gecko, of course, but you also have that Phoenix for the curveballs. You also have the Astra that can really help out in a pinch with a Star if ever you need it on the retreat. And with JustUs being a bit more proactive around the map, they can make plays like this if ever.
The more proactive they are, the better it is for them too. Because again, because of the nature of the Phoenix and the Gecko having only 6 charge ultimates, the more you get that contact, whether you get those kills or not, or get kills or be killed, you just keep charging that ultimate. And again, that works so much better, I feel like, on this defense for JustUs when they're the ones that can play it for retake, when they're the ones that can use it to disrupt that push from 1MS.
And, oh, quick little tech pause. Welcome back. Oh, wait. No need to say welcome back to you. You had a really long day once there in Korea, right?
I wasn't the one that was scheduled for that day. That was day one. Literally, like, I think they ended like 2 a.m. or something, and I was just like watching the games from my bed and just like chilling.
I'm glad. I'm happy for you, but you're back to the PH. You expect this already. And,
I mean, Ray Ray's not here, man.
Oh,
It's
no.
not supposed to happen.
Oh no, that's different. That's about series going game. Did you realize we've had a very quick day today? We had a quick day yesterday, and you know where Ray Ray was in all of this?
Yes.
Not in the Philippines.
Not in the Philippines.
Not
enjoying
the
music.
I think it's today actually, her concert. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was yesterday.
I'm not sure, honestly. One was the Universal Studios Day, one was Taylor Swift Day. But in any case, since she was not here, the curse has been lifted. We figured it out.
So this means that VCTPH has to actively, sponsor Ray Ray to just get out of the Philippines
and cast elsewhere. Oh man, dude, everyone's a world traveler now. You're a world traveler. Mika's too much of a world traveler. She's not even gonna have enough slots for her schedule for VCT, unfortunately. Laika's been a world traveler. Who else is? I'm gonna go abroad in a few months from now.
Really?
Yeah.
Fluffy, world traveler
Fluffy's
too.
a world traveler. Taylor just came back.
Taylor, yeah, exactly.
Dude,
He just came
everyone's
back.
going in everywhere. Wow. So I'd love to see more people do what Taylor did, where since she had a different time zone, it was still bright on her side when it was dark with ours. Yeah, it's gonna get crazy, but we're back into the game anyway, and this is a big round. 1MS have the guns. Curveball play though from Bar Schofield. He gets a pick, tries to double dip, but Senior Carl swats him away.
This is why you don't double dip. Someone's just gonna again punish you for that. There it is. The quick little dash out from Senior Carl, spawning out Lloyd Dream. And a little bit too passive on that one. Repulsive coming around the corner here on market, looking for a bit of that damage while his teammate comes in from the backside as well. Astro pushing forward. Dizzy. Does it spot one? Should be. And Astro's gone. Senior Carl and Shiny Boy 2 remain. The wide swing. Senior Carl gets two. Might have been a bit of a mistake. But the showstopper gets denied. Senior can love. 1 versus 1 against Shiny Boy. Spike has to be defused.
He's waiting now, Shiny Boy, though, holding close towards the spike. Second Love, that was a big pick just to keep him alive, but can he go for even more? The answer is yes! Second Love, another heartbreaker to send towards 1MS. Their best chance on the attack to get around, and JustUs denies it again with the clutch.
And that wall, making sure that, again, Second Love could understand where Shiny Boy was most likely to be, just because. You know, he's not going to want to play on B main where that defuse sound is going to be muffled. He's not going to know the positioning. And again, he doesn't know if and when Second Love would be able to have that defuse, if ever. So in any case, 1MS, that was the only real possible position that he was going to be at in the Second Love. Had a very, very strong inkling of where it will be. Anyways, again, timeout is called here by MegaSaver, as they do need to kind of just figure out what is going on and how are we going to stop this. JustUs is starting to pull away with that 2-round lead.
Yeah, called by Coach Rabbit and probably discussed here by Ching and the rest. We see here from first MegaSaver, they should expect those kind of aggressive plays from JustUs by now. You still have to consider that that's a Phoenix, and just running out in the open like that towards B main, they lose one, and yes, they make the trade, but it cascades into such a problematic, chaotic battleground that you look at JustUs and their composition, they're going to have more ways to control how the fight really boils down to. That's what the Cosmic Divide's about. The stars are helpful too. And from a 7-round streak from 1MS, it is an answer of 4 rounds in a row from JustUs ever since the start of the second half here.
That goes there. Oh, this is a nice
Par Schofield again.
Yep.
Always up with that run it back of his. So scary to think about it. And they're playing very proactive here. They know that there's going to be some kind of mix-up here from 1MS, and they want to create as much map control as possible. Look at how far tucked in Par Schofield is. They might not even be respecting this. They're only looking at A main.
Oh, Par Schofield swings it out. Curveball 1. Another kill. Curveball 2. Here we go again. And it's a bit of a repeat of what he's been doing all throughout the game. 1MS, though, beautiful punish onto Par Schofield and Psycho. JustUs narrowing down this map as much as possible. Paranoia gonna get avoided, though. There by Lloyd Dream, he popped the Neural Theft, and from afar, Second Love wins the fight. That's a Phantom thing right there. Lloyd Dream also up close and personal, and JustUs making this map as claustrophobic as can be. Channy Boy facing his fears, but Second Love is a monster from afar. Double digits now made by the defense.
Wait, was Astro on a Phantom or a Spectre? Because he head tapped Second Love, but he was only down like 30 HP. Like minus 30 HP.
Let's see.
What?
Let's see confirmation. Sometimes the skins really confuse me, honestly. Yeah, that's what, 81 and 10?
Yeah.
That's probably just an SMG, yeah.
Unless... I can only, like, I can't
Do
really
the math,
see.
Astro, do the math.
Okay. I don't really know the math specifically, but maybe, I'm just assuming, the headshot went through the fence right in front while he was crouching, so maybe that's it! 3-man peek on mid. Can they get the refrag, though? Absolutely, yes. Look at this bombardment. The Harima cha-cha-cha on mid here as everybody is dancing to the rhythm. And it seems like the only one ripping or tripping up is 1MS. GInsanity is the only one standing. Has a thrash. Basically has everything, but he doesn't see the firing squad that is JustUs waiting at that midpoint.
Asarai did his homework, and while he was doing that, the rest of JustUs decided to go for a field trip. It was a bloodbath there in the middle. But that is a show of force for JustUs. They are feeling so confident right now that they can just out-aim, out-duel first MegaSaver from the get-go. They love a bit of utility, and that's enough. That's all that they need, and the bank statement says it all. Not the best buy here for first MegaSaver.
Let's flush them out.
It's really, again, such a hurtful round, too. 4 ultimates, though, for MegaSaver. So, again, some big utilities that they can use efficiently is the question now. Schofield playing a little bit too heated there. And there it is, the throw on the hat, the neural theft to expose. And Repulsive still really holding an angle. He wants some blood, but he can't really manage to get some.
Spike planted.
Good response, honestly, here by 1MS. Not just the pick, but also the straight-up push from the elbow into A. Repulsive smoke dissipates, but his life falls instead as Senior Carl ready on the action. Second Love, now with the flank. He's gonna get pinched here, though, by the lurking Ching. It's such a problem here for JustUs right now. Safe handle for Channy Boy. Ching taking advantage of the chaos made by the darts. And Psycho, the only one standing, deals with Wingman first and foremost. Kian Santi falls too, since he was low HP. But beyond that, first MegaSavers, they strike back with vengeance.
How many ultimates was used there? Just Ching, actually, with the neural theft. That was huge as well. And he got the takedown onto Par Schofield. Not only the biggest hitter, I would say, from JustUs, but also the possibility of just great retake utility. You know, as a Phoenix that has that running back and all of his abilities still up and running. So Ching really creating that tempo, even though he is, you know, at that 10 kills, lots of impact frags from him, and lots of crucially well-timed neural thefts to create that opening for 1MS.
Yeah, Senior Carl taking elbow already, and Second Love has to evacuate after the dizzy threat. A boom botto sent on out. Elbow cleared here by 1MS, and from that point on, a pivot point for Channy Boy to unleash hell and High Fury with the lightning. Psycho falls to the Hunter's Fury. Repulsive from afar wins the duel onto the lurking Ching, but Second Love, what happened there? It might have disconnected because he was just walking into those sight lines. And Senior Carl happy to play the link and chain those kills together.
Yeah, that might be a call of tactical or a tech pause here.
He's fine now. I wonder what happened is you saw his movement, right? Even I was like, huh?
Yeah. I've experienced it a little bit too. You know, it is what it is when you're playing as an online tournament. But Senior Carl still picks up that 4K. I wonder if they're going to be able to call it back, because it's again, the rule is if the round is too deep in, it just continues.
Yeah, no,
So,
there's no way we're rolling that back. Instead, it's just tech pause, make sure everything's fine for all of the teams, and set up for even more. It's just problematic right now here. I'd say for JustUs. Now they're getting sussed out of their initial positions. You're seeing first MegaSaver invest that Gecko utility early on to clear out main, to clear out elbow, but that's okay because it's Gecko. That's exactly part of the package.
Fair enough, right? Anyways, 1MS, they've been able to space out a lot of these utilities of them very efficiently. Look at this. A while ago, it was 3 up. Now it's 2 up, but as I mentioned, with that Thrash, with that Showstopper, really going to be a strong punch in the gut here for 1MS. And again, they're also able to break the economy of JustUs, which is absolutely huge right now. JustUs haven't really gotten any success off of these thrifty rounds. It's only it's only 1MS, as we saw a while ago with the Sheriff. So JustUs not really on that same level playing field just yet, but they do have their own ultimates to maybe try to answer and clap back against 1MS here.
Yeah, and then we got confirmation it is a tech boss thanks to JustUs, unfortunately. So hopefully we'll see Second Love back in action very, very soon. But beyond that, you make a good point here, Asarai. And it's kind of reminiscent from what we saw in the first half. There came to a point where JustUs was just running out of money. And then everything slipped away from them until we reset ourselves into the second half. Does it happen yet again? Do we get that recovery point here from JustUs if the pieces that they need, especially for the retake, are taken down early?
And very much short on buy. We'll have to see. Par Schofield, as we saw, he is willing to go for that half buy, the hero buy, as he is at least, you know, able to do so. Is kind of the pseudo, or not really pseudo, but very similar case to Arena. In any case, again, this is, I feel like, still danger point for Just Us. I mean, sure, if they get the round win, that's already map point. But when MS gets another round here, I feel like they can close out this round. So Just Us really has to dig deep and get this particular one in the bag for them. What's also a big cause of concern is just how strong I think the solo or the multi-kill capabilities of 1MS have been. Channy Boy, I feel like, has been one of those explosive players. He's 16 kills right now, but the amount of kills that he was able to follow up with Senor Carl has been massive this entire first game.
Yeah, Channy Boy's doing an incredible job here, really filling in for some of the role swaps we've seen. He used to just be, I believe, the 6th man of this squad. Now he's in the part of the main roster here, playing in terms of getting a slot over Kel. And he's done a good job in how he's been holding off some of these angles and setting up those Hunter's Fury. So 1MS continuing on now back into the action. Then Carl sending out that boom bot over onto the elbow. And this is Just Us calling for a 5v5 retake immediately.
I mean, it's clear cut, very safe, allows him to plant the spike. And it will force, force the hand of Just Us here as Repulsive, not realizing Astro went up on top using that Shrouded Step of his.
They gave it up for free, and they don't have much of the firepower to fight back with, but they have the ultimates. They're gonna rely on Second Love and Psycho to do some dirty work with those ults. Psycho peeking though. As the camera breaks, it's Senor Carl finding Second Level already. Bar Schofield though ready to get red hot yet again. Dizzies are out. Goop is there, and the Thrash now will make sure that Psycho and Bar Schofield will be in danger. Lloyd Dream found. That's it for Just Us as 1MS have gotten to double digits too.
I mean, somewhat of an overkill there as well. The Thrash, okay, understood. Showstopper to add even more pressure to secure the round. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of that. I feel like you can really utilize that with Senor Carl having such great aerial coverage with his satchels, and yeah.
Man, both of them were already detained there.
Exactly.
Yeah, hands up and quick little timeout, but you make a good point there, Asarai. First MegaSaver, they get the round, they make it a bit costly versus Just Us, but now they don't have ultimates moving forward, and this timeout can be how Just Us plans the next 2 or 3 rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, if Just Us's strat was to burn as much ultimates from that last round from 1MS with the help of Par Schofield starting to heat up, this is exactly what they were kind of hoping for. Of course, there is that full buy from 1MS. Again, doesn't also take away from the fact that they've just been really strong with these executes. No one always home here for Just Us. I think Just Us have been kind of rescinded back on A site. They've been putting a lot more emphasis on that mid and B control, but how far effective is it going to be if again 1MS realizes, let's just keep going for A?
Yeah, this is the proof. This is time now for Just Us to show that they can actually hold off A, and not only that, that's 4 players already stationed there to begin with. 1MS though, a little bit more of a reserved approach this time. They want the smoke. Dizzy up top here from Gian Santi over at middle, claims it back, but immediately they know mid presence isn't going to be there from Just Us, and Just Us, they're responding by sending players over to top mid, and Psycho's, that's a very interesting angle for Psycho, all the way at CT, waiting to see where 1MS can actually come from.
Yeah, and he's probably just, you know, waiting for him to throw out the Dizzy at that position. Maybe it actually works. I haven't really seen it, at least in action, but to be fair, I haven't seen any Geckos play in that position as well, so I don't know. In any case, there was a 4-stack a while ago on that A side from Just Us. Now it's a while ago is also 2. Now it's turned into 3.
Oh,
because of the smoke that was spotted on top mid, and that yeah, you're right. The Dizzy kind of overshot and went over the rooftop there.
Yeah,
could also mean 1MS can have free reign to push up very close.
Oh,
Repulsive. Did he hear it? Did he see it?
They probably saw it. That's why he's climbing the pain shells, expecting a swing to come their way. Senor Carlo blast back with Parsco. Immediate shutdown from the alley there. Wingman broken, but Second Love with the Hunter's Fury pressures on as Just Us are trapping first MegaSaver in an angle that first MegaSaver has loved to play in the past few rounds. 5v2 as the complete lockdown is set up here by Just Us. curfew is already ringing. First MegaSaver is sent back to the bench as the swing comes, and JustUs makes it to map points.
How much did they use in that point as well? Second Love and Par Schofield. So they still have basically the other 3 remaining. And again, these crucial rounds, ending rounds here, Dax, have really been very much tilted in the favor of who has the bigger amounts of utility. And right now, it's JustUs.
Yeah, JustUs has everything they have to win this game. Question is, can they do it? This first MegaSaver will change up where they go one more time. B looking to be the target. And Lloyd Dream adjusting his tripwires to be a bit more further back so they don't get burnt by utility here.
Drones being used on B main. You should be hearing this as well. The setup. Singer Carl. Shot dart could be thrown up by China Boy. There it is, as you mentioned. He's waiting. Oh, Singer Carl
breaks it.
Yeah, he understands, but could also be, you know, reprimanded through that pop shot through the smoke.
Do they know though there's a second tripwire in the direction of where that camera used to be? Needs to be very careful here for first MegaSaver. Thrash though sent out, broken quickly by 1MS. Insanity also already killing Lloyd Dream with the mosh pit. What happened there to the Cypher? Johnny Boy on the board, 1MS fighting for their lives here, but Second Love with the double. Psycho also awkward timing, and first MegaSaver, when push comes to shove, they push even farther.
Nobody was just willing to stop the aggression there from 1MS. And you're absolutely right. The first time that we see 1MS actually go for B played a lot better, as we saw such a very passive, if not playing at the back of the site type of approach here from JustUs. And now one more round before we get into an overtime, if ever. Both teams at their last spies. But looking at it, 1MS, they've got the better purchase.
Yeah, 1MS, they have the firepower. They also have the From the Shadows. Also watch out, Ching being a single kill away from the neural theft. Gets picked anywhere on the map. That's intel. That's immediately knowledge 1MS can play from.
Breaking this mid-contact. Singer Carl finds Schofield. That's gonna be huge. No more flashes. No more top fragging Phoenix to deal with. Has to step in the right direction. Singer Carl keeps that pressure on mid. Keeps eyes from JustUs on that midpoint, but they do realize as well that could just be a feint. And they're starting to stack themselves up on that A site once again. Both of the Cypher cams just nestled somewhere on B main. Singer Carl, he's already looking for it.
Someone's there.
Double satchels in, and Elbow is compromised.
They have the stack though ready at least. B is wide open now with 1MS. They're looking to poke the Hornet's nest here. Singer Carl pushing forward. The spike though, moving into the elbow. They're still gonna go for it. They're still gonna push, and that's why Astro will fall. Second Love repulsive, and JustUs give them a round of applause. They take the map 13-11, just ready for action and ready to fight. 1MS there.
Surely 1MS realized that there was a lot more players of JustUs that I think they initially scouted for, and they still wanted to go for the push again because there wasn't really any more threats with the flash. But to be fair, there still was 4 players that have every single bit of utility that can catch them off guard, and just some really good pocket positions from JustUs was able to set that crossfire up. And as you saw, everybody from 1MS pouring outside of elbow got stopped one by one after the other at 11-30.
Yeah, just unfortunately for first MegaSaver, it just wasn't the best play at the end. It was there's barely any real utility to go off with that swing. They had no one peeking the first contact, and it was just a waterfall of kills happening for JustUs as a result. You see though, Par Schofield, it's good to see him back in action. Struggled heavily versus ZOL Esports. A few questions here and there about his confidence, but on the Phoenix, he was able to shine. Second Love also, the man who makes a few, I'd say a few motions here and there. He also delivered, especially in clutch moments. And JustUs just relying on some of those heavy fraggers early on, allowing the rest of the team to set up well for themselves.
Honestly, 1MS on the other side, also doing the same thing if you know, if I'm being honest here, they were also relying heavily on the top fraggers, such as Senor Carl. I felt like we also saw a lot of combinations between him and G Insanity. Shanny Boy was really stepping up, really creating that tempo continuously. Unfortunately, again, there was just that overreach that we saw from 1MS. They realized they should have understood that there was so many traps set up for that A side on that last round, and they had enough time to just rotate back onto B, where only really the Cypher one trap was positioned.
Beyond that last round, right? This game was just streak versus streak. Just Us would get 5, 1MS would get 7, and it was all Just Us, and then suddenly it was 1MS again. Absolutely neck and neck, with each of these teams having these individual plays that really caught the other side for a surprise. You'd have players like Far Schofield pushing so deep, and just a bloodbath here in that last play. Just Us was ready to receive, and that they did at the end.
Yeah, a statement first map here for Just Us, but of course the series still continues. We have a second and possible third map that could go underway here. 1MS, they weren't really pushed over. They definitely had, you know, chance to push that into overtime and even win the first map. So this is a very tight, if not close, first game to get this series started.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see here for Just Us and first MegaSaver that they continue on with a neck-and-neck series. That was the Just Us pick, if I remember correctly. It means first MegaSaver.
Yeah.
We're going to be getting Bind later on. And speaking of when that later on will be, it will be after this break. We're back here with our final series, and if you just missed it, it was just us taking that map in. It got so close, honestly. It was neck and neck, but first MegaSaver, they stumbled at that last round. But before anything else, I am Dax here, still with Sir Azurai of the Pacific. Yes, we're gonna go with that all day until we get sick of it, which is probably after today. But yeah, Azurai, it was honestly a neck and neck game until it basically ended with a little bit of a flat line there.
Yeah. Again, I knew that it just feels like maybe if you were in the shoes of one MS, that they've already committed the utilities. They were a little bit too deep into the site, so they just said, screw it. Let's just push it and see how far we can go. Unfortunately, how far they went was not very far, just at the exit path of that elbow position. Now, as we look into this next map of ours with the Aegis Select right in front of us, there's just a slight, a pretty big differential with the picks. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, so no more Chamber here for Giansanity, no more Sova for Ching, and we go for the double control setup here for first MegaSaver. I guess if you look at first MegaSaver as a whole, over the past few days here, Azurai, they're saying you can't spell Giansanity without Ini in the middle there somewhere, and that's really been his role so far. This is the second day in a row where we haven't seen Giansanity bring out any of those signature duelists, no jet whatsoever, and it's an interesting call for first MegaSaver still.
You think that's a good call for MegaSaver to actually not put Giansanity anymore?
I don't know, honestly, because Senior Carl is also a very flexible player who can actually run. Many of the agents Giansanity can play, but I guess it's Senior Carl who's more of a raise specialist here. In any case, JustUs, they just need one more map to win it. Senior Carl, though, beautiful jiggle, gets the intel. Far Schofield overruns immediately. Even more aggression here from JustUs. They're feeling confident after that last round in the last map, and done we are with the first pistol immediately.
Wow, probably one of the fastest pistols we've ever had here on VCTPH. They are starting to run it down. Yeah, absolutely right. Probably just because Senior Carl has shown a lot of proficiency with this raise that he's had over the past couple of years. Giansanity, much more known for his jet. But that also strikes a different question here.
Yeah.
Why not just go for the jet for Giansanity and then, try to hold this 1-versus-1 against Par Schofield? Are they, again, willing to...
This should do.
What's the word here? Focus more on the utility rather than the firepower or the, familiarity of picks?
I mean, it is a work in progress. We've seen that be the case in a few rounds here and there. On Sunset a while ago, it's been more of a case there from the get-go of Giansanity over anything else. But yeah, it's such a interesting take, and we're all for it, for seeing some of these teams be more utility focused, stop relying on their aim to actually get the job done. Also, one thing I've noticed here in our group stage so far, the most popular agent in all of VCTPH is actually the Raze. So many of these teams preferring the Raze over the Jet if they're gonna play that single duelist. A quick little TP though, as JustUs get one kill along the way, but one MS can't find any space to really work with right now.
And that's just going to be again, that A-short position thwarted. Oh my god, that's some really big damage. The nade being thrown. Thankfully enough for Psycho, he had the mindset too. What is happening? What?
The classic.
Right, hold on.
Just classic things, man. 4 HP also here for Senior Carl, priming the blast back, trying to dissuade Psycho from pushing on out, but Boroscopy's there to lend that helping hand. Trailblazer sent on out. Astra finding one more. Channy by also with a pick for himself. And this is at least one of us making this round manageable. A swing out from Repulsive can be dangerous. Here we go with a double up, and one MS has a rifle in hand. Vandal here for Channy Boy. Here we go. One MS take this away with a Thrifty.
Hang on, I actually need to sneeze, but before I do... Yeah. 3 players were heavily tagged by the classic of Senior Carl. Alright, 3. That one at the backside also tagged heavily. I think it was Spar Schofield down to like 30. Or, yeah, 30 because of the one tap that Senior Carl was did. Alright, that's it. BRB.
Yeah, bless you. Godspeed, that's right. Godspeed. Hope you get a tissue of that one. But wipe away your tears if you are first MegaSaver, because that was an incredible round to take. Now they have not only all the firepower in the world, but they have a bit of money to work with, as they're the ones on the anti-eco this time.
That just hurts, man, if you're in JustUs' shoes. How did Senior Carl... I mean, sure, he got the couple of, contacts. That's a given. This is looking just so different, damn different. In any case, that's a huge, huge upset here. And 1MS not waiting around to waste time. Starts pushing up, gets 2K already. And setting up to go for this A main push very, very quickly, very, very fast.
Yeah, this is just an easy take here for 1MS. And Psycho thinking about actually peeking on out. A chance there, but Insanity able to hold him off by his lonesome. And 1MS plants down. We get a tower take here for Lloyd Dream. Over at Heaven, at least he sends one Angel there with Senior Carl being gone. Firepower is just not going to be enough. A flash out there from Lloyd Dream, doubling up now alongside Par Schofield. Again, Santi and Shiny Boy getting ready for this angle. A swing out there is the key. 1MS with another one, and this should be their round, their lead. Lloyd Dream, what else can he even do here?
Probably nothing. All right, so he's just gonna play some exit frags if he can.
Got you.
A couple of pop shots. Okay. Second one, not gonna happen, but 1MS, all things considered, very quick round. Clean. Plans to spike in. Plenty of money. JustUs now gonna be able to buy up a couple, but they are on these light shields. Not really the best when you consider how much damage that classic of Senior Carl was able to do.
Yeah, and this is such a healthy bonus now for 1MS. You can even debate, does it even count as a bonus anymore? Because even if they lose this with full armors,
That goes there.
it's fine. They're gonna have enough money to go again into the next round. So first MegaSaver getting the discounts probably from the coupon book that they're given by their sponsor. JustUs on the other hand though, aggression towards B-Long, understandable. You have the Sky, you have Psycho there in the front line. That triple stack though means that 1MS can stroll into the site if they clear this Brimstone. And Repulsive fights for his life. It's a 1-for-1 as here comes 1MS.
Yeah, Second Love's gonna have to just hold on for dear life in this site because everyone else is on that long flank. This is, yeah, that's gonna be the plan on the spike. I think that 1MS should be able to realize this, but not really up to the point where how many players are gonna be flanking in. Thankfully enough, Shiny Boy's here for that quick little swing. White swings it up. Trades are somewhat half and half, but Second Love opens up onto triple here, leaving only Insanity and Astro stuck on lamps. That allows the spike to start getting diffused. They have to push out. The molly, is it good? It doesn't stop it. Wait, it does, and it might be enough.
And Giansanti's still alive. In all that chaos, look at that lineup though. Does it land on the spike? Giansanti wins it anyway. 4 and oh, it doesn't land on the spike. Doesn't matter. Giansanti, give him a gun, he'll shoot them all dead.
Man, and Lloyd Dream, or rather, excuse me, Second Love was just... I'm gonna rush it out because I don't want to find out if that fragment is actually going to be that. But he had time. He had to defuse on the spike. And I think he just, again, fell through and not trying to re-defuse it while his teammates were trying to fight for their lives here. I mean, it is very, very hard to track on what was happening just because of just how explosive 1MS was at going for that push out on lamps.
Yeah, the heart of that. Okay, sure. No need to break down what happened a while ago. Second Love breaks the face of Senior Carl. And it's a beautiful thing for JustUs. But I just want to say a while ago, just that one flash from Insanity changed it all. He even played an anti-flash position immediately to frag out. But JustUs, on the other hand, they're getting the picks here on the eco. 1MS forced to play the juggling app. Bring those guns away. Chingdo finding Repulsive. Bar Schofield with the blades in hand. And JustUs, they are out for blood. They know this round is now suddenly winnable. Here we go with the blades perfectly onto Shiny Boy. And Giansanti, if he needs to win this round, he just needs to perform the same way as the round prior. Flashes out. Knows the flag is possible. Bar Schofield first to fall. Spike is completely out of reach for him. And he's out onto the site, but it doesn't matter because JustUs have the control that they want here.
True, now they also realize that he is out, but they are taking this one by one. They might have actually lost Giansanity going hot.
Dangerous.
The thrifty, excuse me, just out from JustUs.
It's okay. The thrifty, you know, I know what you wanted to say, Asarai. It was there. It was written in the cards.
Yeah. The 3K thrifty. Ooh. Man, that was an expensive round here. I mean, they still will be able to buy up, but you never really know what's going to happen between these two teams. You know? Thrifty round for 1MS? Sure.
We'll take it with the classic, sure. And then we had another 50 round from Just Us out of just these peaks with a double satchel. Senior Carl smacked down by Second Love with his Sheriff.
Yeah, we're gonna get though into another buy round here, and Second Love with 2 already. Insanity to the floor. Astro bringing Insanity back to life, though Senior Carl has the showstopper to utilize. And after everything is said and done, it's still Just Us with a numbers advantage. A quick pivot though through the TP to play into A. Just Us will try to chase down from CT because of it. Oh, dangerous. There for Repulsive too.
Oh, he does spot out Insanity too. That's going to be a plant on the spike, but can they get out of harm's way from the boop of that Rolling Thunder? Astro might have not been spotted out, but thankfully they do have that Viper Spit. Allows them to fight inside the cover. Oh, and this is looking so damn difficult for Just Us. The coverage just too strong. Astro using his ultimate. It's a 1 versus 1.
Burns the ground on the spike itself. Keeping Second Love at bay. Second Love already got the big pick onto the Viper. Molly for the time burn. And the fuse is lit yet again. Second Love, he's gonna push this Cyber Cage, thinking about the swing. But Astro, a classic is all he needs for the clutch. And 1 MS pulling away now.
Gotta love how creative 1 MS can be with these calls as well. Second Love, though, able to obliterate. I honestly thought that there was more players for 1MS here. I was wondering, Astro kind of overkill with the Orbital Strike, but no, it makes perfect sense. He was in a numbers discrepancy. So he uses that Orbital Strike to not only separate himself from the 1 versus 2, but also to keep everybody from Just Us from getting closer to the spike to start defusing it. So very, very quick and fast adaptations here from the 1MS player.
Yeah, 1MS is still getting ready again for these kinds of aggressive plays from Just Us. Their initial positions keeping them safe towards the market area, and a Trailblazer punish on the bar. Schofield confirms the initial positions of 1MS to be correct. A flash again. They know market still secured here by Just Us. Insanity waiting for the retreat if ever. And that's what Insanity is doing through the smoke. Danger, though, as Second Love finds Astro. Repulsive prepared for the push. Also, the Channy Boy finding 2 for himself. Senior Carl onto the site, able to eviscerate Repulsive there. And Lointrim's the only one still standing. Timing, though, is everything. And this is a spike. 8 bullets ready in the bag. Needs 7 to confirm that kill. The spike is down. A 1v1 is forced out here. Senior Carl looking for the angle to work with. Burning the utility. Senior Carl swings on through, but the headshot connects through the wall. And Lloyd Dream will be a nightmare of 1MS.
Ah, yes. Never skip leg day. The squat spam truly has been abundant this entire series, Dax. And I will also have to reiterate what I have just mentioned. This game is hella whack. Everyone is just doing whatever they want, and I am absolutely loving it because it is garnering results from both teams. The push out from Just Us, there was some sort of commotion in the market for the past like 30 seconds to a minute, and then the closure for Repulsive in that 1 versus 1 against Insanity to stop the pinch from coming in. What rounds have been happening here? Again, pushing the limits of both of these teams to the max.
Welcome back to VCDPH, that's right. Glad to see you here, buddy.
But
Senior Carl flies high, and that butterfly is just as deadly as can be onto Repulsive. A beautiful clear onto Lamp's Second Love. Just looking at all these smokes and saying, where do I even go from here? Hides over onto the corner. And this is interesting from 1MS. Since they don't have the firepower, they're stacking, as you mentioned, into the lamps, waiting to see if Ching can get any value from that. Bucky, a flash out, though, for 1MS to try and go for the plant.
Now they scatter in front of the site. They're going to try to get cleaned up here. How much damage can Senior Carl's pick up on that rifle be? Yeah, not really a lot. Ching. Oh, Bucky.
Sure.
Bang, bang, bang.
Classic's better.
Right, you know what?
The
Classic is way better.
The Bucky is so bad right now, but Ching is making it look so good with that single left click. Beyond that, though, that's all she wrote for the 1MS Eco. At least some damage done to Just Us, who ties up the game.
What is happening here? Everyone from 1MS and Just Us is wanting to one-up the other team, right? No one in their right mind would actually chase Ching when he has a judge like Lloyd Dream in Lamps.
It's just us and 1MS things, man. It's what we're seeing right now, and it's chaotic, it's fun, and it's the only way these two will settle whatever score they have against each other. But nevertheless, it's just us still with the series advantage here, Asarai. They have that first map. They're the ones holding that best of one win from the open qualifiers over 1MS. And speaking of 1MS, Fountain can be the pivot point to try and contest into long.
Right here.
That guiding light was set on that, but Lloyd Dream is the bigger threat here if 1MS does choose to peek from this angle.
Oh yeah, they're definitely lording it over their opponents right now. It's just showing us, we got the first game. So that's technically 2 games, but I mean, this could always be turned over by 1MS. Both of these teams are pretty evenly matched. Interestingly enough to say that, because the way that they're evenly matched is so, like, it's not just the firepower, it's just the difference as well of the approach. In any case, here comes Senior Carl, double satcheling in. The traps has been set. The flashes are pretty good, but no one capitalizing. Hold on. Oh my goodness, what a skirmish.
How does Lloyd Dream just swing in, say, never mind, I don't have the angle, swing out, and still be alive after everything is said and done? Yes, there was a flash, but still.
Magic.
Lloyd Dream and Repulsive though in a 2v2 versus Ching and Chandy Boys setting up onto the side. Spike's gonna be already planted. A flash is out also, but Ching is isolated, and Lloyd Dream with a third. Happy to get a fourth. There you go, he delivers. And Just Us now with the lead here.
I mean, I have no idea how he actually did that. I can only assume it was the flash that blinded everyone, so no one was willing to just pop a shot. They were all just submissive at that point. They chased him down. Just backs away. Lloyd Dream. These rounds are absolutely stellar from the man. 11 kills already. Another Rolling Thunder is up and running to be utilized. And what seems to be a technical timeout.
Yep.
Yes.
When there's still color, it's a tech boss.
I love color.
Really? What's your favorite color?
Blue.
Wow. So you're the one who took the blue part from Blacken, apparently.
Oh yeah, I stole it from Nico.
Yeah, from Nico. Is that how you say it now? At least you still remember our names, Asarai. Thank you, huh? Thank you for bringing the flag to Pacific, you know, with Mika. Thank you for being so amazing at what you do, you know.
All right. Shut up.
Okay.
Can't get away from this.
Nope.
Anyways, yeah, we're back.
No, we're not.
We're not? Oh, okay. I heard like
someone just dropped the gun.
A commotion.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
That's all. You want to talk about the game or nah?
Nah, we're fine. We're fine.
Okay. So what did you learn from VCT Pacific that you're gonna bring to VCT PH in 25 seconds? Go.
25 seconds. Go.
Hurry up.
Just be a lot calmer. Not really repeat your points too much. And above all else, enjoy the game that is Valorant.
Absolutely. That sounds like a very kingly approach there, good sir, and I'm glad to hear it. Now then, I do want to point out, as we're getting back into the game, Lloyd Dream, he usually does play a duelist alongside Parscofield. When he flexes on over, though, it's impressive to see him be able to get these kills on the breach, and he's been instrumental to the success of Just Us so far.
And again, it's always timed in the position where 1MS is in transit to the site. Senior Carl, again, he's getting a lot of that help from his teammates, but there's that 1 to 2 second lag behind that they have to walk up into the site because they have to catch up after he's just double satcheled in, right? So
did you just
that
say
being said,
no, I have to stop you right there. Did you say lag about a team called 1MS? Hello? Hello?
It's not performance lag. It's like lagging behind, all right? Oh my goodness, man. Anyways, looks like they're going to try to explode here from Octagon all the way through the site. If not, I mean, you can always go for the TV.
That's true. And Senior Carl again, the entry point as you mentioned, but 1MS not lagging behind this time. There's lag over there, but Rolling Thunder is going to be the call. Immediately, Seeker's going to be into play too as Parscofield is moving on to the side. He's in the Cloudburst right now and eventually finds Chandy Boy along the way. Parscofield moving down Senior Carl onto the cubby as well, and he's still alive. He's still fighting, and Parscofield will be up to par with the 3K. Just Us still so swift on the retake.
They wanted to make sure that 1MS was not going to go for that TP into showers, right? You saw that there was Psycho kind of holding that position just in case, but the real true plan of JustUs was that Rolling Thunder that came out from Lloyd Dream. The Seekers did delay somewhat Bar Schofield and the rest of them from coming in and pushing up, which could have been the turnaround that 1MS was hoping for, but the weaker weapons and the overreach at the back of the site, I think, was just, again, well reprimanded by JustUs here. Could have gone either way, but JustUs, I feel like, just had about 10-20% better just way of clearing up that round.
Yeah, and not only that, Bar Schofield's still alive in the middle was such a big deal in the first place that he could play an extra angle. 1MS didn't expect them. A standoff from Giansanti with the knife. A fight versus Lloyd Dream, courtesy of Senior Carl. And he also has a showstopper if he chooses to. That's the fault line now burned. It's a free launch site for him to play from the hookah if he chooses to.
Well, let's see. He does have one satchel, so he's not going to be high flying, but he's got the threat if he wants to utilize it. Bar Schofield playing a low. Oh, that's got to break away from that murder hole, as you can see already. And Senior Carl is delivering the package. Spots out Repulsive, step in the right direction. Second Love wants to push, but everybody is marking the territory or the positioning on Elbow. And this is going to be a full-blown retake here from JustUs.
Oh, again, Bar Schofield back on site and back in action. Psycho also, big picks from him. Astra's the only one still standing, and the Orbital Strike is burnt early on, so they can't defuse right now. Astra also has the lineup, but the big question is that enough time bought? Answer should be no, and the Molly isn't even the right spots. JustUs are pulling away from 1MS and building up a bigger lead now.
Absolutely. And again, I honestly thought that 1MS had the better positioning, but the explosiveness as well as the cohesion from JustUs is too clean. They're not really... I mean, the simple domino effect of it is 1MS, some of them play with the back of the site. Sure, could be good. They have some crossfire set up. But JustUs, their response, we flash, we dash, we set our own crossfires, and if you just do the simple maths, just so much more utility and, again, cohesion that JustUs should be able to overwhelm 1MS here, unless singular players of 1MS can go for those multiple pop-offs, which hasn't happened in this particular game yet.
Yeah, instead we're getting more of these frags going the way of JustUs so quickly. If it isn't someone like Bar Schofield, it's someone like Psycho instead. Trailblazer plus the Pain Shells opening up the site for 1MS to work with. But that's only a partition here. The rest of A is still under control of JustUs, including the showers, so threats can come from many different angles. The Viper's Pit, though, the safety nest here for 1MS. Astro has fallen, so they have less on the post line to work with. Trailblazer going to be out too, and Giansanti trying to hold on to the cubby. The fragment bounces on the Trailblazer. It puts it away over onto the corner, and Senior Carl now fighting for his life versus Lloyd Dream. But that's two already for JustUs. They're just trying to get in there as quickly as can be, and suddenly the tide's turned. Ching though with two. He's still alive and fighting, but Second Love is there to help out, and JustUs end the half with another round.
Wow, what a round from JustUs. Look at the kills on that mini-map. Everything concentrated on A short, right inside and right outside of the Viper Pit of Ching. JustUs really showing how commanding, how confident their approach really has been. Look at this. I was also so surprised why 1MS will try to chase down kills outside of the Viper's Pit, where there was no amount of support from each other. It really just goes to show again how very 1v1 the matches have been, right? And JustUs have, it feels like they've been winning the matches for the most part. Lloyd Dream and Bar Schofield really shining in this type of field, in this type of ecosystem, I guess.
Yeah, the buddy system from JustUs, and really, I always remember what we saw yesterday, that they took so much time still staying around the Discord, talking to each other after that ZOL game to really rebuild this teamwork, rebuild this trust with one another. And JustUs, you're seeing already the fruits of their labor right in front of us. 8-4 with the one map lead They have a good chance to seal the deal on the series already if they win this pistol, especially. It's all about momentum. Channy Boy alongside Ching. The crossfire being set, and 1MS needs to stop the bleeding that's been happening to them as soon as possible.
Ching trying to control his walls here. The smoke out as well. He's going to have to burn all of his fuel at that point. I mean, that's totally fine here for JustUs. They realize where he was at. Tries to close it in. Nade. That could get a takedown. And absolutely it will. Second Love is down. Senior Carl popping shots. Not done. 3K. And Senior Carl. Big plays all around. Leaving Astro to just clean up house. Psycho and Repulsive could not deal and hold that triple position.
Yeah, and as soon as 1MS get in a pinch, they show us around that clean. Not only with Senior Carl's clean shell's perfection over onto the shower plus the heaven angle, but you still go back to how Ching and Channy Boy were playing that B site. He was using his own smokes to blockade his vision for a moment so he doesn't get flashed. That already scares off JustUs enough to force them to teleport. And as soon as they get to A site, it's still Senior Carl delivering the goods. Outlaw is now out here for 1MS. That's basically an operator in these situations with 2 in the chamber. If anyone peeks, they're dead. And Repulsive is first to learn that lesson.
That's gonna hurt, man. Yep, Outlaw really is... I don't want to say an underrated weapon, but I feel like not a lot of people are still willing to utilize it a whole lot more because it's a whole different, I think, kind of approach compared to the operator, compared to the Marshall, but you do feel the impact of it. In any case, everyone for JustUs just abandons every form of pushing outside of showers and just goes straight to B long. I do like this. It's only 1-2 players at the most here at B.
Yeah. What a mess. They're prepped here. Noah, Ching, and Channy Boy. Their setup initially has been good. See now how strong they can hold down the side. Channy Boy has fallen, and because of the fault line, Ching cannot get away from danger. JustUs giving them a chance. Taking in 3v3. Not only that, the Spectre picked on up, and Senior Carl found peeking. He and Sandy don't win the trade. Astro's there now for the close quarters, and Astro again. Amazing at the end. 2 more rounds here for 1MS to work with, but it's getting dangerous at how JustUs got into that site there.
Second Love getting those 2 picks with the Sheriff as well. Through that stun too. Bang. And the other one as well, as you saw. Thankfully enough, they were able to segregate everybody here with the help of the smokes as well as that molly. But that's big damage. JustUs, they're coming into this next round. I'm not a big fan of this, again, having those half shields, but it's not as bad as it would seem. Still, they have to be very aware that Senior Carl can really one-shot them with the Outlaw, and he's at the right position to go in and look for that contact.
Well, only 2 of them have the light armor. If they realize this is an Outlaw, they'll stow away Par Schofield and Repulsive if ever. But the problem is, you mentioned it still. Danger, especially it's the Jet. Boombot, it's confirmation immediately. Players here over at B Long. Pain Shells also gonna get thrown to separate the 2 chunks of that push. The Outlaw makes some noise, but you know who I'm watching out for right now? It's Ching. He has a Bucky again in hand. He knows someone's here on hookah. He just can't find the angle himself. Runs into the Cloud Burst though. Ching, well done. And Ching trying to get another one, but the rest of JustUs are flooding on in. They have the guns and they're bringing the damage. Senior Carl though catches out Second Love, but Psycho is good for the third. Astro's the only one still standing now, and the flash confirms he's out here by CT.
Yeah, that smoke almost giving a bit of safety pocket for Senior Carl to maybe reload and take a bit of a breath, but not gonna happen as Psycho picks up the 4K. JustUs 9-6. You are absolutely right there. Almost a big impact play from Ching, but couldn't really follow up after the first kill.
I mean, he was good for 1, but still Bucky. So difficult to play that angle. And as Psycho, again, given the chance to find the angles, he has been one of the sharpest shots in this team. He only has 11 kills, yes, but most of his kills have come from multi-kill rounds themselves rather than single picks here and there.
This is just perfect. Flash gonna be thrown out. Quick little swing. If they push through this, there could be, again, some retribution for Ching here. He's very much adamant holding that B-Law angle, making sure, but he's burnt basically his entire meter to stack up into this. JustUs is willing. They might be able to push this up. Psycho, very confident, slow pushing, rather singular pushing. Hookah by himself, no fear on the man.
I mean, he's just killing them all anyway. Happy to still be a threat. Okay! That's a statement there, Asarai, and Psycho now is just filled with utter confidence. JustUs is riding that high, and Psycho's gotten a double, but Astro, okay, the pre-fire there, moves that far. Schofield, he also starts to go for the wall back, but Lloyd Dream also pushing the limits here. Senior Carl, the only one still standing all the way from the spawn, and Second Love is in front of him. JustUs now to double digits they go.
Man, wait, did he spot him? Wait,
yeah,
we'll
jumping, dead.
Oh!
If you jump there, your head is seen.
Yeah, I thought there was like a wall that was, you know, blotted, and I was thinking, did he just shot it through the smoke?
It was Astro did that though.
Yeah.
Good free fire basically. Anyway, JustUs, when they ride this high, Asarai, I mentioned it just a while ago. They look to be one of those kind of teams that keep snowballing and keep steamrolling as much as they can.
And they're so unstoppable. It is insane, right? I mean, 1MS, they're doing a lot of things to counteract the aggression of JustUs here, but these, as you said, the singular missteps turning into bigger blunders than they're supposed to be. Astro already looking to counteract the swing here. Schofield waiting in the bushes, but I think 1MS has a good grasp. They're rotating every single bit of player that they do have, and GNsanity find out Schofield. Look at the positioning, but the blind! What a big blind as Astro falls down. He could have gotten so much damage with that Sheriff of his.
Could have been a blunder there for Second Love, but he confirms the kill anyway. Rolling Thunder now the call. Showstopper was brought out by Senior Carl, and that's good for 2 as his forces JustUs to play in A.
Running right in. They should be able to plant safely here as everyone's going to have to rotate around. No more utility for Repulsive. Lloyd does have his Aftershock plus both of the flashes, so that's going to have to count for something. But that being said, 3 players. Blade gives away Lloyd Dream's positioning. That's going to be huge. Now they know he's somewhere hidden in lamps.
And Lloyd Dream, does he hold the angle? It's so dangerous right now. Senior Carl, the timing is perfect, and Lloyd Dream not like that. Repulsive though, all alone now. Snakebite's out. Here we go with the flash, and Ching is ready to catch whatever GNsanity serves him. 1MS. They needed a streak breaker, and they get it here with a Thrifty.
Wow. I mean, Senior Carl, no respect whatsoever, just keeps charging right in. He had to actually go back because it didn't kill him the first time. But yeah, okay, it didn't show on the replay, but yeah, Senior Carl was just charging in. Man has no breaks, all go, and he still somehow manages to pick up all these kills, 50 right now. And you're right, that's the streak breaker that they were looking for. 1MS, 3 more rounds. Hopefully that's the start that they were also trying to partake or try to get.
Yeah, it's still possible. They have a bat to work with 2 here. They have the guns, and they are willing to challenge GNsanity now getting hot with his hand. It started a while ago with that Sheriff shot, but here with the rifle, it's even better for 1MS.
Mike's also dropped outside of showers. Bit of a slow uptake here for JustUs. Lost 2 players in the process. Flashed, used on short. Schofield aware that the push could be coming in, but doesn't really matter now, does it?
Nah.
Carl's just too good.
And when 1MS is this confident, it's basically what we said about JustUs ad infinitum. Just already the individuals. You know how impressive they can be. The highlights they've made in their careers are second to none. And if 1MS can still feel so confident in peeking out these lanes, it's another way to play out this bind defense. Win out their initial duel, get back into cover, and with the numbers, we're just going to be burning time from this point on.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, just save the weapons at this point, right? And start building that momentum. No real need, I think, to start chasing them down. There's only so much bank that 1MS do have. But this is just about that. Anyways, 1MS, they've been looking for so much of these contact plays for the longest time and haven't
A.
been as successful. This time, they finally have, and it's turned the tables, which is absolutely huge, and it's now working in their favor.
Where's our ops go? He's like, go to the next round already. Get back in position, Lloyd Dream. There you go. Oh, see, they were ready. They were ready for the spawn.
Preemptive obs. That's what we got right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Man's predicting the future, but a timeout now called here by Just Us. And to build on the point that you made a while ago, contact points are really the bread and butter of first MegaSaver. Anything that lets them ego peek, they're going to be happy to do so just because they're that confident in their ability. It's a blessing, and it can be a curse too. It's a little bit different from some of the other teams where we see them use utility to really flush you out of angles. It's more so to force you into the fight. But when they get hot, when they get all these kills going their way, that's when they can build up this kind of streak. And look at this scenario right now here, Asarai. Again, Santi's 1 away from the null command. We got 2 away for Ching with the Viper Spit, and MS is in a good spot to really rally back against Just Us. That's why we see a timeout here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just to kind of add as well, Astro's been very on point with the sky smokes that he's been throwing out. And this is very important to think about because, I mean, yeah, sure, Ching has been really good with playing with his own utility, but when Ching falls, or when someone else, like, let's say Insanity, Senior Carl, needs that step up, needs that little bit of assistance from the controllers, it's always Astro dropping in that one smoke, allows to reposition in around the corner, and it really stacks up over time, and we feel that here and now when they need it the most.
Yeah, Just Us, they took that timeout, but they're on half buy for some of them. Lloyd Dream also a hero purchase, actually. I wonder if he's just gonna get a buy later on from Repulsive into the next round, but in any case, he's the firepower now of the squad. The Staldo over on to be along. Just Us waiting now as the smoke and the snake bite are a bit of a threat. Senior Carl also. He's in the hookah, and you can see why 1MS invested early with that utility to try and funnel in Just Us towards the shorter angle instead.
It works, right? Again, they've used that so many times already. And very much felt. I wonder if they're going to try to heal Second Love here, kind of sync up. That will lose them some position, but it could have been something. Anyways, excuse me. Push here onto that A site. Is not going to find any form of contact. It's only really G Insanity. So I feel like this is going to turn into, yeah, retake for retake. They have to be careful, though, because any ultimates that they want to use could be used against them. Repulsive, though. Are they going to TP? 30 seconds. They can just re-hit the site once again.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. It's Just Us.
30
do
seconds
confirm
left.
that A is their intention. Get the Cyber Cage being set up. The Snake Bite for the stall again. And here we go again. Fragment now. Love from the Insanity towards the showers to keep Second Love at bay. Repulsive, though, getting the trade onto Senior Carl, but 1MS with an extra firepower. They're getting the kills here and now. Second Love, though, ready to swing. Ching still checks it at the last moment. And Repulsive, he just picks up a rifle. He's not going to use the Orbital Strike anymore. And while he burns down Gian Santi and gets the third for himself, it's still the round for 1MS to just be 1 round away.
I mean, even if, right, he delayed the plant on that spike, you saw how many seconds he had to burn. Almost half a minute, 23 seconds. So what is that? Half a defuse, you denied the plant, sure. You use your Orbital Strike that only buys like 4 more seconds. It's really not economical here for Just Us to utilize, or for Repulsive here to utilize his Orbital Strike in that particular manner when there's still like 3 players of 1MS chasing him down all the way through A short as well.
Yeah, and 1MS, this is their chance to tie things up. The position is similar though from the previous round. The outcome, could it be the same? Does B-Long still take it here by Just Us? They're waiting out the Viper utility instead. You got Ching, you got Gian Santi prepared here over on the site and elbow respectively. And that threat from Hookah is one thing Just Us needs to be very careful of. That's why Second Love is lagging behind to try and clear it up by him lonesome. Par Schofield, though, thinking of the timing to try and play the entry. Chandy Boy, that first contact confirms Second Love is nearby. Just Us, very wary of this push here.
He doesn't confirm, though, that Senior Carl is right beside. He's been very silent this entire round. And Second Love, it's all going to be boiling down to him. He needs to create that contact. If he can get Shiny Boy right now, activate that Neural Theft, maybe before he gets refragged by Senior Carl, It's a huge step in the right direction, but again, these are ifs and buts. Not really the best. And Ching.
So quick from the backside, far Schofield sent to an early grave, and Ching with another one. Second love, not much impact. Senior Carl has been waiting there in the corner, statuesque even, as Lloyd Dream's the only one still standing. 1MS perfectly playing that one out, brings back the Insanity to life, and JustUs didn't even see what hit them. Sure, Shanny Boy dies there as he's busy with the flash, but that is basically now, everything said and done, a tied game.
And this is the second time in a row that 1MS just 4-stack the B site. They're so willing to retake A that they always have almost played 2 rounds with 4 players in that one site. And JustUs, they're hoping that maybe the fake noise that that Second Love here has been doing on mid as he tries to fake a rotation on short hasn't been really working.
Get out of my way!
What else does JustUs have here, though, in the playbook, as 1MS has shown they can use some of these angles, to use these utilities to funnel their opposition into more creative outlooks. As a Trailblazer spots out Ching, immediately knows that this Viper Spit is here to stay, and JustUs decide against it. They don't want to play against A, they move to B here.
Slowly but surely. But these kind of slow plays, Dax, haven't really met any success, I think, for JustUs. It's always been these contact plays where 1MS is a bit too antsy. This time it's not really. Battering. And G Insanity is lighting up house. Big damage.
Precision, man. Precision. And not only that, Astro was the distraction. JustUs double take and said, huh? Is there really a Brimstone there? They repeat the angle. G Insanity is trained in all the way from CT. And that's enough for 1MS to get the advantage into the round. 30 seconds left.
30
and
seconds
JustUs
left.
has seen this lead slip away. Will it be given now to 1MS? Channy Boy making it even more likely. Psycho, only one standing. An ace clutch is what he needs to get this done, but there's no real way. Channy Boy gets confirmation with the jump peek. There's the flash, there's the swing, and we go with 1MS taking the lead in a flawless manner.
And JustUs again showing to us how strong the singular player effect truly is. Look at that, G Insanity is just lighting up house. Big damage. And I love the setup play there for Channy Boy. Easy pick up with the 3K to follow up. Now JustUs in danger. We've been here in this point last game, but it was JustUs. Now 1MS. It's a team that's about to push us to game number 3.
Yeah, it's par for the course though. Again, angles taken by one player to force the fight against another. It's been just the perfection here of 1MS on how they get these angles to be valuable. But JustUs, still a chance now to keep this game as close as can be. Second Love though, over onto the showers. A bit of a repeat over what happened to be, but this time on a different site. And I remember the words of Asarai. He needs to make an impact here. He needs to make some noise and pull that attention away for the rest of JustUs to actually get in there. Ching, a different plan though. Is that a shorty in hand? The answer is yes. And that's a dangerous Lloyd to play against. Psycho now with the flash into play. Almost tries to clear out plans with Ching with the first. Second Love though, catching out Astro. Pulls attention now as it's Psycho taking advantage of the chaos. Senior Carl though sends it! And Psycho will fall because of it. A 2v2 though as we get onto the site, and JustUs will get the plant going.
Look at how far they had to do just to be able to get up to this point. But yeah, Senior Carl had to utilize so much. They should be hearing that regrowth. No? Peek out. Channy Boy getting chased, but might have been an overreach. Repulsive. Around the corner, Channy Boy is going to have to hold him, but Channy Boy is just too damn good. And that's going to be map point right now for 1MS.
That's trust. That's trust. Senior Carl stuck that defuse and expected Channy Boy to get that flash win. 1MS though, beginning again with Ching. Whenever the Viper setup is nearby, you should expect by now that Ching has a plan with it. So creative, whether he's on the Cypher, whether he's on the Viper, any agent that he plays. And 1MS, they're happy to see how this rally has gone. It's been all them for most of the second half now. It's been a bit of a streak, and because of it, they're the ones on map point here.
And they just had to wait, I feel like, at that point. Trying to force yourselves on a position where China Boy has so many angles to work around with. Really just, again, bit the behind. Just us here, and you're absolutely right. This is the last round for them. And then we could go for that map 3. Still this 50-50, though. If they push into this A side and Astro gets nothing, should be a retake scenario for Just Us.
That quick little fault line, and onto the side we go with Just Us. A quicker plant this time as 1MS look to rely on the retake. Problematic though, everyone's coming in from CT. It's a single funnel right now for 1MS. That's why you see Parsco filled. He's also watching out for Heaven just in case. Just Us, a chance here to get some good pre-fires to begin the clash. He and Sandy though, a knife in hand to try and suppress the bench if ever. Psycho now will get spotted. Senior Carl, he stumbled a little bit on the blast back leap, and that slows down the push of 1MS. Just Us with the first kill there. Senior Carl now with 2 of his own as Channy Boy pitches on in, but Just Us keeping the numbers afloat. Second Love though, the only one still standing now. 3 is good. 4 can be even better as Just Us stay alive in the clutch.
Do they have enough money, though, to buy into that next round? That's going to be a big ask, as 1MS has banked for days. But what a very sticky round that actually happened. It was the one that got booped into Heaven. Senior Carl, right?
Carl hit his head, yeah.
Yeah, he hit his head, but thankfully for him, no one was there to punish that little bit of mishap. 1MS was barreling straight into the side, and then out of nowhere, Second Love gets all of these skills through the smoke, and then stops that defuse from even happening whatsoever in this in that particular round.
That's right. Similar scoreline as map number 1. Different teams in terms of the scenario. Can Just Us force overtime here? Or do we get another 13-11 win as we go into map number 3? We'll find out. Up in hand for Senior Carl. The widest swing from Lord Dream there. As Channy Boy, he'll go down, but not without the fight. A 1-for-1. And this leads to Senior Carl being the only one holding on to B here.
Both of the skies are now down. Means that...
Oh.
I mean, it's not going to be pure
This is
contact.
dangerous.
Senior Carl. Oh my god, he's not even looking in the right direction. No.
Could have gotten the indicator there with a mini-map, but beyond that, it's still Just Us already onto the site. And this is the spike going down. They do have the toxic screen for the retake. A snake bite also, as Kian Sandy gets the intel, but it's a heartbreaker there for Senior Carl. Repulsive playing into the cubby. Astro gonna volley that one out, and he gets out of danger in time. Stim Beacon also to keep the spam going, but they're ready for the breach flash. Lord Dream now swinging on out again, and Just Us, they bring it back and bring it to overtime. We go for more here.
Wow.
Switching sides.
What a misplay there from Senior Carl. He had the right idea, and if he continued to pursue that angle, he should have gotten a 2-kill collat.
No way.
I mean, I was 90% sure that he should have gotten that.
Yeah, if he looked
yeah.
right, if he looked towards that wall.
They were lined up.
Oh. And this is another situation where we're at the end of regulation, and 1MS makes a bit of a blunder that really hurts their chances. This time around, at least, they're the ones who were in the lead. We get into overtime, but that is just unfortunate, to say the least, for Senior Carl. And honestly speaking, dangerous to do that with just a single operator holding down the site.
I mean, I like the bravado. I like the aggression. You know, it's a high risk, high reward. But at that point, the risk just showed the punish,
Yeah.
right? The loss.
It was the former rather than the latter.
Yep.
But anyway, though, we go into overtime. Repulsive has a shorty in hand. He can hold his Lamb's angle close, but Senior Carl with the overrun. A little too ambitious now, this time for Just Us. Psycho, does he actually dip his toes into the Lambs? Answers yes, and Senior Carl bites back at them. Bit of revenge here for Senior Carl. He's going back for a bit of a redemption arc here as far as Schofield onto the side. Lord Dream gets one for his troubles with the utility, but Senior Carl is in fuego, on fire now. The showstopper for the celebration, and 1MS is back on map point.
It was interesting that he was willingly reloading his shorty What was the weapon in the hands of Repulsive there? Did he forget to buy?
He should have a rifle. Whenever you have a shorty, you still have enough for the rifle, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but he just didn't throw it.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, other than that, Senior Carl was really lining up the house. They just lost so much control after that short escapade. That A short escapade, rather. And now 1MS. One more round to push us into that map number 3. They've been pretty solid here for the most part. And just us, we're picking scraps. Heroics of Second Love have allowed them to push us into overtime. But I don't know how far or how much that can really affect them now coming into this one.
Yeah, in the last few rounds, the 1MS has been the beacon of more stability, a bit more consistency, and also how they choke so many of these lanes on the defense. Continuing on that trend, possible. Astro though spotted by the shoulder. Nick for his troubles. There's a little bit of damage with the fragment immediately. The answer from Gian Santi. Astro also holding close. Psycho, does he expect an angle like this? A flash is out, the swing is there. Astro trying to really dip into the shower to try and see if he can get a pick, but no dice so far.
You want to try to readdress spotting out Gian Sanity already, but they're burning a lot of time here, and they haven't really dealt with most of the smokes. Once again, it's the massive stack here from both of the teams. The Cloud Burst. There is no... Oh, how is Scorpion going to be able to get a kill there? It's not really going to matter. He goes for the updraft. No one swats him away, but as you can see, Astro and Ching getting a lot of value right here, right now.
They have the advantage. Even so, the smokes are out. The Snakebite's going to be in position too, but Par Schofield over onto the bench. Numbers in favor of 1MS right now. Orbital Strike though used by Repulsive, but no one's there in that angle. Channy Boy needs to wait, but Par Schofield is the one instead who pulls the trigger. Another one here for Par Schofield, doubling up in the kills. A Trailblazers clears out Lamp. Senior Carl trying to push from here as a blast back, but that distraction is nothing. Par Schofield feeling it so far. He dashes in to fight Channy Boy. Second Love with the trade, and we go for more as a second overtime is upon us.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Fair enough. Huge plays there from Just Us. But again, I really like the idea here for 1MS. They just realized, let's just keep multi-stacking on site. It doesn't matter. They're going to have to create, they're going to have to push a site with a lot of utility. Our retake is going to be just as good as us holding the other site. So we multi-stack one, 4-stack it. If it works, it's going to be great. If it doesn't, we retake the other position, and then we'll see how far it goes.
I wonder how long this game is going to go. We said it a while ago. We saw these two teams neck and neck in terms of performance. Both of these teams have something to prove. For Just Us, they're trying to get the .500 record. They want to get to a 3-3 standing. For 1MS, not only revenge towards Just Us from the open qualifiers, but a way to break that loose streak. Par Schofield, though, tagged down. 5 HP left for him to fight back with. Should get healed up here by Psycho. On the other hand, Senior Carl slowed down. You said it, Azurai. The stun is perfect, and that's why you have the breach here for Just Us. Across, though, from Senior Carl and the rest. Par Schofield still with a shot, and it's Psycho instead who finds Key and Sanity. A good beginning here for Just Us. The plant isn't going to go down yet. It's a tap instead. Par Schofield takes damage again because of the blast back, because of the utility, but 1MS cannot bite onto the site. They teleport away instead.
Is it a real teleport though? Ching still holding the angle, could go big, only gets the one though.
Now it is. And now they're chasing! Okay, Just Us, that is way too dangerous for Repulsive! Fends off 2, and we go now to Second Love and Astro. Consistent players in their own regards. But Second Love has the utility here at B, at TP now to play into A, and Second Love needs to give chase.
Yeah, that's a sure straight push into that A site.
That's right.
Is that enough? Okay, so if he plants the spike, he's gonna have the ultimate.
10 seconds left.
Oh, the tap. He's faking it. Astro now has to stick it and go and cover Second Love. He's gonna come out from the tower. Sees already. Astro's back, and here we have it. Just Us now taking the lead, moving into match point. And oh no! Really now? Really now? Oh.
Imagine if he TP'd.
I would have cried. I would have cried for Just Us.
I thought he was trolling for a second.
I would have honestly just. I wouldn't know how to take it. Oh well.
In before Just Us actually calls Second Love DC that last second. Let's call for her.
If that happened, what would happen? Honestly.
I don't know.
Okay.
Man. I don't know. I mean, obviously,
Crisis
there's
averted, you know?
plenty of time to defuse that spike, but if it happened, I don't know.
Dude,
I don't want to think about it.
if you thought my heart would have stopped there, I feel like Second Love was just basically, wait, what's going on? But anyway, calming down.
Philippines.
Philippines indeed. Calming down, Just Us. This is their chance to finish off the series, to keep beating back 1MS and Psycho. This angle is everything, but Key and Sanity will make sure that he's nothing. A pick here for 1MS to begin with.
It's a two-man push out as well. Just Us. A man down. Flash as well as a Trailblazer. Not going to be available. Blade from Gian Sanity on A short. Spots out nothing. That's already dangers. Rather, red signs as the B main push should come out, but everything's been thrown. It's the commitment, though. They really want to go for this. And it's somehow still working in JustUs' favor.
They made it. They made it to the site, but the flank is possible. Send your Carl over onto Hookah. We get the flash there from Gian Santi also. And Bar Schofield holding steady. Gian Santi wins it again. Rolling Thunder now the call, but Lloyd Dream can't pick an angle to work with. Here comes the null command. Already looking to shut down Lloyd Dream. Pick an angle, Lloyd Dream, why don't you? Pressure's on from both sides. Gian Santi with one. Send your Carl on the other. From up top, Send your Carl shows on up. And we go again. Bind refuses to end.
They just will not yield. Oh my goodness. It's always that one catch-off, right, that ruins it. That Gian Sanity swing out with Senior Carl to get the catch onto Psycho. One less player here for Just Us to utilize. And now we get the call on the timeout after, like, what is it, like 3 overtimes now?
12-12, so 12-12. They got the 13-13, 14. This is the third overtime.
Yep.
What a game, though. It just seems to me that both teams really want this win for many different reasons. Whether it be the standings, whether it be a bit of camaraderie, a bit of pride. It's just, both JustUs and First MegaSaver need a dub by this point in the group stage. It hasn't been the best ride for them. And from what we've seen so far, they're bringing out the best that they can, especially in these individual outings. Big moments from Second Love and Lloyd Dream. You'd say the same case for Senior Carl and Gian Santi. Some of the most creative plays we've had from Ching. Repulsive somehow in chaos alongside Bar Schofield getting kills out of nowhere. It's just neck and neck right now, and I am all for it.
Man, at this point, what can you even analyze with like the way that this game has been going, right? It's always a mixture of someone going big with a clutch, someone overextending so that lead that they gotten diminishes, and out of nowhere, it's just a battle of attrition at this point.
Whoever folds first, whoever gets too tired, and the Trailblazer now spotting out Ching early from the TP. So it's a two-way street. 1MS knows B long contested and controlled by JustUs, but A should be a little bit more open. Little do they know though, but never mind. I was gonna say Tripwire's in the way, but that suppress from Gian Santi is absolutely on point. Now Senior Carl given a chance to actually cross on through to the other side. Second Love gets his utility back, but he can only get one for his troubles, and now we go to a 4v4 as we are on A.
Tries to back away. It's a smart decision. They do have Psycho to give that heal back to Second Love. 4 versus 4 on this retake, looking quickly into the utilities of 1MS. They still have a molly from Astro, but it's placed here on Lamp so that nobody comes in through the position. Everybody coming out through the back of the site. But look at the double stack on Lamps. They have yet to clear anything from both of these teams.
This is such a one and done for them, but Channy Boy on the other hand, done with Bar Schofield. Here we go, yet again, pressure from 1MS on all fronts. Astro now getting big there with the impact. Ian Santi with that final kill, and 1MS, they have map points back.
Switching sides. Match point.
And 1MS. One more before they get into that next round. Even just, I feel like when we look at, again, what I just mentioned a while ago, you know, with the big clutches and such, it's been just us doing that, but it's 1MS having the better executions for the most part. Their team play has really stepped up in these overtimes, even after, even more so, excuse me, after that that quick little timeout that we've had. Just us, explosion into A. Let's go for the push here. It's a contact for Far Schofield with Astro on Heaven. Will he find that first pick, or will Astro get one for himself?
And Psycho's crawled on in already. Smoke to keep it even safer. And Just Us gonna get control of the site here. 1MS playing the retake game again. Flat goes down. Over onto the safe APC side, but this is interesting. Psycho trying to hold there over on the backside. There's the flat. He's not cleared as of yet. Ching eventually sees him coming. There's the first pick from 1MS. Far Schofield getting on the board, and it's just trade for trade. And Just Us tries to hold from short. Ching though showing on up just to die. There's the flash from Insanity, putting Far Schofield through the corner. Lord Dream, the OMS still standing, and Lord Dream goes massive there in the final 2 sets. What a shot and what a kill! Just Us. They're still keeping this game going.
I was about to call it quits. 1MS was so nearing that point. And somehow, again, it's all of these crossfires. Lloyd Dream coming up. I really, really don't know what to think about this series. It is just a sheer willpower at this point, man. No one... I mean, some of them are cracking up. All right, if I'm nitpicking here, Psycho's positioning on underneath on window when he still knows that 1MS has like 3,000 flashes to throw out is, I think, just suicidal, right? And then Lloyd Dream somehow manages to find a perfect angle to hit 2 with the fault line by using Par Schofield as bait and gets that 2K for this stellar, again, timeout into another overtime.
Everything really boils down to how these guys swing off their utility. You see the point from Insanity's flash. Perfect to throw Par Schofield off, force him to dash to the corner, but you said it, that's right. As soon as that happens, Lloyd Dream, a fault line, a burst of fire, and a win again to keep the game going. Correct me if I'm wrong, probably the 4th overtime here right now in this map alone. And either side just letting this one go. What's next? Who else can make a creative play? We'll find out as we go to B here.
It's going to be 1MS again on the offense. This has been their better side here. I think they only lost 1 of these 4 overtimes on attack that they've had. That's a really good percentage for them. And I will say, Second Love's tripwires really hasn't done any good for Just Us in defense. Right? They've been really good. 1MS has been really good just playing around it.
Yeah. Just Us. This is dangerous angle for Repulsive. The Pain Shield is going to do some immense damage on him. He left with 21 HP. Loves the molly to try and stall for time. But Senior Carl has already cleared towards backside. Par Schofield, though, throwing first blood. Second Love, stop checking. No one's checking. Par Schofield had to be the one to look behind. But Just Us, even though it's still all them on the board, and they're going back here. So bring it back to match points.
Oh, no. That was... Wait, how long was Senior Car blinded for?
Just forever.
Okay,
full flash.
He was okay. Was he blinded twice? Okay, so he's blinded for the first time. Can't find the first, and then he was blinded for a second time, so he can't find the second? No, he was blinded 1 time, and then nobody was just spotting him. Yeah, right. For the longest time. Man just had to pray that nobody was able to check him. And technically there wasn't, and then Schofield's just like, hi, hello, I see you.
I mean, that was his evac zone anyway. So he was gonna look that direction. Heartbreaker for Senior Carl, who got the good clear. But Just Us, will that be enough to get the dub? 1MS need to make that statement of no. And they're quickly rotating this time around to hold off A. But it's par for the course here for Just Us. They get the orb and they have a chance to actually rotate to the other side because of it.
And this is the first time we actually have seen Just Us also call for a play such as this. Flash out play.
Oh.
Psycho's already down, as well as Par Schofield. Is that the call for Just Us to go straight into B? But no, they want to re-hit the angle here. I mean, it might not be the best decision as everyone here from 1MS is still stacked up.
Yeah, and on the backside for Senior Carl, the reposition, as 1MS knows they have the numbers advantage. Senior Carl going a little too deep there with the swing. Second Love, good for 2, as per usual. And because of that, it's a teleport now to play into B side. So JustUs doing enough to equalize the numbers here.
True, but look at the HP for Second Love. He's taking so much damage at that point. They try to clear every single angle if they can. 20 seconds left. Any big utilities for 1MS? Not really, so it's going to be straight dry contact. Look at this. I think JustUs realizes this, and they're just hard stacking.
No one's going to check Repulsive this time. Never mind, Astro does so. Johnny Boy on the board, and 1MS. They want to get in there. All up the Lloyd Dream. Not this time, says Johnny Boy. You want more, Asarai? You got more. Welcome back to the PH, my good friend, and welcome to an incredible map between these two teams.
Very happy that we are seeing such a, again, very neck-and-neck type of competition between the two. And I mean, Dax, come on.
Yo.
Bragging rights for JustUs if they can win this. And 1MS, they can try to chase down, have that revenge match, you know, for this series, a proper best of 3.
Yep.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
And on the other hand, Second Love has already crossed the 30-kill threshold. Lloyd Dream again, always a threat for JustUs. They have the right pieces, firing on all cylinders this time. It's such a stark contrast compared to when they played against ZOL, and everyone on that team honestly was just shut down as much as possible. Different day and different case for JustUs. But same said for 1MS. Some shining moments here and there. They need to prove that they can hit this B site though well.
No more push-outs from Bar Schofield on Shower at this point. But 1MS also going for a more compacted approach. I forgot, 1MS is the one that's attacking at this point. Repulsive, always pocketed there.
Yeah, attack or defense. He loves to play the cubby, and he always gets flushed out of it with the utility. Is that part of the package, though? Lose HP, burn utility along the way. Second Love, though, easy picking. Ski and Santi through the box. Another one as a free arms. The Cypher is just such a pain in the... As Psycho gets a third. And Ching, even he has to say something about that tripwire there. Psycho finds 4, but Second Love controlled the action.
What?
Switching sides.
I love Cypher.
Match point.
Oh yeah, I've been using him on rank. No, not comparing my rank games to this, because this is just on a whole other level. But you can see how strong, when left unchecked, the tripwires truly are. What is that, like a half second, 1.5 second rearm time?
Yeah, something like
Enough
that.
to, around that window. And you just see how many kills they picked up from that. 3 kills. They could not break it, unfortunately. It's just going to be that.
And it was probably unbelievable for Ching saying, how is the other tripwire here of all places? But danger's afoot, and 1MS, truthfully, they get out of that one a lot healthier than I expected. Astro's been peaking Showers for quite a while already. JustUs was a little bit more prepared this time, and they do damage and burn a little bit of that regrowth and remove the armor to start things off. Senior Carl also, whoa, that's beautiful work from Repulsive, and JustUs get a big pick to begin with.
That's going to be the huge one for JustUs here. Senior Carl's been, again, the spear tip for 1MS on these retakes. His aggression allows everyone to be able to set up their utilities, the counter flashes, much better into the site. There's 3 players stacked up on A. Schofield, no more dashes, but they do have the numbers. Delayed by the snake bite. Lloyd Dream, timing on that fault line was good, but Astro and G Insanity strike back fast and hard. The swing up from Repulsive. He's heating up. He wants this 1 versus 1. Man has been in the back end, and he is lighting up the house. And it's all left to Channy Boy. He's also been good, but he's far away from this A side.
Yeah, the newest addition here to 1MS. Can he be the hero that the squad needs at this time? It's a 2v1 though, and Repulsive, not only was he a massive impact onto the entry towards A, but he now has the orbital strike. If Lloyd Dream can buy time here, it should be enough. even better if he gets the pick. Channy Boy, though, staying away from the lamps, crawling on over onto the spike. Time now running out, and the orbital strike is already upon us. Just us. This is their day, this is their due, but Channy Boy tried to take it away. 1v1 now, realizes Lord Dream comes out from the lamps, buying time with the swing, but Channy Boy, it's not gonna happen. He gets the kills, but Just Us get the game. They win the series 2-0 after such a long bout there on Bind.
I am just absolutely speechless as to how we have. How many rounds was that? Wait, we got
18-16. That's 34.
5 overtimes? No, around that much. 5, 6. Yeah. Anyways, again, a battle of attrition, of perseverance, and if we break down that round very quickly here, it was again. I feel like we had certain tells as to the setups on both offense, on attack, flip on the sides, on overtime here, and then those little bits of nuances, those tells were being slowly broken down by both teams. So whoever broke it down the fastest is going to be able to get the bigger of the advantages, right? And I feel like at some point it was just us that really came into that full swing. And again, as I mentioned, Repulsive, who was somewhere at the bottom of the barrel, starts picking up even more kills, and he was really lighting up on that last round.
An incredible game, first and foremost, but you mentioned it. Second Love was just one of the biggest X factors here into this game, and we've seen rounds where he would carry the team on his back, find 2-3 kills to make these sites possible for the take. It's a little unfortunate for one MegaSaver. Their losing streak continues, and they still can't get a map off Just Us at this point in time. But that was as close as can be. Big moments there from the likes of Senior Carl. You'd see some picks from Gian Sanity from afar. I'd say Astro also ambitious, maybe a little too much there at the very end, but he did an incredible job even in that last round. Highlights though, where do we even begin, Asterai? Where do you want to start with this?
Honestly, I have to start with, remember that insane pistol that Senior Carl just did on the Thrifty, which really disrupted the economic process of Just Us? Yeah, that's the one I wanted to start with. The amount of bravado that I think we've seen here for 1MS, right, really just goes to show how well or how much they're willing to just fight and keep Just Us on their toes. But of course, Just Us, as we saw, was always ready for that challenge back.
Yeah, always the fight back there from Just Us, and here at the very end, Repulsive, absolutely massive in terms of impact. Channy Boy, he had a great try, just wasn't enough time. And it's a new day and a new look for Just Us in terms of how they perform. It really is such a stark difference, night and day, compared to when they played against ZOL. And all I have to say is very much so impressive work over the past few hours to get ready for this game. So this means Just Us, they're in a good spot right now. I think their standing has to be 3-3 after everything is said and done. They have a good way to still make it into a top spot and try to get into the playoffs. Not the best case though for one MegaSaver on the other hand. But a great game and a great way to end our day. That's gonna be it for us for now. We'll throw you guys over to the panel to break down such a long bout.
Wala. Ito na pala. Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters at sobrang dikit na laban. Vil, BNB, gising, game na. May inedit pa si Vil na 18-18 kanina pero hindi na umabot kasi tayo ay natapos.
Yun nga.
Wala, yun lang.
Grabe yun,
men. Lang. Okay,
Ito,
sige Vil, simulan mo na.
Ito, I mean, sobrang silent talaga kasi hindi makakapanood ng movie ngayon si BNB. Pero at least itong mga players na to, na talagang kitang-kita mo yung resiliency nga nila na ayaw nila magpatalo. Ang gusto nilang gawin is manalo lang sila. Pero ito mga butete, Diyos ko, galit na, tinalo na. Yung MegaSavers, which is, ito yung pwede natin sabihin na biggest rivalry of our season.
Well, ako, manood sana ako ng sine ng 8:45. Kaso, pinatagal pa nila. Nanalo din naman, so congrats sa kanila. Masaya para sa kanila. At in fairness, ito naman din ang Oh, syempre, alam mo yung congrats sa inyo ha. Sa mata. Pero congrats ka kasi ito nga ang pinaka so far pinakamalaking win dito ng JustUs sa season natin.
Well, actually, and then, well, sinabi nga ni Bill, rivalry at pinakita nga nila na parang ayaw talaga magpatalo kung ang botete ay manipis, bigla sila nag-expand at naging spiky. Pero tingnan natin yung MVP para sa series na to. Feeling ko si Second Love to kakaiba yung performance niya sa series, sa second game. Sino nga ba? Ay, si Psycho! Si Psycho? Okay, Psycho. Bill, bakit si Psycho?
I mean, Psycho pa rin naman talaga. Kitang-kita natin kung siya talaga yung hinighlight nga natin dito. Simula pala ng game na talaga, isa siya na sobrang hard hitter talaga ng mga players nga dito ng JustUs. And kitang-kita mo yung the way na talagang, if ever na talagang, nakalimutan ko sabihin ko, the way na talagang sineset up niya yung pace at kung paano niya suportahan yung mga ibang players nga dito para makapasa sa isang site. Yung information na kaya niya ibigay, sobrang on point talaga.
Alright. Okay, BNB. Sana may dagdag ka ngayon.
Mismo.
Meron na, nice one.
Mismo. Hindi, pero magaling talaga si Psycho dito sa nakita naman natin. I think hindi nila magagawa yung 2-0 na to. And for some reason, yung mga best performances niya, pagkalaban talaga itong yung dating The Vice Squad nung naglaban din sila ng Open Qualifier, maganda din ang performance niya dito. And so, it seems like siya sa pinakamalaking kryptonite dito ng first MegaSaver nating team.
Oo, lalo na siya yung MVP at siya yung i-interview natin. Parang handang-handa na yung ngiti niya. O sige, eto na, kausapin na natin. Psycho! Pasok! Ay, wala pa. Ay, ito na.
Asan siya?
Ay, Psycho!
Hello po.
Ayan ha, isang ngiti nga dyan. Okay, kung natandaan mo, kinausap ka namin the last time na kung sino yung gusto mong kalabanin at sagot mo ay The Vice o First MegaSaver. Bago man lahat yan, kasama ko pala si BNB tsaka si Vil, and may mga tanong muna sila bago papunta sa akin. Sige, simulan natin sa'yo, Sir BNB.
Psycho, kamusta? Good game sa inyo. Congrats sa inyong pagpanalo. This is so far the best win, the biggest win you guys have had sa inyong regular season. Anong pakiramdam na malaman mo at makita natin ang lahat na ikaw mismo ang pinaka-kryptonite ng first MegaSaver pagkatapos nito? Because your best performances have been against itong team na to, yung dating The Vice. Ano yung talagang, what do you feel like is the reason why you have your best performances kalaban yung mismong specific team na to na first MegaSaver?
Sobrang pinagandaan po kasi namin yung laban namin against The Vice, and sobrang gigigil po sa kanila.
Gigil?
Ano yung sure ng gigil?
May halong gigil pala to.
Ano yung sure ng gigil? Ano yung sure ng gigil?
Oo. naging meows. Naging membro ng Oasis si tropa, biglang nag-uuror. Okay. Sige, Vil. Sure ako may isa ka pang tanong dyan.
Ito lang. Siyempre, dun sa mga ganong klaseng OT na sobrang haba nga, ano yung mga nasa mindset talaga? How do you cope up with those kinds of OT na sobrang haba? Na ano yung mga tumatakbo sa isip nyo sa ganon?
Ano po? Ano nga ba?
O diba?
Ano po? Self-composure. Tsaka ano lang po, mentality din.
Composure and mentality. Tama. Okay, sige.
Nice.
Ayun. Sobrang easy lang. Okay, ito naman, Psycho. Sige, may tanong
sorry,
ka
last na.
O sige, go lang.
Ano yung gusto mong sabihin ngayon sa 1MS?
And sa mga haters na ano, ay napatunayan na namin 2-0 talaga.
Yaw, no? Ayun. Sinabi na ni Bill yung tanong ko, so iibahin ko na lang.
Ay, sorry.
Ito yung okay lang. Yung tanong ko ngayon, Psycho, saan ka ba nagpapagupit at ang ganda ng buhok mo?
Sa ano po? Sa tropa ko po.
Sa tropa mo. Sana nagba-VALORANT din siya para lahat tayo maganda yung gupit. Alright, anyways, congratulations Psycho and to everyone sa JustUs. At yung mga butite ay lumangoy na nga ng mas mabilis kaysa sa first MegaSavers. Maraming salamat and congratulations Psycho.
Thank you po.
You're welcome.
Mga tol, long time no see.
Parang hindi na tayo
mga
nag-usap
tol.
Parang okay, parang contented and happy yung JustUs sa kanilang pagpanalo against First MegaSavers. But before anything else, tingnan natin yung standing so far sa katapusan ng Week 3. Day number 3. Ayan, Old Stinky Cats 5-0 undefeated. Did you see this coming ba? BNB, Old Stinky Cats being top 1 half into our weeks already.
Sa totoo hindi talaga kasi 'di ba yung mismong punto natin na pagkatapos ng huling linggo is that Old Stinky Cat, sige, nasa taas sila pero yung mga kinalaban nila hindi necessarily yung mga top teams, pero now na naitalo nila ng isang team na isa sa mga top team nga natin in that Oasis squad kanina, doon talaga nila napatunayan na hindi sila pabiro-biro lang, hindi sila parang fluke na team at hindi yun one time lang kasi talagang nagagawa nila kay top level team Tapos sila parang paangat ng paangat, and so it's very surprising to me kung saan pa rin sila up until gaytong kalayo na tayo sa season.
Alright. So Vil, eto lang tanong ko para sa'yo. First MegaSavers, parang kumbaga, they were like the people's favorites or the people's choice going into the split. But now, nasa bottom 3, bottom 4 sila. Did you expect that na MegaSaver nandyan?
Well, sa totoo lang, actually hindi. I really thought na talagang siguro nasa taas pa nga sila because of the teammates ka na nandito. Of course, andito si Senior Carl, andito sila Ching. So yung mga talagang prominent names talaga sa buong Valorant scene is talagang kitang-kita natin na nandito. Pero it's just... Bali mo makabawi pa sila sa mga susunod though. I mean, this is not yet over para sa kanila. And hopefully, na talaga sa mga susunod nating araw, we're gonna get to see these teams na hopefully na makapasok nga sa ating playoffs. Pero ito dun sa Old Stinky Cat, dati, natandaan mo, BNB, yung nung split to 1 last year, napunta sila sa lower bracket finals, kalaban nila doon yung Oasis Gaming just to get a spot nga sa ating grand finals. Doon pa lang parang sobrang init na nila. Tapos going here sa taon na to, talagang maybe we can say that they're gonna be the future of Valorant PH.
Yun
nga yung sinasabi natin, di ba, last year pa lang, parang yung mga kabataan na to, yung mga nakikita nating bagong teams, yung mga MVP Esports, mga Game Lab noon, hindi pa nila oras, pero darating din na magiging sila yung mismo mukha dito ng VCT Philippines.
Kumbaga, kung sila ay prutas, sila ay hinog na. Feeling ko na yun lang yung translation ko sa pinagsasabi nyo. Wala ako dito last year So yun na lang yung translation ko doon. Pero bago ang lahat, Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official Super App Grabs. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on GrabCar Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos as well at Grab Food Saver Delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with our Grab Food Saver meals.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned with the Games and Amusements Board. Hello nga po pala sa inyo.
Okay, tapos na yung trivia nating lahat, and maraming salamat sa ating panel. This has been the end of Week 3, day number 3. Coming up next is Week number 4. Tingnan natin kung may aangat pa or pababa na parang spaghetti. Maraming salamat sa lahat, and to everyone sa kanila direct sa back end for making the show possible. We will see you on Week number 4.
Oria's fighting back. There's the showstopper! And it's flying down! No, they don't overwhelm. They don't overwhelm at all. It's just going to be pandemonium. He spots out two. He spots out two! And Nico gets it! Risky as can be. Oh my god!